I'm Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Hello there. I'm Kimberland. I don't know why I'm so nervous. It's interesting when you start a new thing, and though podcasting is not new to me, the space is new. Hi, welcome to the Frolicking Truth. Come in, find a comfortable spot, take a seat. I'm grateful to have a little bit of background. The space is new. Hi, welcome to the Frolicking Truth. Come in, find a comfortable spot, take a seat. I'm grateful to have you all here with me for episode 1 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. So I do want to give a little bit of background about how this started and how we got here. I'm not new to podcasting. I have had many podcasts and currently have many podcasts. It is something that I love to do. I love to exercise my voice and use my platform to affect change in different areas. And it is kind of a little bit of an addiction, maybe a little bit, but it's something that I love to do. So anyway, I was watching Amanda Seales' show, Views from Amanda Land. And for context, today is May 7th of 2025. My feet are currently planted in Medellin, Colombia, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But just for context, Amanda Seales is a public figure, actress. She describes herself as an artistic individual, and she has had to go completely offline to create a different space. And as I was watching her show, I felt inspired because I wanted to create a space that is dedicated to joy, justice, and healing our nervous systems. So I took to ChatGPT to organize my thoughts, and here we are. The Frolicking Truth has been born. So this space is primarily for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. That doesn't mean that you aren't welcome if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, come ready to learn, and come ready to support. So I am crafting and curating this space, and I do have different segments. So with this being our first episode, I will explain what those different segments are as they come up. And as I continue to craft this space and create a space that is for us to feel ourselves, I ask for both your grace and support as I try some things out and put some on, maybe take some off, and do some pivots and whatever and what have yous. But as of today, for our first episode. So our first segment is called Auntie Check-In. Something I have realized is that I am an auntie. I have come to grips with that and my auntie-hood and just embracing that, and also embracing the wisdom that I have after being on this earth for 4 decades and some change. So here the Auntie Check-In. This is our weekly moment to take a moment to breathe, to take a moment to laugh a little, maybe cry a little, and just remember that we're not doing this alone. So having said that, I do want to just take a moment to ground myself and center myself, and I invite you to do that with me. So I'll take just a couple deep breaths here. One of the things that I consistently have to remind myself of is don't forget to breathe. There's a song that I love by an artist named Stormzy, and the name of the song is Don't Forget to Breathe. And he just says that like over and over again, just don't forget to breathe. Don't forget to breathe. And it is something that I have to remind myself of. And I think a lot of us have to remind ourselves of, because when we are in the thick of it and doing all the things and trying to be all the things to ourselves, to our families, to other people, we forget to breathe. And of course, we are breathing technically because we are sustaining life. But breathing with the intention of calming our nervous systems and grounding ourselves and allowing our brain people, if you will, to wake up and know that we are ready to start the day is a completely different type of breathing. So I've had to remind myself of that a lot lately. I have a lot of moving parts and logistics that are happening in my life right now. And sometimes I do get very overwhelmed. So this week, I am reclaiming my breath and honoring my breath and allowing myself to give myself an opportunity to breathe. One of the ways that I do that is by centering myself and limiting the types of communications that I participate in and the types of communications that I receive. So, No Talk Tuesdays are back. They never really went anywhere, but I really wasn't honoring them for real because boundaries and needing to honor my own boundaries. So you might be asking yourself, what are No Talk Tuesdays? So basically, this came into play, had to be back in 2017, 18, maybe. I just started feeling like everybody was asking me to be present for them. And it seemed to always happen on Tuesdays. I don't know what it is about Tuesdays. You know, people get the week kicked off right on Monday, and then Tuesday comes and all hell breaks loose. Who knows? But I started limiting my communication on Tuesdays. So what that would look like when I was in the working world and I was working in schools and everything, I just wouldn't answer my phone on Tuesdays. If somebody was dying on Tuesday, I was like, I'm gonna find out on Wednesday, or you need to schedule that on Monday. Like Tuesdays, I'm just not available. And it really helped me to reclaim my time and reclaim my own mind. At the time, I had no idea that I was neurodivergent. At the time, I had no idea that this is something that is necessary for me to be able to function. I just felt like it was something that I needed to do. And then over time, I started getting really, really lax about No Talk Tuesdays, and that has been happening lately. So I had to make a commitment to myself to put No Talk Tuesdays back into place and truly honor No Talk Tuesdays. I am not available on Tuesday for anybody but myself. And honoring what I've said that I want to do for my own self, I am so focused on that I can't really I don't even have space to worry about somebody else's stuff or what they are doing. And it gives me time to be able to center myself and calm my nervous system. I need that. We need that. And it's not feasible for everybody's life. Like if you have small children or children period or a partner that you live with, like No Talk Tuesday might not be a thing for you. But I encourage you to find some time just for yourself where you do not have to be available to anybody else. And they figure it out. You know, the kids figure it out, your partner figures it out, like they figure it out because you have to do what is best for you. So y'all can let me know in the comments what you think about that and what that might look like for you to have some type of communication hiatus, if you will, so that you can give back into yourself. So the truth is, it's a lot that's going on right now. It is a lot that is going on right now. So if you are just finding me, let me just give you a little bit of background about the types of things that I do and the ways that I exist in the world. So I just mentioned a moment ago that I'm an educator. I've been an educator for almost 20 years now, which is wild. Wild. And I primarily taught when I was in the classroom. I taught science and 6th and 8th grades. So my classroom experience is primarily in middle school. I did that for for some time. And then after I did that, all of that work was in Tampa, Florida, in Hillsborough County Public Schools, which is now the seventh largest school district in the United States. So I did that work. I also mentored first and second year teachers as well as administrators and helping them to support first and second year teachers. So I did that for a while. I also did professional development for a really long time. So I worked with teachers K-12 on their teaching practices and ultimately became a specialist in school climate and culture. I held a couple positions after that. One was as a student success coach, which kind of operates like a cheerleader, if you will, on campus. So I had a caseload of students who had experienced failure in the past, and whether that was in regards to their attendance, their behavior, or their grades, or a combination of those, I helped those students to experience success again. So to teach them how to learn about their brains, to teach them how they best receive information, how to advocate for themselves, how to set goals and chunk out goals so that they were able to be more successful. So I did that for quite a while. So all in all, I spent 13 years in Hillsborough County Public Schools. And then I transitioned into school improvement, and I did school improvement work in Tampa as well as school improvement work in Pennsylvania. When I worked in Pennsylvania, I worked on behalf of the Department of Education and as a school improvement specialist, but as a school climate and culture specialist specifically. And while I was working in Pennsylvania, it was the most traumatic experience of my entire life. And Pennsylvania is the reason why I left the United States, because of the things that I discovered about education and school improvement and the way that we teach kids and the way that we teach kids how to read and the way that we don't teach kids how to think. I got background look into the systems and just how corrupt it is. Again, for timestamp's sake, today is May 7th, 2025, and currently Donald Trump is the president of the United States. And he is dismantling everything about education and putting it under the guise of there hasn't been improvement. And what I will say is that's actually very true. There hasn't been improvement. And there hasn't been improvement on purpose. There hasn't been improvement because then they can say that it's actually the people that are flawed, not the system. So it's interesting. I saw a statistic the other day, and it was talking about the percentage of children who cannot read at a grade level, on grade level. And this particular graphic was about Illinois, and it was saying like in these particular schools, 0 children are reading at grade level. And I made a post and I was like, this isn't rare. This is very much what it has always been like. When I worked in Pennsylvania, they were talking about different school districts that had books from the 80s. Now, I want you to understand that I was working in Pennsylvania in 2020 and 2021. The 80s were 30 years prior to that. School textbooks should be updated every 5 to 6 years, right? And I'm not going to go down and get on my textbook soapbox just this moment. I am in a minute though. But textbooks should be consistently updated because things are consistently happening. Research is continuously happening. We're supposed to be continuously improving what we're doing, right? So that was alarming. What do you mean textbooks from the 80s? Like in real life? How? Like actually being used? Like what is happening here, right? So it's that kind of stuff that I was uncovering, just the vast disparities in resources depending on the school district that you are a part of, you're zoned for. So when they say that education is not working, they're correct, but also it's by design. And it's important for us to understand that, because right now I often feel like I don't even know who to compare myself to. I'll have to look like what historical figure, but I feel like I'm screaming into the abyss as I'm saying to parents like, hey, don't send your kids to these schools. Like your kids are not okay in these schools. Granted, there are good teachers, right? And for instance, I taught my students how to think. Even when I was like, y'all might not learn this here science, but let me tell you what you are going to learn how to do by the time you get from out of here is think for yourself. Because school historically was designed to indoctrinate. School was created to teach people how to read the Bible, and school was created to indoctrinate indigenous people and to strip them of their culture and their language and their habits. So the idea of school in the United States was never because, we need to make sure that our population is smart and that they're critical thinkers. School was created to generate a workforce, and it was created to indoctrinate and colonize and teach people how to read the Bible, which again is religious indoctrination. So when we think about it that way, and we understand the foundation of school, then we understand who was prevented from having high quality education. Those people often looked like me. And if you are listening to this and not looking at this, I'm Black. Okay. I am African American and indigenous. School was not created for us. School was not created for people like us. School was not created for our children. School was not created for us to be able to see ourselves. That is not why school was created. So though there are good teachers, the system, the foundation, the institution of education has always been rooted in white supremacy culture. And it's interesting because now I live in Colombia, and I am for the first time getting a global understanding of how different things impact each other, of how, especially right now, there's a shifting of world powers that is happening, and there are trade agreements and tariffs and like all kinds of things are happening in order to try to broker power. And it's making me very aware of how the things that are happening in the United States have global impact, and how things that happen in the globe have had global impact on the US. It's also making me very aware of the type of propaganda that we have been subjected to our entire lives in the US, and the fact that they lied about everything. I will pause here and say I grew up very patriotic. I grew up like, I'm proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. Like, that used to be one of my favorite songs, and it would bring tears to my eyes. I would be so quote unquote proud to be an American. And over the course of life, I was trained to be that person. I was trained to not ask questions, to just receive what is being told to you. Do what I said, not what I do. And it was a combination of in school as well as in my home. And what that did is it caused me to internalize a lot of things and do my best to just follow directions, because I saw that's how I was staying safe. But I always had questions. And once I got into education as a certified educator, I really started having questions about the ways that we teach children. And I just decided that I was going to teach my kids different. And when I say my kids, I'm talking about every student that I ever taught. Those are my kids. And I will call them my kids because my success was tied to their success, and their success was tied to my success. And I took and still take a lot of pride in the educational experiences that I provided for my students. Every teacher isn't like that. And especially in this year, 2025, it is supremely important for us to do all that we can to protect our children from the harm that is happening in schools. I just was exposed to a podcast yesterday, and it's called Sold the Story. And it's talking about how we teach children how to read, and how this company sold this story of they were teaching kids how to read when really they were teaching kids how to guess and how to use context clues to try to figure out what things are saying, as opposed to actually reading words. So not sounding out words or phonics, but just, what do you think that word could be? And then after so much time, they recognize these different words, but they're not fluent readers. Reading comprehension is not there because they're not reading for understanding. They're just reading a collection of words. And this company sold this story across the United States and had billions of dollars in contracts as they were supposedly the premier company for teaching children how to read. And that didn't happen. Even though science said this is not how people learn, this is not how kids learn, this is not how someone learns, they still continue to do that. And that is just one story. Because when I said I'm not going to get on my textbook soapbox, but I am in a little bit, I'm here. Textbooks are written by the people who control the narratives. We were told, let me speak for myself, because I don't know what your educational experience is like. You're going to have to tell me in the comments, because we was learning different things at different schools. That's what I want you to know. So as for Kimberland Jackson, I was taught in a very segmented and siloed way. Things didn't necessarily connect, especially when we're talking about history, social studies. I hated it historically, hated everything about social studies and history, because my teachers would stand at a map and with a yardstick and they would just point at countries. And my social studies understanding really became about regurgitating information, rote information. This is where these things are on the map, and this is the language, this is this, that, okay, we're done with that. It was not taught with a critical understanding and a critical eye. I was taught not to ask questions. I was taught to receive information and spit the information back out. I was not taught to critically think. And I don't know how I truly developed those skills. I'm grateful the 2 social studies, well, it was 3. I had 3 social studies classes that I actually loved. One was in 5th grade with Mr. Wegner, and Mr. Wegner had a way, again, of connecting things. I remember him, talking about how I think it was World War I that we were studying, and he would talk about how this situation happened here that caused that to happen there, that caused that. Like, he did a good job of connecting the dots, and it was very obvious that he loved what he did. He was very passionate about his work, and he just knew stuff. Like, Mr. Wegner was just really smart. So I had that class. And then in 11th grade, I had AP American History. And in 12th grade, I had AP Civics. And those classes were taught by the same teacher, Miss Bayham. And what I can say about Miss Bayham is that was the first time that I really understood what was happening in these different historical events that we were studying. What happened in the Boston Tea Party? Why was that such a big deal? What does taxation without representation mean? Like, we came into the classroom and we were given money at the door, and she told us we had to pay to have our desk. We had to pay for our desk. We had to pay for school supplies. Like, if we needed the handout, if we needed a pencil and eraser, like, we had to pay for all of that. And we was like, hey, when did this start, ma'am? Like, what is happening here? But she used situational circumstances and made them very relevant. So we were able to better understand what was happening. And I, as someone who historically hated social studies, was able to better understand. School is not really taught like that. And when we just send our kids to school and expect that the school is doing what the school said that they were going to do, we are leaving our kids in great harm. So I urge you, if you are a parent, a caretaker, someone who has a young person who is in school that you care about, please get involved. Please ask about what they are learning, especially now. Like in Florida, they're teaching that slavery was beneficial. It was mutually beneficial because the slaves, they're not calling them slaves, they're calling them unpaid workers. The unpaid workers got food and shelter, so it was mutually beneficial. This is what they're teaching in school. And I can remember things being very much whitewashed in my learning of history. I didn't grow up in a family where like you had to sit down and watch Roots and all of that, but I do remember being very interested in it because I was curious about this someone else's experience within this time frame. So the civil rights movement, the Civil War, anything that had to do with Black people became a special interest of mine because they just weren't talking about this stuff in schools. So I said all that to say that the truth is I need us to be so involved in what is happening in education. I'm actually working on a homeschool curriculum because we are going to need it. We are going to need places for our children to learn about our history, to learn that their history did not start as slavery, to learn that we are brilliant and everything in the entire world has been built on the backs of our brilliance. That is important. So I want to put that out there because it's happening right now. It's like every day I see another executive order about education or I see something else has been defunded. The thing is with this regime is that they take pieces of the truth and then they extrapolate way, way, way out from there. So the piece of the truth is that the US education system is quote unquote broken and not working. That is very true. Though it's not broken and it is working the way that it was designed. But they leave that part out. So the truth is that education in the US is not effective. What they leave out is that by design. And what they are leaving out is that, and now they will be indoctrinating your children very, very clearly in order to raise another generation of children who do not ask questions, who take things at face value. Is scary. You know, our kids are impressionable. Our kids are our future. Our kids, they're the future. They are writing history. So to have our precious brains in the hands of people who intend to cause harm is pretty scary. So wanted to put that out there because that's the truth of what is going on and the truth of what is happening in the United States. Now, having said that, thank you for attending that lesson. Our next segment or the next thing that I ask from you is for you to have a soul work assignment. So our soul work assignment is something that we are doing towards something, right? A purposeful reflection. It connects you to your own healing. It can be all sorts of things and it will be all sorts of things. But for this week, your soul work assignment is for you to ask yourself, what is your role in this fight, in the resistance? What does that look like? And what does that sound like for you? I did a live back in 2020 where I talked about, it was during the height of the Black Lives Matter movement. And I talked about how everybody can't be on the front lines of the protests. For example, I am somebody, I cannot be on the front lines because I don't know when to stop. I don't know how to just accept injustice and be all right with it. I don't know when to shut up. Like I would be in great danger if I was at an actual physical protest because I get worked up and I get so mad. And it's like righteous anger, but also it's not safe for me. So my role in the resistance is to be able to help people understand that there are different roles, that you can find a way to be able to actively support the resistance. One of the ways that I do that is not just by helping people identify their role, but it's also by focusing on self-care and joy and calming our nervous systems. Because the tactic is that if I can keep you so off balance and I can keep your nervous system dysregulated and I can keep you in survival mode, you're not able to think. You're not able to. As someone who is very passionate about brain research, one of the things that I know is that when our brains are operating in survival mode, the only question that we're asking is, am I safe? And if we cannot answer that question affirmatively to move on to the next question of saying, am I connected? We just stay in that zone of, am I safe? And even if we are able to move from am I safe, and then we ask ourselves, am I connected? If there's so much divisiveness that is happening and people that we once thought were safe people are not safe people, then no, we're not connected. But the only way that we can ask ourselves, what can I learn, or how can I strategize, or how can I be creative, is for us to be able to be safe and connected. So the tactic is to keep us unsafe and keep us disconnected. That way, we'll never have the biological capability to learn anything new or to be able to strategize. So I said all that to say, I am curious about two things. What is your role in the resistance? And what are you doing to stabilize your nervous system to create a sense of safety? Because it is absolutely necessary for not just our survival, because I would like to think that we eventually are going to be able to move out of a place of survival, but for us to be able to care for ourselves and care for each other and be in community. We really need to know how to stabilize ourselves so that we can strategize and so that we can protect ourselves. So again, your soul work assignment for this week are those two questions. What is your role in the resistance? And what are you doing to help to calm and stabilize your nervous system? Breathing is something that we talked about earlier, and that's a free thing that you're able to use to be able to stabilize yourself. Okay. So, yeah. All right. So, now that we got that out of the way, all right, it is now time for us to have a little talk about what it might look like for you to pack your bags. Okay. So, I told y'all I live in Medellin, Colombia. And I have been outside of the US. I left the US on October 9th of 2021. So it has been almost 4 years, which is wild. This time has gone by really quickly, but also has felt like forever all at the same time. But I left the US, y'all, because I needed to save my life. I realized that my nervous system was in shambles and my mental health was in shambles. And there was no way that I was going to be able to continue doing the work that I do. So remember, I am a school improvement specialist, and I specialize in school climate and culture. And school climate and culture is all of the stuff that's illegal right now. So talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and belonging, and justice, and social emotional learning, and trauma-informed practices, restorative practices, all of the things that help us to stabilize ourselves, to calm our nervous systems, to manage our own emotions, to respect that other people have emotions and lived experiences, to build positive relationships, responsible decision making. All of that stuff is the stuff that I specialize in, and that's all the stuff that the people have now made illegal. So if I wanted to continue doing that work, I knew that I could not do that work and also be living in an environment that was consistently attacking me for doing that work. So I decided to leave. And there are many people that are often asking me about leaving and what that looks like and what that sounds like. And what I will say is that it is much easier than you may think that it is, especially when you are not tied to things and places. And I am someone, I've never been tied to things and places, especially after Hurricane Katrina and losing like all my childhood memories and our childhood home and like all of that. It's like this stuff could be gone at any minute. So it's easier for me than some people to just be like, okay, bye. Right. So that's one thing. But the hardest thing is really making that decision and understanding where you want to go and what type of environment is going to give you the ability to be able to create that type of life for yourself. So I wrote a dream journal. It's called Professional Frolicker Dream Journal. So I am a professional frolicker. Okay. So frolic means to play and move about cheerfully, excitedly, or energetically, embracing joy. I love that. So I'm a professional frolicker. That is what I talk about when I am talking to people, when I am about, is what I try to keep at the forefront of my mind, is really making sure that I am creating time for joy and creating time for play and creating time to be cheerful and excited about life. right? So I wrote this journal, and it's called the Professional Frolicker Dream Journal. And you are able to get a copy of the Professional Frolicker Dream Journal by attending one of my Finding Peace Abroad information sessions. So if you go to findingpeaceabroad.com, you are able to sign up for one of the information sessions where I will be sharing different tips and things for how you can leave the US or your country of choice, if you will, and create a life that actually brings you joy at a soul level. So you can do that, or you can book time with me on my calendar. So again, if you go to findingpeaceabroad.com, you can scroll down. There's time for you to jump on my calendar, and I can help you to develop a personalized strategy for you to launch your exit. I've helped people leave as little as 90 days, but it is possible to leave in as little as 30 days, depending on where you at and what you got going on. Again, it's not as hard as we think it is. But anyway, back to the journal. So in the Professional Frolic Dream Journal, I ask you a series of questions that really helps you to center down on the things that you need in order to create this life that is going to bring you joy at a soul level. So the first question that I want to deal with today is, what brings genuine joy to your spirit? What brings genuine joy to your spirit? So I want you to imagine a life where you can just be without the fear of being misunderstood, without having to worry about how somebody might perceive you. What does that feel like? What does that sound like? What does that look like? How can you use your 5 senses to describe that joy? So, being the teacher that I am, I want to give you an example for what that looks like, sounds like, and feels like for me. So, again, our question is, what brings you genuine joy? Okay. So what I will say, what brings me genuine joy, a few things. And I want to shout out Tyra Gardner, who is a mental health specialist that I worked with. And she was the first person that really got me thinking about the environmental factors of what brings me joy. And it actually happened around the time that I was coming to Medellin. So I visited Medellin for the first time, I believe it was like April 19th of 2021. And I was telling her, like, I'm going on this trip, I'm stressed out. She knew everything that was happening at work. And she was like, when you get there, I want you to pay attention to what in the environment makes you feel genuine joy. And for me, it's nature and plants and being able to hear like a water babbling brook or something, or like running water, or the rain, for instance, here in Medellin it's misty. It's like if you were to mist a plant, it's that type of rain, like it's really light. It also brings me joy to have peace and enjoy just having the sounds of nature be the thing, and that not being disrupted by construction and motorcycles and loud cars and all of that. Like, I appreciate being able to hear the birds sing and to hear the wind blowing. Like, that brings me genuine joy. I get genuine joy from doing things like blowing bubbles. Bubbles make me happy, so happy. They make me feel like a child. I remember in New Orleans, we would go to the Children's Museum, and there was a bubble display. And at one of the things, you can stand inside and then you can put yourself inside of a bubble. Favorite thing ever. Loved it so much. So bubbles bring me joy, right? So your responses can be anything of that. Good smells like eucalyptus brings me joy, and the smell of mint, and certain incense brings me joy. And it feels in my spirit like calm and peace. It's not too cold, it's not too hot, it's comfortable, and my eyes get to take in the beauty of the nature. So that is my question for you this week. What brings genuine joy to your spirit? Because that's going to help you decide where you are wanting to go, right? So for instance, I don't like to be hot. I don't. So Playa del Carmen, when I lived there, no thank you. I don't like it. Also, I don't like the beach. I don't like sand. So that was what there was in Playa del Carmen. That wasn't a place that really brought me joy. I found more joy in Mexico City than I did in Playa del Carmen because the parks were gorgeous in Mexico City and I got to see all of the nature and they were just so beautifully curated. That brings me joy, right? This question, this answer is going to be different for everybody. This is a very personal thing for you to figure out. And if you don't know, my invitation is for you to take some time to figure that out. All right. So, yeah. So that's that. Now, I want to take a quick giggle break before we get out of here because I told you earlier that I have realized that I'm an auntie. Okay. And I'm all right with it. I realize I'm an auntie. It's a thing, like all of that. But this is a thing. I'm curious about what y'all be calling the young people. Cause I call them young people, like the 20 somethings and such. That's what I be calling them. But what y'all be calling them? Because I don't know what to call them. But also, listen, I am so proud of these babies and these young people that's out here. Let me start off with Blue Ivy and Rumi Carter. Okay. Because I have cried tears watching. Y'all remember when on the Renaissance tour, when Blue Ivy came out there and she was so nervous. She was how old the baby was? 11? She was 11 years old and out there in front of thousands of people. And let me tell you something. I don't know if y'all been to a Beyonce concert. Also, I am a Beyonce fan. Okay. I would consider myself a part of the Beehive in that I have a great respect for Beyonce and the things that she does, but also I'm not like crazy Beehive putting bees in chats and things. But I have so much respect for Beyonce and what she has built and how hard she has worked to create this opportunity for her little girls to be able to be on stage with her. I have been at a Beyonce concert. I went to I've been to a couple, but the last one that I went to was the Formation tour. I remember there was so much energy in that stadium that I thought I was going to pass out. And I was in like the 100 seats. You know, I could not imagine if Beyonce was my mama and I'm standing on stage and thousands and thousands and thousands of people are here to see us. My God. I would burst into bubbles. I would burst into bubbles. Seeing Blue Eye, that girl said she went to lab and went to work. You hear me? She said what y'all not finna do is be sitting up here talking about me. But that's all right. I'm finna get on. She is 13 years old out there doing it. I'm a dancer. I grew up as a dancer. I don't know how nervous I would be to be on a stage with thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching me. I was a grown woman dancing and was nervous, and it was just a gym full. Like, oh my God. And this girl is getting up there doing it. And Rumi, hey, girl. Rumi is 7. That baby say this her concert now. Okay? When she come out there for that protective performance, sis say this is my concert now. She comes out and she just so happy to be by her mama. And then she be waving. Oh, I love it so much. It's the cutest thing ever. And I've just been in so many tears every time. I can't watch enough videos. I'm an auntie. I'm an auntie. I'm an auntie. I've been on this thing with like these young people. I don't know what else to call them. The 20 somethings. So like Marseille Martin. So I'm gonna give y'all a list of them, okay? So Marseille Martin is 20 years old. Angel Reese at 23. Holly Bailey at 25. Chloe Bailey at 26. Coco Jones at 27. And then this kind of goes into Lil Sis, so Meg the Stallion and Keke Palmer. So Meg the Stallion is 30 and Keke Palmer is 31. But when I tell you, I be watching them with so much pride. These young women are so intelligent and articulate, and they know who they are. They are self-aware. So I shouldn't even say the articulate, because it's not really even the articulation, it's the awareness. It's the self-awareness. It's them knowing who they are, speaking up for who they are, making a difference, carving out their own lanes, and doing that shit with grace and style. It is my favorite thing. It is my absolute favorite thing to watch. Especially like I've been watching a lot of Marseille Martin things lately because that girl, she's a trailblazer. Like I forget who I think she was on Scott Evans' podcast the other day. And hearing her talk about how she introduced Joe Biden at the Black Excellence brunch, like it's so beautiful and so admirable to watch. And I want people to support them more, especially for people like that people don't necessarily agree with, like Chloe Bailey and Holly Bailey. Like they get so much criticism about the ways that they choose to live their lives. And in spite of that, they're doing such a beautiful job of supporting each other and speaking up and speaking out for who they are. I'm just proud. When I tell you, they make me so proud. I just be in here just a cheesing like, now y'all do it. Y'all is doing the damn thing. Okay. And also every time I do it, I be like, girl, you a auntie for real. You a auntie for real. And that's all right. I'm all right with that. Yeah. So anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this on up. And let me give you a special invitation to join me in my Patreon inner circle. So along with this, I have been revamping my Patreon and really just shifting everything that I do off of social media, like public social medias, and more behind a safer space, which is in Patreon. So for only $5 a month, you are able to support this mission. You are able to support me. You are able to be in partnership with me because I also am giving of things to you, right? So within the Patreon, you have the ability to get free downloads of resources, and you can submit questions to me. You can have actual conversation and chat with me on a deeper level and get like different vlogs you have access to, as well as first knowings about many things. A lot of the things that happen outwardly on YouTube are things that happened about a year ago. So in my Patreon is where you get the right now things that are happening and the exclusive invitations to be a part of the things that are happening right now, and the ability to invest on the ground level for the things that I'm working on. So I mentioned that I'm working on the homeschool curriculum and building this community. The healing circle is something else that I've been working on for Black women who have experienced burnout, who are neurodivergent, who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Okay. So I do those healing circles every other Saturday. And if you go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle, then you will be able to get that information. Let me see if I have that here yep, tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. Then you'll be able to be a part of that healing circle. And again, that is something that I am doing kind of behind the scenes. It is a space that I'm crafting out specifically for us and specifically for people who need this type of support. But anyway, you get all of that exclusive information by being a part of my Patreon. That's how you know what everything is happening. So if you go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business, you are able to find me there. And Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms. So that's on TikTok, on Instagram, YouTube. If you search Minding My Black Ass Business, you go to mindingmybblackassbusiness.com. There I am. Okay. Also, though, you can go to kimberlandjackson.com to learn more about me, to learn more about Discover Your Destiny, to access my blogs. That is where I first started finding my voice and where I first started talking about the different things that have happened in my life and where I've really logged that information. So you're able to check that out there, and at Kimberland J on Instagram. And if you are feeling generous and you're like, no, I don't really want to join the Patreon, but I would like to give you a little something, a little love offering or whatever, you can find me on Cash App at $Kimberland Jackson, or on Venmo at Kimberland-Jackson. And Kimberland is KIMBERLAND. BERLAND. Right? So, having said that, I do want to wrap us up and leave you with a thought. And I will do this every episode. And again, these episodes will come out once a week. You can find behind the scenes and unedited episodes on the Patreon. But yeah, so these will come out every week. You'll have the ability to be able to connect with me that way. This is the thought that I want to leave us with for this week. May your nervous system find rest this week. May you speak truth with gentleness. May you remember you are not a problem to fix. You are a soul to honor. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Of 2022, I had just come back from the US. In those like summer to fall months of 2022, I was doing a lot of traveling back and forth because one, you only get 6 months at a time in Mexico. So I had to leave and come back and reset. And then Essence happened. And then I was doing some work and like all of that. So anyway, there was this trip in September of 2022 that I again reference often because it was horrible. But my tradition at the time was to come back from wherever I was at and then have tacos al pastor and some Moscato. Because by then I had exclusively just been like, is wine alone for me? Nothing else is working for me. So I did that after that trip. And what I remember that next morning, trigger warning, we're going to talk about. And this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Hey y'all, come on in, find a comfortable spot, take a seat. I'm grateful to have you here with me today for episode 2 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. That doesn't mean that you aren't welcome if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right into the things. Our first segment is called the Auntie Check-In, and this is our opportunity to kind of just breathe, maybe laugh, cry, like personal updates, what's been on my heart, like all the things, right? How are the aunties doing? What I wanted to do today is to take some time to reflect because I was watching my favorite podcasting universe is Kev on Stage Studios and Kev on Stage's universe. And my favorite podcasts within that universe are Gin and Juice and Here's the Thing. And this week, there have been a lot of conversations about drinking and food. And it made me remember, like, I never really announced or shared publicly that I stopped drinking in September of 2022. I've said it kind of like in passing in different videos and I've referenced it and stuff, but it came up the other day when I was talking to Darianne from Therapy for Us podcast. And if you haven't seen my episode, you need to go watch that. I'm gonna put the link here into the description so that you can see it. But anyway, on her podcast, we were talking about mental health, and I was telling her about my journey with food and just like how things kind of changed and weight loss journey and like all that kind of stuff. And this was a big part of it. This was a deciding factor. Shout out to myself. That's one of my line names, is deciding factor. But anyway, so I was like, let me actually create space to talk about this, the why behind it, and like what that has been like, because I realize a lot of people don't know. So I stopped drinking in September of 2022. I was living in Mexico City at the time. And what you need to know about that is I do not miss it. I do not miss drinking at all. And I mean, not even a little bit. I really don't. I was listening to Mel share how they had gone to see Cowboy Carter, and she lost track of the drinks that she had had and all that kind of stuff, and just wound up sick and the things. And let me tell you something. The last time that I got drunk like sick drunk, it wasn't even on purpose. And it's interesting because you can see like how these things happen, but also like how, and we too old for this. So this was April 2017 when it was at my grandmother's after the funeral, and my cousins and I had gotten together, and this is the first time that all of us had been of drinking age. So for context, I'm the second oldest grandchild, and then like my brother is 8 years younger than me. So there is like a gap between our younger cousins and those of us who are the older cousins. So we go to my great aunt's house after the funeral and everything. And I'm from New Orleans. So in New Orleans, a daiquiri is going to be a part of the situation, right? So one of my cousins comes with daiquiris. And one of the ways that, for context, we have drive-through daiquiri shops in New Orleans. So you can literally just drive through and pick up your order, right? And as long as you don't break the seal, it's not illegal to have copious amounts of alcohol in the car. So anyway, he had gone through the drive-through daiquiri shop, and he got a gallon of what they call the house special. And the house special is basically everything mixed together, all the liquors, all the flavors, all the things just all mixed up together, right? And probably there was extra shots of Everclear or some, so it was stuff that was in the daiquiris, but that's fine. I prepared for that, right? So I'm sipping the daiquiris. I'm having a good time. We're dancing, we're laughing, like all of that. And then my brother shows up with like a gallon sized bottle of Ciroc. Now, this is the thing that you need to know about me. I drank, but I was never like know all the different brands and liquors and all that kind of stuff. What I did know is that in my 20s, when I had first moved to Tampa, I used to hang out with this white girl. Hey, Angel girl. And she used to have me in them streets. Okay. And during that time, one of our goals was to find what our drink would be. So we started like with vodka, sex on the beach, and then it was like tequila sunrise, and then we tried gin, and I don't know what the hell we mixed with that. So what I discovered during that time is that vodka is a no-go for me. I also later on discovered that tequila is not either, and gin definitely wasn't. Like gin didn't even get in the running because I was so sick that night, and like no, right? So anyway, I know that I don't need to be drinking vodka because it sends me the room it'd be a roller coaster. Okay, so I know that, but what I didn't know is that Ciroc was vodka. So we're having these daiquiris, and then they're like, "Oh, let's do shots." So I'm doing shots, and baby, when I tell you, I don't remember leaving my great aunt's house. What the last thing I remember is I told them that I needed to go get my phone charger. So we left my great aunt's house, and then we went to my cousin's house. I don't remember nothing at that house. I remember waking up, throwing up my entire life and being like, what is in my mouth? They have been feeding me crackers because I have been sick all this time. So they have been feeding me crackers. So all these cracker pieces were coming up undigested. I remember that once I had woke up, I remember I was blaming my brother consistently, like the entire time. And I remember people coming in to check on me every so often. I remember my brother's best friend came with his baby, and I had never met the baby. I had never really met the wife, right? So I left for college in 1999. This was 2017. I never moved back. I would go to visit, but I missed a lot, right? And also that night I missed it too because I was toe down drunk. I remember waking up the next morning and my cousin was like, Kim, bitch, you was fucked up. It was bad. It was bad, right? So that was a reminder for me. Okay, all right. I just don't need to drink white alcohols at all because none of those worked for me. So then I went through this phase of Crown, and in New Orleans, Crown Royal is very popular. I would drink Crown, Crown Apple, Crown Peach, like all of that, whatever, and just a little bit, never to the point again where I was getting sick. I started drinking wine, so I was like, let me just go to what sophisticated people do, because apparently this liquor life is not for me. And so I said that time in 2017 was the last time that I got drunk. I am lying. What happened when I was here in Medellin for the first time? So I came to Medellin in April of 2021. I've talked about these three women that I met on that trip, and they were living here, and we went out to eat that night and had some drinks, and it was tequila. I was so sick in that hotel room when I got back. So sick. So I remember after that even being like, I don't like this. This is a lot. But I still hadn't stopped yet, right? But I was kind of like weaning back, like this is a lot. Then in September of 2022, I had just come back from the US. In those like summer to fall months of 2022, I was doing a lot of traveling back and forth because one, you only get 6 months at a time in Mexico. So I had to leave and come back and reset. And then Essence happened. And then I was doing some work and like all of that. So anyway, there was this trip in September of 2022 that I again reference often because it was horrible. But my tradition at the time was to come back from wherever I was at and then have tacos al pastor and some moscato. Because by then I had exclusively just been like, is wine alone for me? No, nothing else is working for me. So I did that after that trip. And what I remember that next morning, trigger warning, we're going to talk about bodily functions. When I was pooping that next day, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And even with the wine, anytime after I drank, my stomach was feeling weird. Anytime after I drank. So I was never just good to go the next day. I don't care how much water, how much Pedialyte, how much Gatorade, how much bread, how much whatever. I was never good the next day. So after that experience, I was like, I'm done because I'm not even enjoying this. I don't like this. I don't like what this looks like and sounds like. And I had a call back to something that my mental health specialist had told me. So I have had a history of choking when I am eating. And I'm talking about choking like do the Heimlich maneuver, she's about to die choking. So when I was in college, my freshman year in college, it was Fried Chicken Wednesday. And I went to Fisk University, shout out home of the Bulldogs. We had all gone to the cafeteria for Fried Chicken Wednesday. And you got to get there early, like, because the line be out the door, all of that, right? So you get your food, you get your table, and then you get the drinks and all that kind of stuff. So we're sitting down. It's a group of probably about 7 or 8 of us, and somebody takes the drink orders. So, it's just like, what you having? So I'm like, let me get a pink lemonade, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm eating a chicken. And at some point, I was like, I could not breathe. The chicken was stuck in my throat and I could not breathe. So, of these 8 people that were at the table, one of them I had gone to high school with. So, and we wound up going to college together and we wound up pledging together. And I'm number 4 and she's number 5. So, shout out to Miyoshi for saving my life. So, Miyoshi is the only person that jumps up from the table. And this is the crazy thing because Miyoshi and I weren't getting along at the time. We had fallen out senior year in high school. And I don't even remember about what, but I had a lot going on in my life. So, I don't know. I don't know what was happening. But anyway, we weren't like friends for real, but we had adjacent friend circles. So we were all friends and I just wouldn't really talk to her like that. So anyway, so Miyoshi jumps up from the table and starts doing a Heimlich maneuver. And she's yelling across the cafeteria like, we need help. We need help. She's choking. Well, this is the thing. One is our friend group was not always very serious. We were often very much joking and playing and all of that kind of stuff. So a lot of people thought that she was playing. I was having an outer body experience. So I am now lifted up above myself, watching her do the Heimlich maneuver and looking at all the people in the cafeteria not responding at all. because they think that we're playing. So she keeps doing the Heimlich maneuver. Finally, the chicken comes up. I vomit all over the floor and was like, oh my God, I was about to die just now. And that was wild. And also, I didn't stop eating chicken at that time. It took another, I think I stopped eating chicken somewhere around like 20, when was I mentioning I got this? So this was maybe like 2015. And it's interesting because it wasn't because I wanted to. And let me say that with everything that I'm about to say, none of the things, the changes that I have made with alcohol consumption or with the types of food that I eat have been because I was like, I want to stop eating this. That was not it. It was very much my body was like, we're done. We're done. We're done. Okay. So with chicken, I had another friend who was a vegetarian and wound up going vegan later, but I had bought some chicken wings. So we had this place in Tampa that we call Gyros. It's actually gyro. I didn't learn it until later, but we called it Gyros. So I would go to Gyros and I would get chicken wings. So I had went to her office and I was eating lunch in her office and I was eating chicken wings. And she was like, oh my God, how can you eat that? Like how? And I was like, girl, it's so easy. You pick it up, you bite, and you chew. So she was just appalled. She's like, oh my God, and chickens have hairs on them and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, girl, whatevs, right? So we have that conversation. January of, so I guess this was January 2016 maybe, at my church, we would do a Daniel's fast every New Year. So a 21-day Daniel's fast. And basically a Daniel's fast is almost like a vegan diet. So it's no meats, no dairy, no sweets. I don't remember the other rules. But anyway, so we would do that. And I was participating in that because I was trying to be a good Christian, right, at the time. And I did the Daniel's fast. And then my tradition was after the Daniel's fast, I would go to Gyros and I would get me some chicken wings and some shrimp. And usually I'd be in the line at midnight. You know, like as soon as this clock strike, I'm gonna go down. So I had done that. And I went to Gyros, I picked up my food, and then I was trying to eat the chicken and I couldn't swallow it. And I was just like, okay, we're done. Like I've tried, we're done. There was maybe one time after that, I remember specifically that I had taken some students to an event and they had chicken tenders from this place called PDQ. And those chicken tenders used to be bussin'. So I was like, this smells so good. And I was like, let me just try. Let me see. Couldn't swallow it. So then I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done eating chicken. So I had stopped eating chicken, but I was still eating beef and pork, lamb, and the things, right? So now 2022, I've had my tacos al pastor in Mexico and I just could not. I was like, I don't want to smell this again. Oh, and so this is what happened that I knew the difference. When I had first moved to Mexico in 2021, so October of 2021, I did this raw vegan cleanse with Nzinga Onewosa. And during that cleanse, I remember I think I modified it because like it was a very like soft entry. So the first week you took away maybe breakfast. So then you had like smoothies for breakfast every day. And then the second week you started introducing lunches. So then it was like maybe a smoothie for breakfast and like some type of salad type situation for lunch. And then the third week was all the things. But I feel like I still was doing fish because I couldn't wrap my mind around not having any, like everything being raw vegan. I wasn't wrapping it around. But what I had noticed during that time, so Nzinga was like, what did you feel as we were debriefing the experience? She was like, what did you feel? What did that look like, sound like? And I was like, honestly, I didn't feel a lot of changes physically. Like I didn't lose a whole bunch of weight or anything like that. But what I did notice is my poop didn't stink and I had a lot of mental clarity. So she was like, well, yeah, that's feasible, especially because when we eat certain foods, it causes inflammation in our body and that inflammation can translate into brain fog and, all of that. It disrupts our system. So she was like, yeah, I can see that you had some mental clarity. And that was kind of the thing that stuck with me. But I still continued eating meat. Like after that, I was like, that was nice. That was cool. And also not feasible. Girl, let me go eat the things, right? So I still wasn't eating chicken, but I definitely was still eating beef, pork, lamb, and seafood. So that had happened in 2021. So fast forward 2022, where I have this realization in the bathroom. I was like, it's death. I cannot do this. I cannot do this anymore. Okay. So I know I keep jumping back and forth, but now, back in 2020, when I was living in Pennsylvania, I mentioned one of my mental health specialists because I had had a situation where I wound up choking and I had to do the Heimlich maneuver to myself on the counter. And it scared me. It was around the same time that I had the realization of when I was standing on the third floor and I was like, if I fall, it's going to be at least 2 weeks before anybody knows that anything happened to me. Well, the same thing. If I choke and pass out, it's going to be some time before anybody knows that I'm missing and that something happened. So I was talking about that with my therapist at the time, and she was like, I really, now remember, this is 2021, so this is a full year before I stopped, but she was like, I think your body is trying to tell you something. I think your body is telling you that it does not want those type of inputs. So like you're going to have to look into like kosher preparations or something. So what she said to me that came back up to me in that same moment in the bathroom in 2022. And also let me say, I'm not telling y'all this to tell y'all what to do. I'm telling y'all this because these are my experiences. Okay. So if this does not resonate with you, it's okay. And if it does resonate with you, I would love to hear what your thoughts are about it. But I'm not trying to persuade anybody about anything. I'm just telling you what happened to me. So she told me, she was like, I want you to think about what happens with animals and the fact that, yes, you are eating dead flesh. Like that was an animal, that was a living thing. It was killed and now you are eating that flesh. So it sounds like, because I had told her about all the other times that I had choked, she was like, it sounds like your body is rejecting that energy. And what I want you to think about is when an animal knows that it's about to die, is secreting cortisol, stress hormones, those hormones, that energy is living within the cells of that animal. And then you cook it up and then you eat it. And your body is like, no, we're not doing that no more. I've heard Tabitha Brown talk about this just recently on a podcast that I was listening to. And she was like, even if the animal is sick, we still fried it up. They tell you that the heat is going to kill it. They don't have any like disclaimers or notices or warnings. Hey, this was a sick animal. And, they just put it on the shelf. So she had told me that. And she was like, so you really might want to look into more ethical ways of sourcing the type of meat that you get. So what I had started doing during that time was buying my meat from the Amish because I was in Pennsylvania and I knew that they were supposed to be more ethical with the way that they treated their animals. But then I started thinking about in that bathroom that the US is not we. The US breeds animals for the purpose of killing them and for food. So it's a market, right? So it's not like these are free range and you're only taking what you need. Like they are mass producing animals. That's why we have so much genetically modified chicken, like all of that kind of stuff that we've seen it in, because we've seen how big the drumsticks get and, the chicken breasts and all that kind of stuff, pump with hormones, all of that. So when an animal is being raised, knowing it's about to die, that's what it's being raised for, to die and be slaughtered. That animal grows up depressed. That animal is not like living a footloose, fancy free life, right? Then we eat that. And my body was just like, no mas, no mas. So I stopped eating meat in September of 2022. I still do eat seafood, so I still do eat fish and shrimp. And honestly, sometimes I struggle with that because if I think about it too much, I can't swallow it. So eggs, I can't really wrap my mind around it too much anymore. And it's interesting because I would love an omelet and some scrambled eggs and like all that, but it's hard. It's really, really difficult for me. And I'm trying to get myself out of a space of forcing myself to eat something just for the sake of eating it when my body does not want it. Because if my body does not want it, I'm not enjoying the eating experience. It's not feeling nourishing to me. So I don't want to do that. So yeah, so that's eggs. And then last year was cheese. So I've tried to stop cheese for a really, really long time. And I have been successful with it off and on, but I love things like breadsticks or cheese sticks, or used to love things like that. Mac and cheese, like all of that, right? So then what I started doing was, okay, I'm gonna just do vegan cheese. And then one day I made a grilled cheese with vegan cheese and I got the ick. And I was like, and we're done with that too. So now I don't eat cheese either. So I said all that to say it's interesting when you really start to one, pay attention to your body and what your body is actively telling you, because I did not realize when I would eat, again, just like when I would drink, I would always get sick. When I would eat, my stomach was always usually hurting afterwards. And because I had never had any different type of experience, I just thought that was normal until 2019. Went to Jamaica. So my 20th high school reunion, we went to Negril, Jamaica, and we went to this farm to table experience called Zambali. And on that property, they took us around and they showed us like the different fruits that they were growing and all of that. And like, this is going to be a part of your meal and blah, blah, blah. And that experience that you know what? I want to show you the pictures because I want you to understand how little food it was. But what happened during that time is I felt so fulfilled. Like I had never in my life had a meal that left me feeling so fulfilled. Like I felt nourished, I felt satisfied, um I felt like I was full and satiated, but I wasn't like stuffed. Like I wasn't stuffed and like over like, oh my God, I'm just so sick. Like I wasn't that at all. I was very much just nourished and satisfied. And the way that I felt after that meal was something that I had and have been chasing for a while, because it's really it really changed my life. Okay. So on this salad, that grapefruit that is there on the salad, as well as the lettuce, was grown there on the property. I want to say, yes, there were carrots that was on there, and jicama was also on there, right? And then there was like some type of vinaigrette type dressing or something, right? But also the other thing is that the way that, so grapefruit is not really my favorite because grapefruit is really bitter. But the way that the chef paired the different flavors together was like just so dope. Just so dope. So that was the salad. All right. So then it was like a four or five, it was a five-course meal. So then after that, we had a soup, and the soup was like a cold soup, and it was like watermelon and something else that was in the soup. So that was really interesting and really delicious. Then this was another appetizer. So there's another like salad with like a ginger type dressing that was on it. And then these are like empanadas or something. I can't remember what it was stuffed with, but it was stuffed with something, and then this reduction of whatever it was, and then some carrots, right? So that was the next meal. Then this was the actual entree. So this is escoviche, which is a fish, and then there's onions. And what's on top of these onions? Is that an orange? Maybe I can't remember. A piece of okra, like a piece of carrot. I don't know what this other piece of something is under there, and a piece of star fruit. And then it was like a vinegar type reduction that was on top of it. Then for dessert, there's this black cake, and I don't recall exactly what goes into black cake. This apple compote, I think it's called, and then some bananas, and I think this is guava or papaya or something. So anyway, that was the meal. Okay, very, very little bit of food, but the energy that I felt when I had that meal was like nothing I had ever experienced. So I had been chasing that feeling for a while as well because I had never had the feeling of being satisfied without my stomach hurting. So I said all that to say this journey with food and alcohol and being like conscious of the things that I put inside my body is very much something that I'm allowing my body to lead and not something that I am trying to direct. So I'm trying not to have too many different things because when I tell you, I can tell immediately if there is something in something that I don't eat. There's another chef that I know here, and he had made this dessert, and the dessert had cream in it. And I didn't know, and it didn't look like it did necessarily. When I tell you I got so bloated that next day because I don't eat that anymore. And my body was like, no, ma'am. Like I was sick. Even there was another situation around that same time where two situations actually. I had gone to the park one day to a dance class and wound up getting pizza with somebody, and they told me it was only mushrooms on there. It wound up being chicken on there, and I didn't know until after I bit it, and I was immediately like, I don't want this. Then a couple days after that, I had gone to my favorite cafe and they were like, oh, we want to make you a special drink. And I was like, oh, okay. So they make me this special coffee drink and it had Bailey's in it. And Bailey's is alcohol. Again, immediately sick. Felt just like I just want to get this out of my body. So I said all that to say, wherever you are in your food journey, it's very powerful to be in a situation where you allow your body to lead that journey as opposed to trying to accomplish some unrealistic like expectation or whatever, because it's also very difficult to just go cold turkey about things. I do be doing that, but everybody can't do that. So in your consciousness process of thinking about your food and what that looks like to consume it and all of that, give yourself some grace and allow yourself to have a moment. And don't beat yourself up if there are certain things that you're eating that you're like, man, I haven't been able to kick this yet. One of the other things that Nzinga had taught me before I did that, so she's a guest that I had on Beautiful Brown Girls. During her episode, she was talking about how craving different foods means that we are lacking certain things in our lives. So like salty food is like you feeling real salty, so you are missing like acknowledgement or you're wanting connection or something like that. So it's like a whole mental piece also that goes into what our physical body is craving. Anyway, that's my auntie update and all the things, and take from that what you will. All right. And also, if you found something helpful in that, let me know in the comments because that'll also help me to clip it. All right. So, moving on to our next segment. So, our next segment is called The Truth Is. And this is where we like spend a little bit of time talking about some things because it's been a lot that's been going on this week and it's really blowing me like a lot. And I don't even know how to make it all make sense because there's two types of things that's happening right now that's just kind of blowing me. So at first I was going to call this section who's protecting the protectors, because the cost of advocacy and the cost of being an activist has been very steep. And I don't know that many people know, understand, or recognize. I don't know that many people are aware of the types of things that happen and the types of narratives that are created and the type of protection that you just don't get when you work in activism and when you work as an advocate. Combine that with being an activist and an advocate on social media, being a content creator who chooses to tell the truth about things that are happening and chooses to expose things that are happening. It's a very, 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 very thankless job. One of the things that we have seen, especially in people's advocacy for Palestine, is the way that the systems will deprioritize you and create situations that are designed to cause harm. So when I say that, I think about people like Amanda Seales. I started following Amanda Seales back when I when I first announced that I was going to do acting, modeling, and hosting, because one of the teachers that I used to work with messaged me and she was like, "You need to follow this lady. I used to work with her at MTV and I think that she's like right up your alley." And it was Amanda Seales. So I've been following Amanda Seales since maybe like 2017. And I have watched how her words have been misconstrued, how people have demonized her for speaking the truth, how people have run with stories that don't have factual basis, how in her understanding of her neurodivergence and self-diagnosis of how people have tried to minimize what she experiences within her own body when they don't even know what they experience in theirs. So I've really watched it, and basically what happened is she was talking about Palestine on Instagram and got deprioritized, demonetized. People were really attacking her for her stance about what the US government is funding and what people continue to turn a blind eye to. And she's really had to go and just create her own platform on Patreon and on YouTube so that she is able to continue to make a living. Because what happens when you're an activist is that opportunities start to disappear when people don't stand for something. You know, mostly in the US, what people stand for is the dollar. They're not caring about people. I've been processing that a lot because, you know, I've told you all that I am filing for asylum, and a lot of that is because of the activism work that I have done. I think it's important for people to understand a few things. And activism is often not financed. Like, it's not something that you get copious amounts of money for. It's really something that you're doing because it's the right thing to do. So there's not usually copious amounts of money of any sort that are attached to doing activist work and advocacy work, which is all the things that I do, have done, and continue to do for children in the US, specifically within the school systems. The second thing is being a content creator is a job. And I know that a lot of people don't think about it as a job, but it is a job. When you're monetized, there are platforms that are paying you to share their brands, to, you know, do different things, to go on trips, to talk about it on your platform, to use your voice to influence different things. That's why it's called an influencer. But you also need to know there is no protection, there's no union, there's no HR. So when brands start doing you dirty, there's not really any recourse for that. I've been seeing, both with myself and other people across the internet, that Facebook has been demonetizing pages and refusing to pay people money. I don't care if it's $2. It's my $2. Give me my money, right? Especially if I have already done what we were contracted to do. So y'all know I was doing a new podcast recently, and then I'm not doing that podcast anymore, or even really speaking with that creator anymore, because I discovered a lot about their personality and the way that they do business that just that don't jive with my spirit at all. But one of the things that I can say is I am thankful that I didn't have to blast that creator all over the internet, because the way that I was treated in that experience was incredibly wild. And I've talked about it on my Patreon, and I may or may not say anything more publicly to give details. But my point of bringing it up was there was no recourse for me to be able to say, had an agreement, like what's happening, because of a situation that someone prioritized their lived experience that had nothing to do with me and used that as a way to characterize me as somebody that I'm not. There was nothing that I could do except be like, I hope you compensate me for the work that I've already done. Thankfully, the creator did do that, but that's what I mean when I'm like, there's no protection, there's no union, there's no nothing. Like, you are doing this job, but it is very much and can be very damaging. There's another creator, Keita Rose, has been talking about the experiences that she had in doing like a podcast tour type situation. Again, people not paying money and people bad mouthing and creating different narratives that aren't true. It's like, as a creator, you don't have anywhere else to go with that but to the people, to let the people know who this person really is. So having said that, I think it's important for us to think about it in the context of a job. If you were at a job and they was just holding your paycheck because they felt like it, you would be outraged. Same as if a platform is not paying out to a creator, you know. And again, until we get monetized, we're doing this for free, right? I'm on my monetization journey, and I appreciate every single one of y'all that takes a moment to stop and click and listen and share and comment, because all of that helps. Also, this is for free until it's not. So when we think about it that way, as well as content creation is a part of the entertainment industry. And when you are consuming someone's content, I think it is important to know that they are doing this with the intention to give you something to watch, something to talk about, what have you. The least that we could do is press the like button. The least that we could do is leave a comment. You know, that's free. You're there anyway. Take a moment to do something that can help them, even if you don't have any money to give to the situation. So it makes me ask that question, like, who's protecting the protectors and who's protecting the people that are sharing the truth of the things that are going on? Because we're trying to protect ourselves, but we also need you in that. We need you to also be understanding of everything that does come with these types of professions, specifically if they are someone who is saying the things that don't nobody else want to say. You know, so that was the first thing. Then the Diddy trial started, and Tory Lanez got stabbed, and Halle Bailey had to file a restraining order against her child's father, DDG. And what I am watching on the internet right now is like blowing my mind. And I don't know why, because we've already lived through the R. Kelly trial conviction, and there are still people who continue to support him and say free R. Kelly and all of that kind of stuff. And we're seeing the same things happening with Diddy and DDG. It's wild. It's wild. And I made the mistake, but also it wasn't a mistake. It was intentional because I wanted to see it and I wanted to know. But I made the mistake of going into the comments and just to see how many women are calling Cassie a liar, calling Holly a liar, how many women have called Meg a liar about their lived experiences, even though they have proof and evidence. How many people are talking about, well, why didn't she just leave? Like, girl, whatever. Talking about Holly, you chipped your, I ain't never seen a chipped tooth without a bust lip. Like, it's blowing me bad. It's blowing me real bad, especially because I am a domestic violence survivor. And I'm a domestic violence survivor who has chosen to speak publicly about my experiences. If you have not recognized that you are in an abusive relationship and found your way out of that abusive relationship, shut the fuck up. And I mean that from my toes. It is no easy feat to escape from an abusive relationship. I was trapped in an abusive relationship. The last time that I had to interact with my abuser was in February of 2019, and it was at a fashion show that he had put himself in so that he could keep tabs on me, because by this time he had started stalking me and I didn't even know. I accepted his engagement. I knew I wasn't getting married to him. I knew that because he had already been putting his hands on me. He had already been cheating on me and calling me out my name and making sure that my self-esteem was plummeted. Him and his family, his parents in particular, who were my pastors. When you are in a situation where there is some type of power dynamic and you find your way out, share. If you have never been in that situation, shut up, because you don't know. And anything that you're talking about, you just sound stupid. But you sounded stupid to other stupid people. So all of y'all sound stupid, but don't nobody know that they're stupid because y'all stupid. And I don't use that word very lightly. Let me tell you, I don't. And also, you sound dumb, because the effects of abuse are so far reaching. And even if you can't see it on the surface, this situation, this is what's wild. This is what's wildest. Everybody saw that video of Diddy dragging and kicking Cassie down the hall when she was trying to leave. and are still saying things like, well, she would he just a freak, that's all. The way that people can do the mental gymnastics to be able to justify someone's abuse is blowing me down. I mean, down. Don't know how to process that, especially as someone who has escaped an abusive relationship. How you can look at that and find a way to justify why that should have happened. How you can find a way to dismiss that. Oh, well, I mean, saying stuff like, well, he just abusive. I mean, but this ain't no Rico. I'm not going to be able to continue following it because the details of this trial are so devastating. And I cannot imagine the state of mind that Cassie had to be in to feel like this is what she had to do to keep herself safe. I've talked to y'all so many times about our brains and not necessarily in this space. So let me do that. Okay. When we are experiencing some type of triggering event, some type of trauma, our body can do a few things. We've heard of fight, we've heard of flight, we heard of freeze. We've also maybe heard of fawn. And fawn is when you acquiesce to what they're asking because you feel like that's going to keep you safe. We've seen this in many types of situations. You go to your job and they tell you that you need to change the way that you talk and the way that you need to show up because it's not good for the brand. They tell you to straighten your hair. They tell you to use a different tone of voice. They tell you to dress differently. In your family, it might look like you ain't pushed back against your abusive ass parents or your abusive ass family members or that uncle who's always coming who acting weird and strange to the rest of the family. You're protecting that. How dare you, with your simple ass, fix your mouth to talk about how this young woman wasn't able to leave and you can't even stand up to the people in your life. And it's blowing me because these types of people are predators. Let me tell y'all how I almost got caught up. Let me take my sweater off because I'm getting warm because I'm aggravated. And I was trying to decide, I was like, do you really want to talk about this on a podcast? I do and do. Okay. Because this got to stop. Like it's got to stop. It's got to stop where people are blaming someone for being manipulated in a way. I would have done, you wouldn't have done shit. You ain't done nothing in your own damn life. What is you talking about right now? And if you can't relate, be happy that you can't, as opposed to shaming somebody else for being able to get out of a dangerous situation. Let me tell y'all how I almost got caught up. So I had a friend that I thought that we were friends, at least that we were cool. I thought it was somebody that cared about me. It was somebody that I cared about. We have known each other since we were 3 years old. And he found himself here in Medellin and reached out to me shortly after my mental health crisis. And during that time, I really started to understand he was a Kevin Samuels stan. He loves Diddy. He loves Drake. There's a pattern here. So we're going out like different things. He treated me to lunch and dinner and all of this and that. And one day we're having a conversation about the types of women that he dates. So again, I'm 44. Okay. I don't remember when his birthday is, but what I do know is he either 43 or 44. So the same age. And he's telling me that he's dating women who are 19, 20, 21. I think 26 was probably the oldest that he mentioned. And that is curious for me, sir, because I don't understand what you could possibly have in common as a 40-plus-year-old dating someone who is still in their 20s. And that's no slight to those of y'all that are in your 20s, right? Because I need you to hear me and hear me well. Anybody that is talking to you that when they became of legal age, you weren't even thought of. They're old enough to be your parent. They're old enough to be your grandparent. You know, Diddy had Cassie calling him Pop Pop. What? What? That's what she used to call her grandfather. So you call me that. You put me in that place of somebody that you regarded. That shit's sick. So anyway, back to this fool. So I'm talking to him and he's telling me about he dating these young women and, and they want kids and all. Well, yes, nigga, you dating people that are at the age where, yes, they want to have children. Like, what is you doing, bruh? What is you doing? He was telling me, he tells me, no, you need to listen to this Diddy song. You need to listen to this Diddy song. So I tried to listen to the song. I ain't never been able to rock with Diddy. Let me tell you that. Ever since that making of the band where he made those kids or those young people go walk to join, I didn't even have no concept of junior cheesecakes or none of that. But what I knew was this is really outlandish what you're telling these people to do. For what? You're wielding your power. So I was trying to let me try to be open and let me see, what you hear in this. No. He's also had been a Trump supporter, telling me, because he's a Republican because of X, Y, and Z. Hey, and he thought he was finna hit. And let me tell you how I knew with full certainty that that was not what was about to happen. I don't care if we hear bucket naked and no, you will not ever be able to go and say that you had me, because that was the goal. It's about the chase and the hunt and being able to say, yeah, you thought you were so smart, I got your ass. Nah, bruh. And the moment that I made that resoundingly clear, I told you we've known each other since we were 3. He claimed he's had a crush on me for 40 years. And when I turned his sorry ass down, I haven't heard from him since. Yet, you in my stories trying to see what's happening. It's a type of person. And if you listening to this and you feel like you having an ouch moment where you can't say amen, you can only say ouch, delete yourself from my world. I want nothing to do with anybody like that. And that's from Diddy to Tory Lanez, the way he sicked his followers on Meg, the way that DDG six his followers on Holly. And the theme is, let me try to affirm you ish publicly and tear you down privately and send people to harm you. It's trash ass behavior. It's trash ass behavior. And it's blowing me right about now of how many people, but specifically how many women align with this, because it lets me know y'all need some healing. And I'm not the type of person to be like a y'all, but hey, if you finding yourself automatically saying they lying, then if you are finding yourself in the face of all this evidence not aligning with these women, you are a part of the problem, ma'am. You are a part of the problem. And you also have probably been abused. But that's not for me and nobody else to wake you up to that. But what you cannot do is sit here and fault women for speaking up about the experiences that they have had that should not have ever happened. So I'm gonna get off of that because I don't want to give it too much more energy. But what I'm gonna say, because we need to give some soul work about this. Your soul work assignment is for you to go and block these people that have these incredibly harmful ways of viewing the world. Go block them on, and block the pages. I saw somebody quote the Shade Room the other day. Are you quoting the Shade Room as if this is real journalism? What is happening? What is going on? What are you doing? Are you serious? No. Block those people out of your life. And then go find you some content creators who are speaking about uplifting things, people who are challenging your mind, people who are feeding your spirit. I already mentioned Amanda Seals. I mentioned Kev on Stage Studios, Mrs. Kev on Stage. I'm not a lawyer, but Mel Goolsby is Mrs. Kev on Stage's sister. Tony Baker. Go into those people's world. Go look for a Dr. Raquel Martin who is speaking the truth to the young Black youth and really addressing a lot of these problematic behaviors from a psychological perspective. Another creator that I follow is Natija Cave, and she is a spiritual reader. Some of us need our spirits to get realigned. Go find somebody who's talking about realigning and getting rid of all of this negative energy that you've had inside of you and that's been put on you that you never deserve. Okay. And while you at it, join my Patreon. All right. Even if you don't have the $5 a month, at least join the free Patreon, because then you'll be able to see the free updates that are being put up. The Patreon is Minding My Black Ass Business. Starts at $5 a month. If you have it, I would be so incredibly grateful to have you. If you don't have it, still join on the free side, because there's still stuff that I put out for free there. Okay. But we got to change the people that are being put into our brains and change our understanding, right? I'm wanting to attract people who are wanting to be better humans and wanting to show up as better humans for other humans and are wanting to have emotional intelligence and are wanting to understand their brains. Those are the people that I'm looking for. So those are the type of creators that I follow, because that's the type of energy that I want to have. Okay. So that's that. All right. So let's keep it pushing and let's get into our pack your bags segment. As you all know, I am an expat. I live in Medellin, Colombia. I left the US in October of 2021. And through that process, I have learned a few things about what it's like, tips, and have a whole lot of stories. Okay. So last week, we talked about what brings genuine joy to your spirit. And I asked you to think about what that looks like, what that sounds like, what environmental factors that you need to have, what have you, such and so. This week, the question that I want us to think about is, how do you want to feel every day? Describe the emotions that you want to experience regularly in your life. And what does happiness, peace, and fulfillment feel like for you? So, as always, I love to model the model. How do I want to feel every day? The word that resoundingly comes into my spirit is peaceful. I want to feel peace. I want to feel calm. I want to feel tranquil. I want to feel organized. I want to feel like I am doing the work that I was put here to do. I want to experience joy. I want to have a calm nervous system and a peaceful existence. I want to see the beauties of nature. I want to look at the trees and watch new leaves grow on plants and look at how the bees are working and how the birds are flying. I want to feel centered and grounded. What does that look like for you? What do you want to feel like every day? How do you want to feel every day? Take some time, please, to let me know in the comments what you want that to look like and feel like. All right. So the last thing is called the giggle break, and it's just a moment to just have a moment or to share a funny story. And I mentioned earlier that I was watching Gin and Juice and how much I love the Kev on Stage Studios universe and all of that. And on Gin and Juice, I told you earlier they were talking about drinking and all that kind of stuff. But Mel had all of these stories that she was telling, and it reminded me of the years when I was wilding out in college. Cause baby, that senior year. So freshman year, I got to college. So my degree was in biology, right? And I got to college on a full academic scholarship. So freshman year, I wasn't doing nothing but going to class and going back to my room and studying. I was taking biology and chemistry and calculus, and it was whipping my ass. Okay. So freshman year, I really didn't do a lot out there in them streets. And I had a boyfriend. Sophomore year, I pledged. Me and my boyfriend had broke up, and I was pledging most of the year. So I was pledging. I crossed in April, so then it was just about time to go. Now that junior year though, oh baby, I had a list, sis. Okay, I had a list. I was like, I've been wanting to knock you down for a minute. Come here, sir. Let's have a talk. Had a list, and I got everything that I wanted on that list. It was very interesting. It was a very interesting time. And I'm grateful that there wasn't social media. Okay. Because it was a lot. I was a Delta. I was the co-captain of the dance team. That was the first year that I snuck into a boy's dorm. It was the year that I said I wanted to have a one night stand. Child, me and my friends had went to downtown Disney. So we wanted to go to Disney World, right? We ain't have no Disney World money. Okay. So we went to downtown Disney and go-karts. Though that was the main parts of this trip that we went on junior year, spring break. And we decided that we were gonna have a one night stand. Me and one of my roommates. We were gonna have a one night stand. And went to the club and found our marks, okay, and accomplished the goal. Right. Boy, the things that have been done. So I just wanted to share that just to normalize. We all be out here wilding out sometimes. And thank God that there are not long lasting consequences or video evidence. Because there is always plausible deniability. All right, y'all. That's it. That's all. Again, I want to give you an invitation to join me in the inner circle again with Patreon. There you are able to comment and reflect on our soul work. You can even chat with me and ask me questions and all of those things. You get a 7 7-day free trial. So if you join the community and into the inner circle, again, it's only $5 a month. You get 7 days to try it out and see what is happening up in there and what's going on. And then after that, it'll be $5 a month. I invite you to join me there because more and more, that is the spaces that I'm going to, right? I'm putting some things out here on the YouTubes and on the internets, but most of the things are in the Patreon because that is the safest place to be able to do it. And it also gives people the opportunity to support me who want to support, as well as you get benefits for being in there, right? So you also get discounts and you get the opportunities to be in community with like-minded people, which is something, again, that we are trying to establish, babe, because we got to block them folks, okay? As they showing their ass, don't even try to convince them of anything different. Block them, block and be blessed. I am a proud card carrying member of the Block and Be Blessed ministry. Okay. But anyway, as you're blocking them and you're looking for another place to go, consider coming on over to the Patreon and hanging out with me in the inner circle. All right. So this is the lasting thought that I want to leave with you. Reconnect to your body and find your voice. That is where the truth lives. That is where the fullness of who you are lives. That is where God lives. Allow your spirit, your body, and your mind to lead you towards the place of peace. All right? Until next time, bye. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Hey y'all, come on in, find a comfortable spot, take a seat. I am grateful to have you here with me today for episode 3 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. This does not mean that you aren't welcome if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that as you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to. So the title of tonight's episode is I'm Not Crazy, I'm Called. And I need us to receive that. I wonder how many of you all are saying that to yourselves. I am not crazy. I know what I know and I see what I see. I'm actually called. So we'll get into that in a little bit. But first, I want to do our first segment, which is our Auntie Check-In. So the Auntie Check-In is a moment to kind of connect and update you all on what's been going on, what's on my heart, maybe something I've learned, unlearned, reclaimed, what have you. And the biggest thing that has been going on with me is I am preparing to move. Oh my God, it has been so heavy. So I'm the type of person, I definitely, absolutely, positively need consistency and stability. And my home environment is extremely important. So over the time that I've been here, I used to have an apartment that I really loved. And then my lease ended back in February. So at that time, it was when they started cutting everything in the US, DEI, education, all the things. So I had a lot of contracts lined up that just disappeared. disappeared into thin air. So when that happened, I did not have enough to be able to just go and secure a new apartment. So my cousin and my best friend were like, okay, so we'll stay until June so that we can all just live together and it wouldn't be as much of a financial burden on everyone. And it would give us a little bit more time to transition. So you may have in other spaces heard me talk about that process because that was a lot. We actually had wound up moving 3 times and it was a lot. If you're new here, I'm neurodivergent. So I live with autism, ADHD, OCD, anxiety, depression, complex PTSD. It's a lot. The OCD of it all makes it really difficult when I have to transition into new spaces because it takes time for my nervous system to calm down. It takes time for my body to adjust and for my brain to feel safe and comfortable, especially and specifically around the bathroom. So when we got to this place where we are, I gratefully was able to kind of breathe for a minute and like, all right, the bathroom is gorgeous. The shower is big and nice and, it's cool. But also, we live right next to a construction site. So every day, Monday through Saturday, there is jackhammering and saws, electric saws, and just so much noise every day. And it has become incredibly overwhelming. Like, I don't know if you all have different noise sensitivities or whatever, but for me, construction is it. It is tough for me. So during this time, I've really had to lean into making accommodations for myself, enter my noise canceling headphones so that I am not being driven crazy. Like at times it would feel like I was being tortured. I am somebody that my conditions need to be comfortable for me. That's why I don't be doing the crimes, okay? Because I cannot go to jail. I cannot do that at all. Okay. But anyway, so the construction site it's been feeling like torture, just to put it frankly. Okay. It's been feeling like torture and it's been a lot. It's been a lot to manage and it has kept me kind of in this state of hypervigilance or just not being able to fully exhale. So it's coming up time for everybody to make their transitions and go into their new place. And my intention is to stay here in Colombia. I am seeking asylum and still very much deep in the middle of that process. And so right now I have a deadline of June 30th that I have to meet, or let me not even say I have to meet. I have until June 30th to stay in the country, but I have to get the asylum paperwork filed by then in hopes that they will extend that time for me while they do the investigations. So having said that, it presented some challenges when I was looking for a new place to live. Usually the process that I use, and you can kind of also attach this to the pack your bags segment. You get a 2-for-1 here. But usually what I would do when it's time for me to find a new place to live is I go onto Airbnb and I find places that are within my budget and or just above. So I try not to spend more than $1,000 on any place that I am living. But in my current life, I really just want to reduce everything. And again, I'm in the process of rebuilding a lot of the ways that I'm going to work. So I cut that in half. So I'm like, I have $500 used to have a place to live. Now, the gag is I also need that place to be furnished because I don't know how long I'm going to be here, right? So I need to just be able to have a place and not have to worry about outfitting the place with all the things. And a place that I'm not like locked in to some type of lease or something. Because again, right now, all I know is that I'm here until June 30th. So considering all of that, that's a lot to ask for. It's a tall order, So as I was looking, I was coming across places on Airbnb, but also just places that don't really make me feel comfortable. I struggle with things like I cannot be in, even as I'm talking about it, I'm like squeezing the shit out of my fingers right now. Bathrooms are tough. So I cannot be in a place that doesn't have a modern bathroom. Like it has to be a place that is clean and where I don't have to worry. Of course, I needed to be safe, but also I have been desperately needing quiet. So one of the main questions, that I'm asking is like, is there construction? What type of noise is there in the area? So anyway, I'm on Airbnb. I have my list of places and I'm trying to like prep myself. I'm like, okay, sis, you ain't gonna be able to have what you're looking for. So just be all right with that. And you got your headphones, you got to get some shower shoes. You're gonna have to make the best of this and make it as cozy as you can possibly make it and figure out how to get your shit together is basically what I have been saying to myself. And I'm also not the type of person that is very comfortably able to share a bathroom with anyone. I'm not the hostile type of chick. And I know there are some people, they're fine with that. That's how they live. It don't bother them. And God bless you. Sometimes I wish that I had that ability. I do not. So I'm, having this very specific list of things. So I'm prepping myself. I'm like, okay, all right, bobbing and weaving and like trying to get myself together. Like, okay, girl, we gonna be able to do this. So while I was looking, I had gone on Facebook and join like a bunch of the groups with realtors and things because I know that Airbnb is inflated. I know that those prices are inflated. I've done this a few times now, so I know that there's a lot of wiggle room in what is listed versus what they can actually lease the place for. But also, usually that negotiating power comes with a long-term lease. So being like, okay, I'm gonna be here for a year. How much can you take off? All of that. So like for instance, my first apartment, I want to say it was listed at like 1,100 maybe, and I was renting for 700. And then the next place was leasing at like, I don't know, 1,400, and I was leasing at 1,000. So I'm trying to manage that, but also those were long-term leases. So I'm in the Facebook group. I come across this website and I go to the website and I see that the prices are different and I see a few places that I like. So I'm like, okay, well, let me save these places or whatever. So over the past few weeks, I've been reaching out to, my first choice, my second choice, my third choice, and either the people were not responding or they were responding and telling me that the places were booked. So then I'm like, okay, sis, we're going to have to go back over to the Airbnb, what this gonna look like. So there was one place on there. And the reason that I didn't jump on the place is because the place has a lot of tile. And tile is one of the things for me that just really is hard. It's hard because a lot of times tile is used in places that are older. The grout isn't often maintained. Like it'd be a lot sometimes with that. So I'm looking at this place and the view is gorgeous, but also I'm like, what is this tile situation about to be about? So I tried to avoid it, by any means necessary, but it's getting down to the wire and the people ain't got back to me. So I said, well, let me reach out to this last place. It's within my budget, under $500. Let me see what I can do. So I reach out, the owner reaches back out and she's like, hey, the place is available and, let me give you a call so I can answer any questions that you might have. My questions are really about like accessibility. My first question was like, is there construction going on? So she's like, no, there's no construction or anything that's happening. There's only like a neighboring property that sometimes they have people over or something, but it's not like loud or anything. This is a finca. So a finca is like a farmhouse. So it's not where I live now and where I have lived in the past have been high-rise living. And there's a lot of that here in Medellin. And it's fine because it's a beautiful view, but also it's a lot of people. It's just a lot of activity. So she was like, this is a finca. So it is like, a property, a house, with grass and whatever. So I was like, oh, that sounds like what I need. Oh, the more I'm talking to her, she's like, yeah, so the property has a beautiful view and, it's set up like a studio. You can, do you want to come and see it? So I'm like, I would love to come and see it, please, because I need to get an idea of what it looks like and sounds like. And while I'm talking to her, she's like, we have a housekeeper come every month. I have OCD. So, and I was like, girl, I'm so glad you said that, girl, because me too. She tells me she's a doctor. So I'm like, okay, that's good to know and all of that. So anyway, I went to see the property yesterday. And let me tell you, first of all, it is outside the city. It's not It's not far outside the city, but it's up into the mountains. So it's actually in the neighborhood that I used to live in, but it's like the opposite end of that. I guess it's not. It's called a town, Aldea. So it's on the opposite end of town that I had lived in before, so not familiar with the area at all. But for us to get there, it's a gated community. And in this gated community, there are a few fincas that are around, and it's not easily accessible. Let's just say it like that. But also, I don't really want it to be. Because she was like, well, if you have a visitor, you just have to give them these instructions. Da, da, da. And I was like, I don't even want nobody to visit me. Like, I want to be ducked off in the cut with myself. But anyway, when we pulled up, first of all, let me not even skip this part. So because it's kind of difficult to explain how to get there, they have a set of drivers that they use to take them wherever they need to go. So she gave me those recommendations and she was like, call them and see and schedule the time. They're usually really good about that or whatever. So I did that. So the driver comes and gets me from where I am and takes me there. So we're talking the whole time and I'm I just need quiet. I'm like, I'm an activist in the US and I just need peace. Like my brain with everything that's happening in my personal life, as well as everything that's happening in the world, as well as new headlines every single day. I just need peace and quiet. So the driver was like, oh, you gonna get that here. So I'm like, okay, we'll see, right? So we pull up and it was so quiet that it was loud. The only thing that I was hearing were birds and wind chimes. And I was just like, I have been needing this so badly. So I get out the car, I meet the husband, and the wife has said to me a few times, my husband built they call them cabins. She's like, my husband built a cabin a few years ago and such, we rented out, da, da, da. So I wasn't processing what she was saying. So she told me she wasn't going to be there. She's like, my husband will meet you. So I'm like, okay. And also prepping myself because Latin men, it be a lot with them sometimes. Like the way they misogyny is set up, child, it is on another level. And I know that's a mass generalization. So if you a Latin man and you listening to this and the shoe does not fit, then don't put it on. But if it does, run around the block in it. Okay. So anyway, I was prepping myself for that. Like, what is that interaction going to look like? All of this and that. So he greets me, at the car and he's like, welcome. So excited to have you. He's like, you can come into the house and put your things down so I can show you the cabins. And he tells me they had lived in the US for almost 30 years. And he's like, I said, oh, well, where did you live in the US? And he said, Pennsylvania. I said, sir, that is the reason why I left the US. So he's like, yeah, Pennsylvania. And I'm like, yes. So I tell him, yeah, I was living in Harrisburg. And he's like, oh, you were in the capital. He's like, oh my God. I'm like, yeah, it was a lot. So he definitely speaks English and all that, so we're chopping it up. So he shows me, they have 3 cabins on the property. So he shows me the larger 2 cabins and they're so beautiful. So while I'm in there, I was like, so wait, you did this? And he's like, yeah, I'm a builder. He's like, I built our house and then we built and designed, I designed and built these. When I tell you so much attention to detail, like everything. So he's like, this one has the vibe of this and that and the artwork. And like, it was just, they were gorgeous. So he's like, well, let me show you the one that you're looking at. So we go and look at that one. And the first thing, by this time, I had started feeling, because I'm looking at how well maintained and how beautiful the cabins are. So I'm like, okay, I don't think the tile is going to be an issue. So I get down to the one that I was interested in and I could just see myself there. There's this bench on the balcony and the view is just so beautiful. Like it's on a mountainside, so there's not really much that's on the area where the cabin is, but off in the distance you see the city. And it's so interesting because the whole time that I've been here, I've had views of the mountain and there's always like a place on the mountain where the sun shines. And I'm always saying to myself, I feel like I need to be over there. Like I feel like that's where I'm supposed to be. So that's where this place was. So I'm standing on the balcony and I'm just like, it's so peaceful. Like literally all I was hearing was the wind rustling through the trees. You hear the wind chime, you hear the birds chirp, and that was it. So much greenery, so lush, which is the thing that I love the most about Medellin is how much green that there is. So they had like curated greenery as well as grass, so we get to talking about that. And I'm like, oh, I, have a jade plant and I have this plant and I'm going to bring my plants with me. So by this time, the wife had gotten there and she's like, yeah, bring all your plants. I love to garden. I haven't gotten a chance to do it as much, but I really love to garden. So I'm like, oh my gosh. So she said, yeah, let me show you my garden. We get up to the garden and she's got spinach and pineapples and different types of peppers and onions and yuca and lulo and thyme and rosemary, lavender, chamomile, basil. Like, I was like, this is what I see my life looking like. I was like, this is what I want my life to look like. This. So as we're like, she's like, oh, you like peppers? Let me give you some. So she's picking it up. She's like, yeah. So if you want to make juice or whatever, you just come up here and pick what you need. And, that's that organic. You hear me? Like, this is what I want my life to be like. So while we were at the garden, I said, what kind of doctor are you? And she said, alternative medicine. And I was like, huh, wow. Well, that makes a whole lot of sense. That alternative medicine, right? So after that, by this time, I'm like just totally overwhelmed. I'm just like, I can't believe this. Like, this is wild. So we come from the garden and I get a bag for all my peppers and everything. And she was like, yeah, so just let me know, what you think. If you, feel like it's a fit, then, you'll just pay me for the month when you get here and you can stay as long as you want. She's like, if you want to stay for, do a month to month, that's totally fine. She's like, and if you figure out that you have to leave or you need to transition, it doesn't matter. You just let us know and we'll refund you whatever balance that you have left. There's no deposit. There's no like breaking a lease fee or anything like that. And as I'm listening to her, I'm like, I said, I'm sorry, I'm just really overwhelmed right now. And that's in a good way, but I'm really overwhelmed. So she was like, I said, I feel like I am about to have what I've been saying that I need. And I feel like I'm about to have that. So she was like, well, yeah, you called it. You called it. You said that this is what you needed. So here it is. Tears. Just immediate, like, oh my God. Because when I tell y'all, I have been stressed trying to figure out how I was going to help myself be okay in whatever environment that I was going to have to go to. And it felt like a pressure valve was released in my brain that just allowed me to be like, wow, I'm going to be able to breathe for a moment and really feel connected for a moment. I can touch the grass. I can go to the garden. I can just sit and be for a moment. So I am so excited about that. I'll be moving next week. So I am still going to try to get an episode up, even if it winds up being like on Saturday. Because for context, it's Friday evening. Usually I record on Wednesdays and then I take Thursday to edit and then I post it on Friday. Well, this week did not work out like that. So I'm recording on Friday. I'm gonna be editing tonight so I can post it tomorrow on Saturday. But anyway, I'm gonna be looking forward to recording my first episode in my new location and just sharing with you all how it feels to be there. I've moved from a place of cautious optimism to feeling like, okay, it might be okay. It might be okay. And things seem to be coming together. And one of the biggest parts of that is me having a place where I feel at peace. I have to have peace. And that is all I have been looking for consciously since 2009. But my entire life has just been, I just want peace. So I feel like I found it. And I am incredibly excited about that. So, yeah. So that's my update that I have found the new place that I'm going to live. It is within my budget and I will be there until I cannot be there anymore. there I'm gonna have to like really think through like some intentionalities as far as like ordering groceries and things of that nature. Again, they have like different vendors that do these things, but I'm gonna have to like plan out, okay, this is what I'm gonna eat this week, and these are the groceries that I need, and all of that. Just being really intentional about structure and routine, which is what I need to be successful. I actually just talked to my psychologist a little bit ago, and I was like, I need to figure out my routine. I really need to figure out my routine, because once it is disrupted, I'm no good. So that is my homework over the next few weeks, is to reestablish my routine and make my routine work for me. And living there is I'm going to have to do that, because it's not, late night phone calls. And not that I really do this anymore, but like the version of Uber Eats here is called Rappi. And every so often there might be a late night order or something like that, but that's not really going to be a thing. Okay. So this is my trial run, if you will, to see if I can live this type of life that I dream of, this life that I feel like I want to have. I feel like I can do it. So I'm excited for the experience, and to be really intentional in logging the experience and honoring that for what it is. So that's my auntie update, and I appreciate all the prayers, all of the good energy and everything. If you are wanting to support and like throw me a few dollars, I also appreciate that. Okay, so $ Kimberland Jackson on Venmo, at Kimberland Jackson. I'd appreciate anything that you're willing to give. And if you don't have anything to give, I appreciate your well wishes and your prayers and your thoughts as I'm figuring that part out. So that's the update. Now, let's get into the meat of the things. The truth is, the segment that I kind of give you my core commentary, and last week I was in my teaching bag, okay? And I feel like I may wind up doing that more and more, because there is so much, lightweight. I'm an educator, and lightweight, I'll be missing teaching. I'm actually going to be teaching again this summer. My class is called Discover Your Destiny. You've probably heard me talk about it before, and I'm excited to accept a new cohort that I'll start advertising for in June. And it allows me to talk about a few of the things that I'm really passionate about. One of them is about our callings, and the other is brain research. So those two worlds kind of collide in Discover Your Destiny, and it makes me excited because I get to equip people with information about themselves, and for them to go and seek information from God about who they are. And I see light bulbs turn on and aha moments and all of that. So it's really cool. So having said that, I'm in my teaching bag right now. What I wanted to talk about today, with the truth that I want to tell today, is that when you are a truth teller, people like to believe that you're crazy. It is more convenient for somebody to believe that you are crazy than for them to accept and invite a paradigm shift into their own world. I sometimes feel like I'm crazy, because I realize that the things that I see are not necessarily the things that other people see, or I might see it before people see it. So I'm the first one saying it. And it becomes hard for people to process, and it can be disruptive to their world. And once you have these realizations and once you see, you really cannot unsee what you see. So for instance, the things that are happening right now in the US, I've been talking about this since 2020. I've been telling people, all right, now we got to get it together. What's the plan? Once I left the US, I was like, all right, when y'all coming? Because this is wild. This is stuff that's happening in education. This is this. A lot of times I think it came across as, here she go again. She just doing all that talking. And now people are seeing things that are happening, right? I was telling people that I work in school improvement. I'm a school improvement specialist, and I specialize in school climate and culture. And what I was seeing back in 2020, 2021 is that we would have meetings to strategize about the things that we were going to do to help students and to help schools. And then there would be meetings to ensure that none of that happened. They would undo everything that we were supposedly working to do with the Department of Education. So when I was saying that, a lot of times it feels so outlandish that when I would say it to other people, they couldn't process what I was saying. So it sounded like I was just crazy. So it's not that I'm crazy. I'm called. I have a calling. And that's what I want to talk about today. So I have a couple callings. And this is one of the things that I teach people about in Discover Your Destiny is understanding your callings and what that means for you. So in churches, it would be called an apostle and a prophet. And what I call it in my world, an apostle is a dream awakener and a prophet is a heart revealer. And when I learned about that, so I learned about these gifts back in like 2013, 2014, because I had just gotten to therapy. I was in the middle of trying to escape an abusive relationship. And my therapist at the time was a Black Christian woman, and she challenged me to take a spiritual gifts test. So I took the spiritual gifts test, and it came back with apostle and prophet. And I got really curious about what those words meant because I had been in church and I was kind of like, yeah, nah, I'm good on that. Nope. So I got really curious about what those words meant because I had seen the people that were carrying these words, and I didn't want to be nothing like them. I had also been told that I would never be such and such material, first lady material, ministry material, blah, blah, blah. That was my pastors, by the way, that had told me that. They were the parents of my abusive ex. They made sure that I knew that I wasn't good enough, even though their son was trash and they were trash too. But anyways, so during that time when I was in therapy, I really started getting really curious about those gifts and what that meant. And it was the first time that I ever like accepted what I was seeing and also saw the alignment of how I'm that person. So I'm not really going to talk about the dream awakening and apostleness of it all today. I really want to center on the prophetic heart revealing part of it all because it's a lot. It's a lot. So I don't want to be here all night. Okay. So this is our first lesson and then we'll go into some others. So anyway, a prophet or a heart revealer is someone who reveals God's heart for his people wherever they go. So the role of a heart revealer is to accurately discern God's heart for a situation. So often people who have this gift are very empathetic and very much aware of how things impact people in humanity. We also help people experience God's voice for the very first time and or help them develop hearing the voice of God in their own life. So for instance, through Discover Your Destiny, I teach people how to have a deep personal relationship with God outside of the constructs of religion. And I also teach people how to connect back to their bodies because that's where God's inner voice lives. The Holy Spirit inside of us, right? So I wanted to talk about this calling because a lot of times we, one, don't realize that we're called because we are called so many different things and people do not want to hear what you have to say. So you're called crazy. That's one of the main things that we're called. And I think it's important, especially right now in a time where we are seeing history being erased every day. We're seeing rights being rolled back every day. I think it's important to elevate the voices of those of us who are tuned in to what God is saying so that you are able to tune into your own spirit and hear what God is telling you and receive your instructions about what you're supposed to do. Because there are definitely some instructions and marching orders that have probably already come, but a lot of times people don't know what to do with it. They're afraid, what have you. So no movement is happening, right? So for anybody who might relate to this calling, I'm going to go through a few things that you might be experiencing and a few characteristics of what this looks like. And I'm going to use the words prophet and heart revealer interchangeably. It's all the same thing, just a different title. And I'm going to ask you to try to de-churchify your understanding of what I am saying, but also I'm going to be using scripture to talk about it. Now, I grew up as a Christian. I was Lutheran until about 8 or 9 years old. And then we switched to Full Gospel Baptist. And then once I moved to Tampa, I was non denominational. And I spent a little bit of time in like Kojic ish spinoffs. So I think they considered themselves non-denominational, but they had come from the Kojic world. So I've had some different experiences with religion, with church, with God, with the Bible. And the Bible is the spiritual book that I use because the Bible has been used to cause so much harm and is currently being weaponized against people and has historically been weaponized against people. And I think it's important for us, those of us who believe that the words within the Bible are consistent with God's messages. I think it's important for us to actually talk about who God actually is and not who people have said that God is, because it's specifically and especially in colonized nations, which is almost everywhere, because the God that was given to us that's not God. That's not God. So anyway, so let's talk about prophets. So the first thing I have down here is prophets are often rejected by their own. And Matthew 13:57 says a prophet is not without honor except in his own town. One of the things that is so incredibly difficult is for people that we know and have known to accept the fact that there is a calling on our lives. And we saw this even with Jesus, who was the prophet, okay? How he was rejected by the people who watched him grow up and the people that should have, been that safe place. So it's important for us to remember that sometimes and oftentimes familiarity breeds dismissal. People think that they know you, so they can't always receive what's been placed in you. And it's interesting because those are the people that we look to first to be the ones that we not necessarily want to say, but want to warn or want to ensure that they're showing up in the right way. And those are often the people that reject us first and most loudly and most consistently. I can definitely speak for myself with my family. And not everybody in my family, but definitely certain people in my family find it very, very difficult to process and accept that I am called. I'm not crazy. And I've had to learn to allow them to feel however they feel. I've learned that the people that are closest to us will often be the last to recognize our calling because they're looking at the you they remember, not the you that God sent. And the you that they remember is someone who very likely has contorted themselves in order to be safe and to be palatable. I remember from very young, I was always told that I used to cry a lot. And they'd be like, Kim always had a tear ready to fall down her cheek. She always got something to cry about. That's what was the thing. And I grew up thinking, one, that it wasn't safe to do that. So noted, don't cry in front of these people. But also, I grew up, feeling like that wasn't okay. Like it's not okay to have emotions. And I locked that away. And I even spent some time because I've been in leadership like my whole life. And I remember I used to be a department head and my teachers would come into the meetings and every so often someone would be emotional and I would be like, you need to go to the bathroom or like, which we're having a meeting, like get yourself together. So I became that oppressive force of muting people and not being a safe place for other people because I had been told and taught that I was so emotional. Now I know that I carry God's spirit inside of me and I'm so connected to people. If you are not grieved by the things that are going on in this world, it makes me question what's happening because it's very, very difficult to acknowledge what is happening. There are multiple genocides that are going on right now. The U.S. is consistently rolling back rights and doing everything they can do to harm people, working class people, poor people, Black people, immigrant people, people with disabilities, people who are not white, male, evangelical, and rich. Those are the people, the only people that are safe, while the rest of us are out here trying to figure out how to save ourselves, you know? So I question if you're not affected. And I also honor and recognize that it's okay for me to be affected because that is my calling. This is not a defect. I am not too emotional. I am connected to God's heart. And right now, God's heart is broken about the way that people are showing up in this world. So if you are someone who has any calling, it's important for you to know that. But specifically, if your calling is to be the one who is speaking the truths about the things, please expect to be rejected by those that are closest to you. And I'm not trying to make it seem like it's easy or like it doesn't hurt, because it does. And also know that it very well will happen. So the next part of that is connected, is that prophets carry messages that disrupt comfort. Isaiah 58:1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions. As prophets, we not always talking about butterflies and rainbows, you know, and I try my best to balance. And it is why I'm so intentional about talking about calming our nervous systems and what brings you joy and, you know, doing that. But it's not always the cutesy sunshine and rainbows. You know, sometimes the truths are incredibly inconvenient. We call out injustice, we call out hypocrisy, we call out systems built on harm. And that message is rarely welcome, rarely. So when people start to experience discomfort, people lash out because you want to be comfortable. And I get it. I get it. And also, at some point, we have to accept the truths. And if we don't, then you deal with the consequences of not accepting those truths, whatever those consequences might be. But my job is to call it out. My job is to name it. And I would always ask myself, like, why I can't just shut the fuck up? Like, what is wrong with me? Why I always got some shit to say? Like, shut up, you know, is what I'm saying to myself. And meanwhile, God is like, I told you to say X, Y, Z, and A, B, and C, you know. I've gone back and forth with God so many times about God telling me to say stuff. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. And God is like, and you are. And I'm like, no, I'm not, you know, because it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. So it's even uncomfortable for me as being someone who was sent to disrupt comfort. It's uncomfortable for me to other people's comfort, you know, because it's not well received. So anyway, there is a long history of our ancestors who resisted. And this is the history that they're trying to erase. Because if they can make us believe that our ancestors took things lying down, then we are more likely to take things lying down. Well, that's not really what happened. You know, we had ancestors who resisted, some who ran, some who revolted, some who wrote or even whispered freedom into existence. And they were all demonized. They were called mad, the crazy, unruly, ungrateful, but they were prophetic disruptors, hearing from the Holy Spirit and moving on sacred instruction. A Harriet Tubman does not become a Harriet Tubman without the guidance of God. But even in that, Harriet didn't wait for consensus. Nat Turner did not wait for approval. Truth telling is never safe work. And it's one of the reasons why I'm seeking asylum, right? Because I have told so many truths about the things that are happening because that is my job. That is my job. And I find comfort in knowing that there were people who went before me that said, I realize this is not about to be easy, but damn, it is worth it. And that's how I feel. You know, it's why I continue to speak. It's why I continue to turn my mic on. It's why I continue to care, because it matters. It matters. And also, people don't like it. because it makes them uncomfortable. So we got to ask ourselves what that looks like. Are you going to be centering yourself in comfort, or are you going to allow yourself to hear and to see? Because the next point is that prophets see what others cannot or will not. Let me say that again. Prophets see what others cannot or will not see. Habakkuk, how you say that? Habakkuk 2 and 1. I will stand at my watch. I will look to see what he will say to me. Prophets are watchers. We notice patterns. We interpret dreams. We catch what other people overlook. We sense things ahead of time. We're very much connected to the Holy Spirit. And that spiritual foresight can be mistaken as paranoia, pessimism, or negativity. And baby, let me tell you, my God, today, if I haven't experienced this, because in accepting my neurodivergence and getting really, really curious about my brain, I see the patterns. So then I'm confused why nobody else ain't seeing the patterns. What is happening? Are you just sticking your head in the sand and just pretending like nothing is happening? Because I see what's unfolding, right? It's interesting. And the overlap between the prophetic and the neurodivergent mind is very real. So, for example, both prophets and neurodivergent folks experience heightened sensitivity, deep emotional and sensory awareness, a tendency to question the norm, right? The things that are supposedly normal. And prophets and neurodivergent folks both have trouble conforming or staying silent in the face of injustice. I don't know if y'all seeing yourself yet, but I definitely see myself because I know this is who I am. And this is why I stay in trouble, because I'm feeling it, I'm seeing it, I'm aware of it. I ask questions, and now all of a sudden something is uncovered, and I can't just sign on to this. I can't put my name on this. This is not okay, right? So now I'm in the HR, I'm in the hot seat. Child, it's a lot. Okay. So it's important to know that, because again, we're taught to take that and direct that towards ourselves and make that something negative about ourselves. And it's not negative, it's a gift. It's a gift. The things I feel in my body, the words that hit my spirit, the truths that come out of nowhere, that's not crazy. That is clarity, because I know what I see and I know what I know. And just because somebody else refuses to accept that does not change the fact that it is what it is. So it's really important to have community and to be around other people who are also gifted so that you do not feel like you are crazy. So our next point is prophets are often isolated but alone. So 1 Kings 19, 3 and 4 is a story about Elijah, a prophet in the Bible. And this verse says, Elijah was afraid and ran for his life. I have had enough, Lord, he said. Take my life. Baby, when I tell you me and God done had that conversation too many times, I'm straight. I'm good. I'm good on all of this. I am good. I don't have kids. I've taught kids. I've made my impact on the world. Hey, we cool. I ain't got to keep doing this. And it's because of the heaviness of the things that we carry and the responsibility that I know that I have for showing up so other people are able to show up in their giftings. Elijah got tired, and prophets carry a heavy spiritual load. And it is so lonely for all the things I told you, right? The people that are closest to you forsake you because people, feel like you are disrupting their comfort because you're seeing what other people can't see. So you become very isolated in that process. So we are often misunderstood. We walk alone and exhausted from shouting the truth into unwilling ears. Is exhausting. So exhausting. And it feels like you're shouting into this vacuum of trying to get people to see what you so clearly see, and they either don't want to see it or can't see it. So then you just like, let me just be quiet then because they think that I'm crazy. And then God is like, no, I need you to say the thing. But I'm also grateful that God will send rest. And that's the period that I feel like I'm going into, of God sending rest, God sending angels, and the still small voices. I can hear those wind chimes. I can hear the birds. I can feel my soul being restored in this new place that I'm going to. And I have to remind myself often that loneliness is not proof that I'm wrong. It's proof that I'm different and I'm set apart. And being okay with that and not tying myself to the outcome of what I am being told to share. You know, my job is to speak the truth. My job is to share the truth. My job is not to control how people receive that. And I have to remind myself of that because I get so passionate and I want people to be okay. I want people to be healthy. I want people to be loving. I want us to have community and I want us to be able to support each other and show up for each other and take care of our children. The things that are happening to children right now breaks my heart into so many little pieces. And I also realize that my job is to say the things, not to control what people do with it. So it's a process to accept. It's hard to accept, but I definitely believe that we have some amazing examples of people who have done this in the past. So I mentioned earlier Harriet Tubman. I mentioned Nat Turner. Think about Sojourner Truth, right? So Sojourner Truth was really big in the women's movement, and her speeches cut like thunder. And one of her most prolific works, Ain't I a Woman? It was soul piercing. It was a revelation. It was a ode to her humanity and her womanhood. Ain't I a woman? You sitting here talking all this and all that and such and so, and ain't I a woman? What is the difference between me and anyone else? James Baldwin. A lot I've been wanting to get more into researching artists and people who left the US. James Baldwin was one of those people. He has a quote that says, to be a Negro in this country and to be relatively conscious is to be in a state of rage almost all of the time and in one's work. I resonate with that so deeply because if you see the things, how can you not be enraged? You know, so his job was to name systems before we even had language for them. You know, back then we didn't necessarily have the language of systemic racism and, you know, lack of equity and institutionalized racism. And like we didn't necessarily have those words to describe those systems, but James Baldwin was calling it out back then. Another person is Fannie Lou Hamer. Okay. And Fannie Lou Hamer, I actually have a documentary that I have on my watch list that I want to watch about Fannie Lou Hamer, but she was really big in voting rights and got onto them people's television, baby, and told truth to power. You hear me? And fought for the rights of our people, and she was also nearly killed for that. Audre Lorde is someone else, and she's quoted as saying, your silence will not protect you. We cannot afford to just stick our heads in the sand. That's not going to make it go away. I call that ostrich syndrome. Just, all right, I'm gonna just focus on this. I'm gonna just focus on that. I'm gonna just focus on things at the local level and blah, blah, blah. And what I want you to know is there have already been takeovers at the local level. We saw it happening. It was happening in Florida back in 2020. It's been happening this whole time. So we cannot afford to just stick our head in the sand and be silent. That is not going to protect us. We have to choose a side. We have to take a stand about what you are going to actively do to help yourself and to help the people who are connected to you. And the last one I have listed here is Nina Simone. And she called herself a reflection of the times. Nina Simone was a music artist, she was an activist, and she was vilified for speaking the truth. She has a song called Strange Fruit, and it talks about the lynchings that were happening in the US at the time. I've told people several times when you are thinking about the movement and where the movement is heading, look to the artists, because they're the ones who often have seen it first and are the ones who have been galvanizing and mobilizing people around the mission. And I'm talking anywhere from Beyonce to Kendrick Lamar to Tabitha Brown, to like people that are intentionally moving with instruction about how to call out certain things. And then again, for those of us who identify as prophets, as heart revealers, it's important for us to understand that these people, while I'm, saying their names and we have so much high regard for them now and they're quoted and, they're a part of this ancestral legacy, they were not embraced in their time at all. And they were often vilified even by their own people, and still they made the chance to speak. So being prophetic is not about popularity. It's about obedience. So my question, our soul work for the week, if you will, is to answer these questions. Where in your life are you sticking your head in the sand because the truth feels too overwhelming? What truth have you heard, maybe even from your own spirit, that you have been silencing? I want you to journal about that. And then also ask yourself, what would courage look like just for today? While you're listening to this and you're thinking about this, what would courage look like for you today to stand up towards some of these truths that you may have identified? I would definitely say to pace yourself, right? I don't expect anyone to advocate the way that I have, but we do all have a role in this fight. And everybody's role is not the same. And everybody's role is needed, because all of us have circles of influence that are connected to us and people that are looking to us about how to move. So what does courage look like for you today? That's your soul work. So if you will answer that in the comments, I would greatly, greatly appreciate that. All right. All right. So I gave you a free tidbit earlier about how I have found places to live. So I'm moving into our Pack Your Bags segment. And this is where we talk about leaving the US or moving abroad, but also just how leaving might be a necessary step in your healing, looking at the seeds of possibility, things of that nature. So I have a quote here that I want to read, and I feel like it is very pertinent to what we've been talking about. It says, sometimes the first step to healing is choosing to leave the lie that you're too much, the lie that you imagined it, the lie that your intuition is paranoia. You are not crazy. You are awake. I got some messages from people this week who have successfully gotten out of the US, and they were very much grateful that they had the support to be able to leave. And what I've said to people, and anytime I meet with someone who is wanting to start a new life abroad and just be like, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Okay. What I always tell them is that the hardest decision is the decision to choose to leave the lie. The American dream is a lie. Any way you slice it. It's a lie. It's something that was created. It's propaganda. It is not real. It has never been real. It has never been applicable to all people. America has never been the melting pot. It has never been a safe space. It has never been the home of the immigrants. America is a country that was built on stolen land and genocide. We have to face that truth. And I know that the U.S. has done an incredible job of burying that history. It is still the history nonetheless. So what I wonder is, when you accept that, when you leave the lie of patriotism and leave the lie of, and I've talked to y'all before about how patriotic I used to be. Okay, honey, so patriotic. Okay, I would see an American flag and I would be like, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which is like, so patriotic. But once I saw that, wait, this ain't adding up. This is not the truth. I had to do something with that lie. And for you, that might not be leaving the US. Maybe I've talked to people that their job is to stay there, because we need people there who are going to help people to get out, to help people to have safe spaces, to help people learn how to sustainability. So this is a side note, but very much applicable. So I be in these homesteading groups. I saw a post earlier and they were talking about seedless watermelon.
That's what they were talking about, seedless watermelon. So somebody was saying like, I don't know what the big deal is about seedless watermelon. I don't know why people have such an issue with seedless watermelon, all of that. But the point was that in this homestead group, you want things that have seeds so that you are able to create more of them, right? So even when I was at my new place where I'm going to be staying, she was telling me about the spinach, and she was like, yeah, the spinach, doesn't last in the colder temperatures. So I think it's going to start coming back now. And she was like, let me take these seeds and go ahead and just plant them. Like, that's the whole point of sustainability. And what I need you to know is that many of the fruits and vegetables in the US no longer have seeds. And if things no longer have seeds, then that means that the people are not able to produce their own food. So I really do believe that things like seed banks and balcony gardens and all of those things are going to become so incredibly important, because the food distribution is not safe, and it is not lending towards people being able to care for themselves. So I thought about that, because your resistance, your choosing to leave the lie, might be, let me learn how to grow my own green onions, my own cilantro, my own tomatoes, right? And it doesn't have to be a big deal. Like my little balcony garden that I have, it's literally old plastic water bottle or plastic soda bottles. And I put some dirt in it, put some seeds in it, and let it be great. It doesn't have to be huge. But start somewhere, because that is us connecting back to our roots of being able to provide for ourselves and being able to care for the land and being able to be grounded. And just the process of seeing something grow, that's living energy. That's living energy that is there. You get to see the roots form. You get to see the sprouts come. You get to see the flowers come. You get to see the seeds. You get to see the life cycle that God has created that doesn't need a whole bunch of intervention from us. Specifically, if you live in somewhere that the climate is honorable to those particular crops. So I wonder what it looks like for you to leave the lie, and how you might be able to give yourself the opportunity to divorce and unplug from the system, if you will. Having said that, I do want to extend an invitation for you all to join the Inner Circle. The Inner Circle is my Patreon, and you can join for $5 a month. And also, you get to try out the community for free for 7 days, and then it's just $5 a month after that. So I would like you to join that. That is going to support the work that I do, is also going to give you access to resources and reflections and meditations and affirmations and all of the things that I am doing to help us to be able to take care of ourselves. And then I also have a question that I'm going to ask in there to get some reflection about what you think, what your thoughts are, and just to kind of push us a little bit further to really be intentional about how we're showing up in the world. All right. So I'm going to leave you with this. May you stop shrinking so other people can stay asleep. May you speak what you see, even if your voice shakes. You are not too much. You are just in tune. All right. Thank y'all for hanging out with me, and I'll see you next week.
Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Hey y'all. I be like so excited, and so it's a lot that I want to talk about, and my brain people are actually awake today. So, anyway, hey, y'all, come on in, find a comfortable spot, take a seat. I am really, really excited to have you here today for episode 4 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. It does not mean that if you don't identify with any of those descriptors that you're not welcome here. It just means that when you come ready to listen, come ready to learn, and ready to support the work that is being done here. So, my name is Kimberland. I know I say it in the recording, so I think that's why I didn't say it again. I was watching my old episodes and I was like, girl, introduce yourself. These people don't really know who you are. Because a lot of times I'd be talking like I've already shared things in this community, and this is kind of a different and new community, so I need to be intentional with that. So anyway, hey, my name is Kim Berlin, and I'm excited to be here. I'm just excited. I have a lot that I want to share. So I want to kick us off. I want to get started with the auntie check-in. And the auntie check-in is like the weekly touch base moments, like where we at with stuff, laugh a little, cry a little, but just maybe it's something that you be like, girl, me too. Okay. So we know that we're not alone with stuff. So I give like personal updates and maybe things that I've learned this week or what have you. So, sure. I am moving. I mentioned that last week, and I told y'all about the space and all of that. So I am moving on Friday. Today is Wednesday. Okay. So I'm moving on Friday, and the checklist is like a million things long, but also very doable, but also like need all brain powers to unite to be able to make it happen. And so I'm still kind of deciding. I just talked to the owner a moment ago, and she was like, oh, my daughter can come and get you because the place is a little hard to find. So I was like, I was going to use the drivers that she had recommended, but they don't have very big cars. They don't have very big cars here in Medellin. A lot of the cars are like very efficient type cars. So the guy who had come and got me last time, he had a very small car. I have 3 suitcases and a backpack, and I'm going to have some other miscellaneous items with me. So it'll be maybe, I don't know, and food that I've had here that, I might as well just take it there with me because I wasn't able to eat it all. So I'm going to have some things, and I need to be able to have the space to be able to put the things because I only want to do one trip. So I had asked the owner, like, do you have somebody with a larger car? And she was like, oh, I think so-and-so does. So I called him, but they have this thing called pico y placa here. And it means 1 day a week that you cannot drive your car. So everybody here has to either use the metro or they have to get a taxi or ride a bike or whatever, but they have to have an alternative means to get to work. They do it in order to help with traffic and pollution and all of that. So anyway, his Pico y Placa day is on Friday, so he couldn't come and get me if he wanted to. So anyway, so she offered for her daughter to come, but she was like, but this is the catch. I would have to get there at like 9 or 9:30 because she needs the car to go to see a patient in the late morning, like around 11. I was planning on trying to leave at like 1. But I'm not a morning person. I be trying to get myself together in the morning. So now I kind of have this dilemma because on one side, I'm totally okay with her daughter coming to get me, but I would have to get cash to be able to give it to her, and that tightens the timeline. Then on the other side, people will have to explain. I'll have to call them and be like, explain how I get in there to tell the Uber driver to get in there and also I don't know what kind of car the Uber driver is going to have. Like, so I booked a Uber Comfort, which usually has bigger cars, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like a SUV or anything. So it could be like the difference between I was about to say a smart car, but they're not that small. But like, let's say a Hyundai Accent versus an Elantra versus a Sonata. Like they could be, I don't know, what size the car would be. So I'm kind of still taking a gamble with the comfort. So I have to like weigh all of that out in my brain, right? So that's like kind of the biggest thing that is happening right now. And it's really sending my brain in all sorts of directions, which is a lot. Also, my cycle is down right now. It's late. It was supposed to already be here and over by this time. And now it's spilling into this time. And like, oh my God, Jesus, why? So I also have cramps and, just trying to help myself and get myself together because I don't want to have to deal with that. But here we are. So that's also like making me sluggish and that also causes some brain fog. So like I'm just trying to get it together, and figure out the things. I have packed ish a lot of my stuff. The packing part of it, I'm not going to be able to do it until Thursday evening, which is like packing up my computer and like all that kind of stuff because I need it. I have a Thursday is tomorrow, and I have a podcast interview tomorrow afternoon. So, the rest of the stuff, the biggest thing that I did, y'all, is went through my mail. Okay. When I tell you I had mail that dated back to 2023 that I had not opened, because this is the thing. I had my mental health crisis in 2023. Hey, I ain't got it. Whatever you asking me for, I don't have it. Okay. Now I done told y'all this. I done reached out and tried to make arrangements and try to make things right. And also I got to heal my brain. So I had just been carrying this mail from like one place to the next. Bianca had brought me some additional mail. I don't want to have mail. That's the first thing. Stop mailing me. How do I make that stop? Huh? But like, why y'all keep sending me mails? Stop. Just leave me alone. But anyway, so Bianca had brought some mail. And I was like, girl, you cannot have 2025 mail and 2023 mail. But sis, we got to catch up. So I was in here being the human shredder. What's today? Today is Wednesday. So this might have been like Sunday. I think this was like Sunday, Saturday and Sunday maybe. And I'm talking, I went through all that mail. I'm so proud of myself. I got down to a 9x12 envelope where everything fits in there. And some of the stuff is stuff that I just need to have with me for different documentations. But I got through that mail, baby. Okay, that was the biggest thing that was probably weighing on my brain. I already packed up my dresses and today I'm gonna like be like, this is what I'm wearing basically tomorrow. That's gonna be the only other thing. And then what I wear Friday morning to go ahead and move. So I have two outfits that I have to plan out. The other thing is making sure that things are washed. So I'm like, okay, and not that there is a washer there at the a washer and a dryer at the new place, but I don't want to have to go there and be doing work. Like I want to be able to be like, okay, everything is fresh, everything is set. I can set up and sit down, is what I want to have happen. So it's a lot of logistical stuff. And remember, I have OCD. So I'm like, I already washed the rugs that I had in my room. So now in my room, I'm just using my slippers, but I need to wash these slippers as well. So it's like, is that kind of calculating as well as like, how do I back out of the situation, without also triggering myself? Because even I have these lights and the lights are part of my calming system. So I don't want to rip those down right now. Like I need them. So I'm kind of like trying to balance that and not send my nervous system into complete shock. So anyway, I'm doing these things strategically. Okay. Now this is what I really wanted to talk about because I needed to give that update, but also this is what I really want to talk about for this segment because I am so grateful that I found the right medicine because the last medicine that I was using, it was not helping me very much at all. And I felt like I was like fighting to do everything. And the medication that I have now, my brain people, I feel them wake up. I feel them walk into the office. I feel them be like, all right, sis, we ready, creating and like all that kind of stuff. And the thing that I am realizing in all of this is what's a couple things. One is the power of plant medicine. Okay. And the second thing is them people was lying to us. Them people was lying to us. And that is like a theme through all of this. The title of this episode is Who Told You That That Was Witchcraft? That's the title of this episode, but this is where I'm gonna kick it off with. So, when I was in school, I've talked about this so many times. When I was in school, I was very much a rule follower and I was taught to just accept things without asking questions. And I am realizing how detrimental that was, especially because I am a naturally curious questioner, that there were lots of internal questions that I had that were not getting answered. And now I'm like in the process of answering those questions for myself, processing that people tell you things because that's what they want you to believe, not because it's the truth, that everything that is in a book is not necessarily real and not necessarily factual and not necessarily the truth. I'm processing that and I am unpacking that and intersecting that with the United States and the level of propaganda that we have all been subjected to, and like just really trying to understand things and how the government behind the scenes has been orchestrating harm, for lack of a better way to put it. Okay. So I'm going to get more into that in a second. But right now, what I'm finna say, I have a confession, I think is what I need to say, because there's like, I need to get this off my chest. Okay. I use plant medicine and I did not understand what plant medicine was until probably COVID. Well, COVID was my first experience. So when I'm saying plant medicine, I'm specifically talking about different types of herbs, but also like teas and like, so whatever goes into that category. So I never really had experiences with any type of plant medicines prior to COVID. And then I learned, for instance, we can talk cannabis for a moment. So I learned about the difference between indica and sativa and how they feel differently, and how plant medicine can be consumed through tinctures and infused oils, and like just so many different ways to be able to utilize the medicinal benefits of these plants. So probably when I got to Mexico, I think I started to become much more intentional with paying attention to the medicinal properties and paying attention to how things were feeling, and like keeping a journal so that I could understand the impact that things were having on me. So it's a lot. Like it's a science, which is right up my alley, but also it's a science. I'll fast forward through, I've figured it out, like that it's medicinal and how to use it, and the different ways, again, teas, tinctures, oils, what have you. Last month, I was using a strain that I was not familiar with. And even remember when I looked up the medicinal properties, I was like, I mean, it's going to be all right. I don't know if it's really going to give, but here we are. And it lived up to that. Unfortunately, I don't recall the name of it, but it just wasn't helping my brain. And I was really, really struggling. Like I was functional ish, but not at all in ways that I thought that I could function before. And it was interesting because it was doing kind of like a little like Jedi mind trick. I ain't never seen Star Wars, so I don't even know if that's applicable. But it was doing like a little, it was messing with my mind because it was making me think maybe I'm not getting better. Maybe I'm not okay. Like I don't know like what's going on here. because things just felt harder. Like it just felt harder to wake up. It felt harder to get going. It felt harder to create. Just things were just feeling really, really difficult. And I wasn't making the connection that it was the medicine. So fast forward, I was able to get a strain that I am familiar with that I had used before. And when I tell you, I immediately felt the difference in my brain. I immediately felt my brain people be like, all right, we going into the office. Let's get it popping. What we got going on today? Creative ideas and clarity. And this particular strain, the medicinal effects. So I have an app that I use to look up the different effects to ensure that I'm using the correct medicine because again, this is a science and there are medicinal impacts. Okay, so this particular strain, one, it said it was energizing, and I was like, I need that. And then it said its top effect is creative. So then I was like, yep, I need that too. So the top effect is creative, euphoric, and uplifted. 37% of people report helping with stress, 31% report helping with anxiety, and 28% report helping with depression. So, this particular strain for me is one that makes me feel like a whole new person. It makes me feel like myself, right? So in my neurodivergence and trying to line everything up and get everything organized and, all these different departments needing to do what they need to do, I don't have time for my brain to not be working. So I'm glad that I found that out, and now I can be really, really, really intentional about making sure that I always have access so that I am able to function. So the confession part of all of this is that I used to be the biggest say no to drugs girly out here. I remember being in middle school and my friends used to consume marijuana, and I was very much like, I need my brain cells. I'm not doing that. And this was very much recreational use, right? This was not with any type of medicinal intent, but I would like held fast to that. I'm talking even my ex. I remember finding out that he was using plant medicine, and I can't even say it was plant medicine because it wasn't medicinal. It was recreational. So I just remember being like, what are you doing? What? I will not, and I used to be super judgmental and shit. And it wasn't until COVID that when we were locked in the house and didn't have nowhere to go and I ain't have no job, that I allowed my brain to, and my spirit, my mind to be open that there may be something to this. Because I had also been watching different like documentaries and Vice specials, and by this time I had seen Ozark and started watching Snowfall and started watching Power. And I bring that up because the government has been involved in determining what is considered a drug and what is not, right? So I had already started like looking that stuff up and pure curiosity, honestly. And at that point, I was like, I'm grown. Like, it's different when I was 12. Like, I'm grown. Okay. So I remember that's where I learned like about this particular type made me feel like this, and this particular type made me feel like that. I do like this, I don't like that, And then it just kind of progressed from there. So it's been really interesting because I remember I had gotten put back on my medication in October of 2023. And when I'm saying got put back on, let me be specific. I got put back on prescription medication, antidepressant, anti-anxiety in October of 2023 after my mental health crisis. I said I was going to give myself a year to be on that medication before I found another way. So in October of 2024, I started that process of weaning myself off the medication, prescription medication. So in this process of figuring out what strain that I want to use for plant-based medicine, I've really been like understanding this is medicine for real. Like the way my thing with prescription medication is that I, one, don't trust that things are appropriately regulated at all. Now that I know what I know, I'm like, I don't trust that. And because I have access to an alternative means, I'm going to take that. And also, I remember when I got put back on my medication, I couldn't feel. And I was making TikToks at that time, like just trying to process it. I didn't know where to go because I'm on TikTok, but I'm not really on TikTok. Like I have stuff over there, but also I don't really be over there. So it's a lot. It's a lot to have all these different platforms. But anyway, TikTok is the place where I decided to talk about that. And I was talking about like I was feeling numb. I'm like, I just feel so numb. I can't feel. And I had just learned how to feel. So it felt weird that now I can't feel. So I don't like that feeling. I don't like that feeling of not being able to feel. I don't like the feeling of feeling numb and detached because those feelings are very much associated with how I had to be in dangerous environments when I was in the US and education and advocacy work and all of that. And I don't like how that feels. So it really has made me get super intentional about thinking about different ways to be able to manage what is happening in my brain and also to become more brain friendly because I put a lot of undue pressure on my brain because I'm trying or was trying to fit into these systems that I was never meant to fit into that do not operate on behalf of definitely not neurodivergent people, but really on the behalf of anybody except for the people who are profiting off of it. So a part of the divestment, if you will, and a part of the decolonization is saying, how else can I support myself and help myself without supporting that because I don't support that. So I was so happy to feel the effects of this new strain because I'm like, oh my God, I thought I was crazy. And I thought like something was wrong with me and I wasn't getting better and like all of that. I just didn't feel as well as I had been feeling. And you know, last week the title was I'm Not Crazy, I'm Called. And this whole time I'm like thinking to myself, am I crazy though? Like what is happening? So I want to get into the truth is segment because it directly aligns with this. So this week's episode is called Who Told You That Was Witchcraft? I want to like take you down a train of situations that I have experienced over the past few days that has brought me here combined with some situations that have happened up to this point. So one of my favorite content creators, his name is Kev on Stage, and he is recording today and streaming today. So they record a podcast called I Saw This on the Internet. It's one of my favorite things because it's all day long. So it gives me entertainment all day. And they have the most fascinating conversations. They watch this video and I want to show this video. So this is a wedding, okay? And this is what is happening at the wedding. It says POV, God showed up at your wedding. So this is what I want you to know. Okay, I'm gonna just play it one more time here in the background. First of all, I don't want a wedding, but if I did want a wedding and this happened, hey, don't bring that foolishness up in here. Do not do it. Okay? Because this is the thing that I need you to know. There is so much theatrics that be going into these church productions. I have talked about my copious experiences with church and pastors, and I've told y'all my ex who was abusive was somebody that was in the church and minister of music and like all of this and whatever, right? These are the at tricks. I don't know this particular couple, so I can't say whether they felt like this was authentic to who they are. What I will say is I went back on the TikTok page and I saw they got like 10 million views and they had made a video and they were like, oh, praise the Lord. We got so many views. This is the thing. This is the thing. This is the thing. And if you will allow me to just go to the places for today, because these are the conversations that we be needing to have that we don't be having. So the reason why I always talk about how I was when I was younger, and why I didn't ask questions, even though I had a lot of questions, but I never really asked questions because that would get you in trouble. And I was just taught to just do what I was told and just don't ask questions. The level of understanding that I have, if y'all could receive this auntie wisdom for a moment, the level of understanding that I have now about the way that colonization and white fear has led the way that we, specifically as Black people in the US, have received who God is and what it means to live a righteous life and all of that. It is so deeply, deeply ingrained in every part of the way that God is given to us, and that's not God. And I need us, this is why I be going so hard for people to have their own personal relationship with God, because the God that was given to us in these contexts is this, like, you going to hell God, like this judgment God, this like God that is not who God actually is, right? Every time I say this, I had a pastor one time when I was leaving this church. Again, I don't know where I talked about this at. I need to do a better job of keeping up with where I be talking about stuff. But I was leaving this church, and it was right when I had gotten called into entertainment. So I had signed up to for acting and modeling training and hosting and like all that kind of stuff. And I told the pastor that I was leaving the church, that God had told me that it was time for me to go away and do something else. And by this time, I already understood. So, our last episode, I was talking about our calling. So, I already understood that I had this apostolic calling, and to be called as an apostle or a dream awakener, your job as an apostle is to go and establish. You go into places. So back in biblical days, apostles would go and build churches, get the church up and running, and then they would move on to the next place. And they would do that. That's the job of an apostle, to go and establish, right? So I had already by this time had this understanding that that was my job. And I'm not supposed to stay in places for a long amount of time, because that is not my role. I am not called to be there and to just be there and do the work and be there doing things. I am called to help people establish their dreams, set up the systems that need to be in place, make sure they mental good to go, and then I move on to the next place. So I had this understanding by this time. So I'm telling the pastor that leave the church or whatever, and she was like, God don't want you in the wilderness. And I was like, girl, who finna be in the wilderness? I know God. Like, what are you talking about right now? But that was control and manipulation, right? Because the institution of church and religion relies on blind following. So the moment that you get a revelation for yourself, now you're in the wilderness. So as I'm out here, the reason I brought that up is because as I'm talking about this and being like, that is not God. This is what they would consider the wilderness, that I'm out here in the wilderness, literally and figuratively, right? Though I'm not. As I have been going through this decolonization process and religiosity and just like deprogramming myself from all these things that were told to me that was in line with somebody else's agenda, but not in line with what God called me to do on this earth, I have been becoming more and more vocal about these things because we don't be talking about this stuff, and it's important for us to talk about this. So when I see videos like the one I just showed, it frustrates me because a lot of that is performance. It's performance. And I've seen it. I have seen it. And these pastors are not ensuring that people have that personal relationship with God. Because this is the thing. I told you I know the Bible, right? Was in Christian school from 3 years old. Okay. First of all, God says in the Bible, test me and I will show you. The Bible is filled with people who ask God questions and asked about, how, like, why What are you doing? Where are you? Like all of these questions are there. But we were taught not to ask questions, just blindly believe and just blindly think. The other thing, these pastors, a lot of these pastors don't even be having no credentials. They ain't going to school. They don't understand the historical context. They don't understand what was happening at the time. They don't understand who these verses were directed to. And also, they not doing it their own self. They're hypocrites. So they're standing in pulpits pointing at people, telling people that they're going to hell while you sitting here doing the same or worse. What? So that never jived with me. So when I saw that video, I just got so frustrated because it made me like go down this rabbit hole. And the reason why I called this Who Told You That Was Witchcraft is specifically around things like sage, incense, crystals. So what happened while I was watching the podcast, they was talking about somebody and it was like, oh, she a witch now. And then it was like, well, like a witch? Well, no, not like a witch, but like, and then I was like, what even is a witch? Because I have heard in churches that if you do yoga, that you're a witch. If you have crystals, that you're a witch. And it takes me back to the Salem witch trials. So shout out to me that I was Tituba in the Crucible. But that play is all about the Salem witch trials and just calling people witches just to say that they're witches because you know that it'll take the heat off of you, or because you feel like you want to take them out of here. You got some type of vendetta. Like, there are so many reasons for why things have been demonized as witchcraft, especially when we're talking about our cultural practices. So when I say our, I'm talking about Black people, indigenous people, people that are connected to Africa, people that are connected to the indigenous lands. When white people came into these areas, they took our cultural practices and told us that those were demonic. And then they replaced them with their own cultural practices, which were actually demonic. Does the Bible not say, have no idols? Why are Catholics idolizing Mary? The whole reason that Jesus died was so that we could go directly to God. That was the whole point. Because the Pharisees and the Sadducees, who were the religious people, were out here doing ungodly things, not honoring the law, stealing from people, abusing the poor, all of that. But those are the people that the common people had to go to and through to be able to gain access to God. God said, bet on that. Jesus said, bet on that. I'm going to go down there, okay? Get stuff together. I'm going to take on all the sins. And then that way, they could just come straight to you. Why, if Jesus died for me to go straight to God, do I need to talk to Mary before I go talk to God? That's not how that works. That defeats the whole. What are we doing? What are you talking about? Then in churches, the pastor becomes the idol. Instead of pastors standing in pulpits talking about how they walk in this walk just like us, how they should be encouraging us to have these personal relationships with God and getting to understand God for ourselves and whatever that looks like. And I'm saying God, you might say universe, you might say spirit, you might say the divine, you might say the creator. I don't care. I don't care. It's all the same. So pastors are putting themselves in these places where they're the ones who are so righteous and they're the ones who know all these things. And a lot of them don't be knowing what they talking about. I got former pastors that got fake doctorates, child. They done went down there to these fake universities and really standing on stages calling themselves Dr. So-and-so. What is happening here? It's a lot of personal agendas that are happening, and God is not to be gatekept. Yet God has been. So colonization stuffed God into this box of this is the only way that you're able to get to God. Meanwhile, our ancestors, who, like, white people did not give us God. Our ancestors knew God before white people came along. It was in their best interest to call African people and indigenous people savages, because then that gave them the plausible reason to be able to come and commit genocides. But we knew God. We were not godless people. We knew God and have known God. So this is the thing that really did it for me. Okay, this is the thing that really did it for me. So when I had moved into my last apartment, and I have OCD, so I be struggling like to get myself together. And I said to myself one day, I said, I really need to just burn some sage. Now, by this time, I don't remember when I started being like, I was in Tampa. So maybe this was like 2017, 18, 19, somewhere around this time. But I started like researching herbs and things of that nature. So anyway, I said all that to say I had a practice by now of being like, okay, stop feeling funny. Let me go get some sage and get whatever out of here that needs to get out of here, right? So I had said that to myself. I was like, I need to sage the apartment. So I go and I light my sage and I'm starting to sage the apartment. Now, what am I saying while I'm doing this? Well, I'm praying. So I'm like, God, I need peace. I need a clear mind. I want this place to feel safe. I need this place to help my nervous system calm, to heal my brain. So I'm talking to God like the whole time, right? And I'm walking through the house, depending on where it was. Like when I was in the bathroom, I was like, I need this to be the sanctuary, Lord. This is where I want to meet you. Like, this is where I want to talk to you. That's why I talk to God in the shower. So I'm like, I want this to be a calm space because bathrooms are a trigger for me, right? So I'm saying all of that. When I was in the kitchen, I'm like, let me make good choices about the foods that I choose to purchase, the things that I put into my mouth, allow me to find love and being able to nourish my body, right? So I'm saying those things. When I'm on the balcony, I'm like, thank you for having a place to sit and access the sun, even though I might not be downstairs, and really outside. Thank you for this view. Like, this is what I'm doing while I'm doing the sage. So I had a moment and I said, how is this any different? I don't remember what was happening at the time, but I'm sure I had run across something that said, I'm about to put some holy oil on this doorpost when these kids come in here. I'm certain it has something to do with that. And I thought to myself, wait a minute. Now, how is holy oil different from sage? How is holy water different from holy oil, different from sage, different from, it's all a practice. It's all a spiritual practice. It's all something that you are doing in order to draw yourself closer to God. So why is this particular practice demonized while these others are said this is the only way that you're able to do this? So I started asking those questions. I had already started asking questions about crystals because I'm a scientist, right? So I know that everything is made up of matter, and matter consists of atoms, and atoms vibrate all the time. Whether it is a solid, a liquid, or a gas. Solids vibrate in a fixed place, liquids vibrate and they flow, and gases vibrate and they move all around everywhere. So how are you going to tell me that this crystal that is a thing that is made of atoms that are vibrating does not have energy? And energy is not created or destroyed. It is transferred from one form to the next. So you want me to believe that this thing that I know that is vibrating doesn't have energy, and that its energy cannot affect me? I feel energy all the time. I feel energy of people. I feel energy when I walk into spaces. I feel energy. So why wouldn't this also impact my energy? It doesn't even make sense. But then I realized also a lot of religious people don't believe in evolution. They reject science. Well, while I believe that science and God prove each other. So I started thinking about those things and deconstructing the things. So then I just come back to, who told you that was witchcraft? Because we have to start asking ourselves questions about what was the intended outcome for this messaging. Once we start to understand the bigness of God, we realize that the God that we were given was so incredibly limited. So I want to invite us into the bigness of God. And I invite us to go back to our ancestors and those practices and ask ourselves about certain things that certain people do. This is why I started embracing this mantra, curiosity over judgment, because I told you I was a judger. Oh, I judged them good. You hear me? I was a great judger. of people. And also, that is not my job. I decided to start becoming curious. And when I started becoming curious, then I realized that there are so many different ways to connect to God. And there are so many different types of spiritual practices. And there are people in different places in the world that have spiritual practices that look different from mine. That doesn't mean that theirs are wrong. So our soul work for this week is for you to ask yourself, where did I learn to fear what my ancestors practiced? And I want you to take a moment to journal about when you said something was bad or was demonic, and ask yourself, was that a fear that you have, or was that something that was given to you? And then I invite you to become curious and ask yourself about that. Do some research to really understand what it means to be connected to God and to be connected to the spirit inside of you. And what I will say is your spirit will tell you if something feels safe or not. Every spiritual practice is not for everybody. So if it doesn't feel safe to you, okay. But that doesn't mean that it's wrong. It means that it's unfamiliar. It means that you might have more questions that you need to ask. It means that it might not be right for you, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong. So, what would it look like if we reclaimed our ancestral practices with intention and with discernment? So that is the soul work for the week. Okay. All right. So I added a new segment this week called Frolicking in the Feed, because I was over there on them TikToks. Now, I don't know, I already told you, I don't really be on TikTok. There are so many weeks they give you a report or whatever of how long you've been on there. And they be like, you have been over here 0 hours and 0 minutes. So then if I go over there for any time, it's like your time is increased by 500%. You were over here for 5 minutes. Relax, TikTok. But anyway, so the other day I was over there on the TikTok because I kept hearing about Kai Cenat and his streamer university. So Kai Cenat, and I don't know if I'm saying his name right. It's not Cenat. I think it's Cenat. So Kai Cenat, Kaicenat. He is one of the most influential Black streamers that is out there. I believe his primary platform is Twitch, but of course he spills over into TikTok and sometimes Instagram, depending. So he started this streamer university where he brought together other content creators for this real-time immersive masterclass that was comical at times, but also extremely chaotic. Okay. So when I heard about it, I was like, oh, this is interesting, because I believe in using your platforms to be able to build up other people. I believe in collaboration. I think it is extremely important, which is why I'm always talking to other people and trying to build community with people who also live in an online world and who also want a podcast and also want to be able to use their platforms to affect change. I'm always looking for those types of people, because we are the news reporters. We are the ones who are documenting history. We are the ones who are charged with letting people know what was happening, while we were here, especially as they are actively erasing history. So I be going hard about those things. Okay. Now, Kai Cenat is someone that I've watched him a little bit. I'm not well versed on him, but I respect what he has built. So he was on Club Shay Shay. And so I got some time to hear Kai talk about how he decided that this was the career path that he wanted to take, and his caregivers supported him in that, and the intentional moves that he made to be able to create this empire, and the types of brand deals that he's gotten, and all that is quite inspirational. And the way that he and his friends came up together. So they do these content houses, and again, they're all on each other's platforms so that they're able to, my audience can find your audience, and your audience find my audience, and we find new audiences, and it's a thing, right? It makes all the sense in the world. So I heard about him doing this streaming university, and I was like, oh, that's pretty dope. So I didn't really look into what he was doing or who he was going to be doing it with, but my assumption was that he was going to have streamers who were trying to get on his level. And he did. He did have some small streamers, but he also had very large streamers and very problematic streamers like DDG. Now, DDG is Holly Bailey's baby's father. So the baby Halo and Holly Bailey, who is Chloe Bailey's sister of Chloe and Holly, and she sings. She was the Little Mermaid. She was Nettie in The Color Purple, right? So Holly Bailey's ex, who she just had to file a restraining order against for domestic violence. He chipped her tooth and left bruises on her and all of this, allegedly. He, DDG, is there at the Streamer University. Okay. And so I started looking up clips and I was like, this is a lot that's going on, like up in here. And I'm talking chaos. I also don't know. So a lot of their lives are very much scripted, right? So I don't know what's really real or what was supposed to be real and what wasn't supposed to be real. And like, I can't really tell. And I'm not that deep off into the world to be able to determine what was. But what landed on me is I found a clip from this small streamer and she shared how she felt because the format is they were having classes. So the classes were being led by the big streamers and then the small streamers are supposed to be learning in those spaces. And then everybody is creating content. So then they were also supposed to intentionally network again so they can be on each other's platforms. And they had roommates. I believe it was at some type of campus and the campus location got leaked. I saw, and then they said people were just outside. So then that was a security issue. And then things were happening with that. The big streamers like DDG wound up taking people off campus and it looks like they weren't supposed to go off campus, but maybe they were. So then they're at the club streaming and like, it was just a lot. When I say chaos, it was a lot of chaos. Okay. But let me elevate what this small streamer said because it really, really sat with me. And I feel like I have a lot of things
so
to
in
say.
class, we don't like the smaller creators. Obviously, we're here to learn. Yeah. And like the bigger creators, I feel like they're here to have a viral moment. I wanted to bring I wanted to bring this to you because obviously this is very important, and the teachers are saying real shit, and I'm trying to learn. But if you're like the bigger creators, they're just trying to have a viral moment to where the teacher gets distracted, and I'm real life trying to learn. Let me write that down.
So I don't know if Kai is taking this seriously, what this girl is saying. But for me, I was like, yeah, that's how I would feel too. So as someone who is a content creator who does not have this mega platform, if I am, and this is how it was marketed, like come and learn and collaborate and all that kind of stuff, right? So if I'm a small creator and I'm getting accepted into Streamer University and I'm so excited because I'm going to get to learn from Kai Cenat and, you know, some of these other people that are there, then when they get into the class environment to be able to learn the actual strategy, people in there acting a fool. I'm talking cutting a fool. DDG was late for his class that he was supposed to teach. And I already told you about all the drama that he was creating around there. Other people, they're cussing out the students. Like it was a lot. It was a lot of chaos. And it just really made me feel like, well, I didn't even tell y'all a girl got shot in the eye with an Orby gun. Let me find this clip because the girl had to go to the hospital. And again, you can't really tell what's real and what's not. But if this is real, this is a problem. Here we go. So Kai was like the acting principal, if you will. And then there was some other dude who was acting like a guidance counselor. And there was a security person and all this. But I want you to imagine, now, you know, I'm a teacher, right? So imagine 20 somethings, there were even some 30 somethings acting like middle school children, not adhering to no kind of guidance, rules, nothing. They sneaking out, they are having food fights, they're fighting in the hallways, they're sneaking into rooms, they're doing everything against whatever they were told to do. Chaos. So then here you are as someone who has come as a small streamer and you're like, I want to learn, and this is a lot. this is a lie. I saw another clip of a young man. He was a smaller streamer, and he had called his mama to come and get him. I don't think he left, but he was like, this is a lie. The streamers are the same type of people where they be swatting people, and swatting means that they would call the police and give them your location and say that you're doing something illegal, and then they would show up with the SWAT team. And like, those types of brains were the types of brains that were at Streamer University. And what I need us to know is that great ideas, because this was a great idea in theory, Great ideas need structure and systems, because we have to protect people. And when we do not do that, it causes harm. I understand that there are some people who are starkly against having systems in place. And what I need you to understand, that if you decide to have other people involved with your project, you need a system and structure, because people's real lives are interacting with what you're building. You have to think about how things might work out in order to be able to have a higher likelihood of that happening. So if I could give Kai some unsolicited advice, if he ever chooses to do Streamer University again, number one, you need to have some real contracts in place where people are accountable for their actions. I'm not sure how the girl is doing with the Orbi. I saw a video where it said she was talking and she said her eye was really, really red. I don't know if that was before the hospital, after the hospital, what have you. But safety is not something that we can play with. And not just physical safety, also psychological safety. There was a lot of bullying that was happening. It was fights that was happening. I'm not coming into no chaotic environment to learn when I have to fear for whether I am safe. So if you're going to have Streamer University, then you need to ensure that it is safe and that the people that are coming have enough frontal lobe developed to be able to adhere to certain guidelines of behaviors. Because without it, it's a free-for-all, and you're just trusting for people to be good people. And I know I keep bringing up DDG. It was this other girl cooking with Kaya, and she like cooks on TikTok, and she got a little song. She be like, cooking with Kaya, cooking with Kaya. And then she turns around and she twerks. She's like, cooking with Kaya. So her and her boyfriend broke up because the boyfriend was there in town with her at the hotel while she was at the Streamer University. She snuck off campus to go to a club, and then she was twerking on some other dudes, and he watching this on streaming. This is too much going on. So guys, young people, you're doing the most. And I'm gonna need y'all to take a step back. So Kai, you are very influential. And it appears that you are trying to do things that are going to help other people. And also, you need some advisement, my boy. You need some advisement, because you are asking for lawsuits. You are asking for things to go wrong. He kept saying he was expelling people and suspending. Again, I don't know if it was real, because didn't nobody hardly get expelled. Apparently DDG got expelled, and they ended it early from what I hear. But also, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't real at all. But what I do know is that there were people who were really talking on their TikToks and being like, this was a lie. Now, I don't want to make it seem like it was all bad. There were also people who gained a whole lot more followers, people who were able to kind of break through and find their safe space and be able to get exposure and like all of that. That also happened. But we want that to be the thing that people are talking about, not the negative things that have happened because we didn't have the systems and things in place to be able to support people. Okay, so that's what I found while I was out there frolicking in the feed. All right. Okay. So before I land this plane, I wanted to give y'all a giggle break, because I told you I was watching that podcast earlier. And one of the things they were talking about was neurodivergence, and how one of the girls said, there was so many times that I was in situations that I didn't know that I was in danger. And I realized that afterwards, but I probably shouldn't have done that. So then I was thinking to myself, like, when was I in danger and I didn't know that I was in danger? And I thought back to one of the first times that I realized in the moment that I was in danger, but I had not realized it before. So I'm from New Orleans. One of my best friends, she went to a school And they used to have these things called a jamboree and like weekly football games at Tad Gormley Stadium, okay, which is in City Park. So this is the thing that high schools do. They go to their game and you're really going to watch the band and just, talk to people and, walk around and be cute. So my friend invited me to the game. So we're at the game and the game done happened. We done had halftime, we done had all the fun. Now it's time to go home. So we're outside and, it's people all over, parents coming to pick up their kids and, just it's stuff. It's outside of a football game. So we're standing there and all of a sudden we hear that, right? So this girl drops to the ground and she was like, they shooting. And I was like, she's so silly. That's fireworks, girl. Right? So then we start seeing people running. I'm from New Orleans. Okay. So it is very likely that that's what was happening. And also that's what was happening. So people start running, right? So I'm like, they so silly. That's fireworks. That's not gunshots. So then my friend takes me and she's like, bitch, we got to go. So she drags me back into the stadium, right? We running for our life, okay? Because they shooting. I'm still not connecting this. So I'm very much like, this is so funny. I'm laughing. Like she is running for her life while dragging me. Okay. We get back into the stadium because you can't run no more. We had ran all the way into where the seats were. Okay. And in that moment, I said, they were shooting. She was like, bitch, yes. And I was like, my God, we could have died. Then, and only then did I connect the dots and have a moment of, oh, that was bad. Oh my God. And this story describes what my life is like. I do not be knowing what is going on sometimes because I am looking at the world in the way that I look at the world. Why would somebody be shooting at a football game? We're here to play football and watch them play. Like, what is happening right now? It took so long for that to connect in my brain. So now I'm having this delayed reaction of crying and like all of this and actually understanding the gravity of, wait, they were actually shooting while I had spent the past 10 minutes laughing at people who were like, yes, girl, they are shooting. So that's my life. And this is why I need to just go to the mountains and be with myself because I just don't understand. I just don't be understanding the things that are happening. And I'm trying to do better with that. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed this episode. I do want to give you an invitation to join my inner circle on Patreon. That is the place for us to be able to comment and reflect on our soul work and have conversations, give voice memos, give vlogs. I did a vlog the other day with a tour of my new apartment, and I'm going to be doing more vlogs. When I tell y'all, I can't wait to get to this place and rest my nerves. I cannot wait. But I have so much stuff that I need to tell you all. So if you have $5 a month to join the inner circle, please do. If you do not, you do get a 7-day free trial. So I invite you to come over in the free trial and see the things that I've already put up and the things that I will be putting up. For example, my Patreon got the link to be able to record this with me here. And I'm going to do that again from now. So you have the ability to be able to kind of hang out with the behind the scenes stuff. And you have access to me. You can chat, you can ask questions, and you can talk to other people that are there in the community. So again, it is $5 a month to join the inner circle. And you get 7 days free to try it out if you would like. So if you go to patreon.com/minding my black ass business, that is how you will find the Patreon. And of course, I'll put it down in the description box as well. If you cannot afford $5 a month, that is okay. No judgment to you. I still invite you to join the free Patreon because I do put free things through sometimes. And that is the first place usually that I put things. But I also invite you to follow me on all of the things. Okay. So Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms, at Kimberland J on Instagram, KimberlandJackson.com. If you are feeling generous and you want to make a deposit, I greatly appreciate it. Cash App $ Kimberland Jackson, Venmo Kimberland Jackson. Thank you for all the ways that you are contributing. We are on the way to getting the YouTube page monetized. So I appreciate every single one of you that is here watching. I ask you to choose one more video to watch because that's going to help with the algorithm. Please do like, please do leave a comment, please do subscribe, please do share with someone else that you may feel that might benefit, right? And that's if you laughed at any point, if you had a moment of thoughtful process at any point, please do share this with the people in your world. Okay. All right. So let me leave you with this. I always like to do some type of outro, benediction, like closing thing. And my closer for today is: reclaiming your power will look like rebellion to those who are still in chains. Take that with you, carry that with you, allow that to resonate in your spirit as you are processing what it looks like for you to show up in your more authentic self. So thank you for joining me here on The Frolicking Truth. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. You know what? I really like that vibe on that intro. I did that, right? Because earlier I was talking in the behind the scenes, I was talking about where my skill sets live. But I like that I found that. I did that. I like it. I like it a lot. I created that trailer too. Okay. I'm just popping my shit for a second. Okay. But it took a lot of brain power for it to happen. But I like it. It's a vibe. And that's what I wanted for this podcast, right? Because I don't want my life to be a production. I honestly don't. I really just want to just be. And a lot of times things become productions because that's what I'm used to doing. And I have to like constantly call myself back from that. So I'm trying to be intentional in how I am structuring this space, because this is a space for me to sit crisscross applesauce on the sofa and just be like, listen, let me tell you the things, right? So I feel like I'm kind of going in that direction. So as I was taking that in, I did my big one with that one. I like it. I really, really like it. So, hey y'all, my name is Kimberland. Last week, I realized that I have not been introducing myself, and I forget that people find me at different places on this journey. So I'm trying to be more intentional about that. And I know that I say it in the intro, but I need to do a better job at saying it every time. So my name is Kimberland, and I am excited that you are here. So I want to invite you to come on in, find a comfortable spot, take a seat, and get into the things with me today. This is episode 5 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. Even though I just said that, it doesn't mean that you aren't welcome if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come, I want you to come ready to listen, learn, and support, right? So thank you for being here for episode number 5. And yeah, I'm really proud of myself that I have created this. Sometimes it's difficult for me for things to go from thought to actual execution. And this is my promise to myself that I'm going to create the space that I intended to create. And I'm proud of myself for actually adhering to that and honoring that. And I'm grateful that y'all are here to take this journey with me. My life has been so wild over the past 5 to 6 years. And that is also the time that a lot of my life has been lived on the internet. I'm going to talk about this a little later, but it's almost like a time capsule to myself. And that makes me be very intentional about the types of things that I'm doing. So that is kind of the mindset that I bring here to the Frolicking Truth. Yeah, I think it's important to kind of contextualize that because there's a reason that I'm doing things the way that I'm doing it. So anyway, having said that, I want to get started and kick us off. So my first segment is called the Auntie Check-In, and that is the segment where I kind of take a moment to catch y'all up about what is going on, because a lot of the things that are happening with me, they happen in Patreon, because that's the safest place for me to be able to give right now information. And then the things that I put out publicly are often things that have happened a year ago. So this is a space for me to kind of give you a few tidbits. Okay, you're not going to get all the tea. Okay, but you'll get a little something right here, because I realize that everybody isn't able to join my Patreon. If you are, though, it's only $5 a month. And there is a 7-day free trial for when you join, because again, I'm trying to be really intentional about this community. So it's called the Inner Circle, and the Inner Circle are the people that actually have access to me and what is happening, because it's a lot that's happening behind the scenes that I can't really talk about publicly. So this Auntie Check-In is a way for me to be able to give you a little snippet about what's going on, share what's on my heart, maybe something I learned, unlearned, what have you, whatever's that week. So I want to kick off this week with sharing that I completed the move. Okay. So last week, I recorded on Wednesday. Now, let me give myself some credit, because I have honored the Wednesday record date for the most part, even through me moving. And that was a huge accomplishment. So I had recorded last Wednesday, and then I moved on Friday, which meant that I didn't get the podcast edited and uploaded to the public until Saturday. And I think it was like late Saturday. My goal is really for it to come out on Friday. Life wasn't letting that happen for a little bit, but it got up in that week, and that is an accomplishment. Okay, in the midst of the things. So anyway, I moved, and it was a very painless process for the most part. The place where I am staying is in the mountains, and it is outside of the city, maybe let's say about into the where everybody wants to go in the city. The area is called Poblado. And it's maybe about 30 minutes from Poblado, which is not wild, because from end to end of Medellin is probably about an hour or so. So this is just 30 minutes outside of the city. And that's not bad. That's like a normal commute. But it's also a little bit difficult to find, which I appreciate, because I don't really want to be found right now. And on this property, the property is owned by an alternative medicine doctor, and she has a garden on the property, and the landscaping is absolutely gorgeous. And they've been out here for a while, so they have a lot of conveniences that are figured out. And most importantly, it's quiet, because my brain was to explode where we were living for the past 3 months. There was a construction site that was right outside the window. So there was constant jackhammering all day long, Monday through Saturday. it was a lot. So I never felt as autistic as I felt while I was living there. Because when I tell you I cannot take construction noise, I can't do it. It tears me to pieces. Okay. So anyway, none of that is here. None of that. It is very quiet, and I needed that more than I really have the words to be able to express. So it's so quiet that it's loud, and not bad loud, but good loud. Like, it very much is the wind blowing and birds chirping and the fan in the background. No sensory overload. No sensory overload, which is so helpful to me because I also live with OCD, and OCD is obsessive compulsive disorder. And for me, it centers around bathrooms very heavily, and it's really difficult for me to adjust, and change just in general is now very difficult on my nervous system because I am a person who craves stability and predictability. I already knew I was going to be dealing with that and managing that and trying to figure that out. And I am so grateful that I also am not managing sensory overload. So while I am not completely rested and settled in my body and like grounded, I feel so much closer to that than I have been. And it feels within reach because this adjusting period is something that is normal. I haven't even been here for a week yet. So it usually does take me a while to be able to get it together, for lack of a better way to put it. And so I already expected that. But I'm grateful that I'm not also managing the other stuff, except for one thing. Lucy, yeah, going outside. No, no, girl, this is not your house. Out. Okay, now we can hang out here. Yeah, so you can sit here. How are you? Hi. Hello. Hello, pretty girl. Hi. There's a nice little cat here named Lucy. And Lucy is so pretty. She's a little gray cat, and she's got like some blonde highlights. Okay, real cute. And she comes to visit, every day. And that is so beautiful. And also, she just be walking up in here like, what you doing? And this is the thing for me. First of all, I'm not a cat person. I've never been a cat person. I remember my cousin Kalanda that I have the podcast with, her mama had a cat when I was younger. I was probably a teenager because I had my own room by this time. So I had to be, I don't know, maybe I'm going to say middle school, maybe. So she had this cat, and the cat, we was watching the cat. We, meaning me and my brother. Now, my brother is 8 years, 7.5 to 8 years younger than me. Okay. So if I'm like 13 or 14, he's like 6 or 7, right? So we watching the cat, and I ain't never did cats. I've always been a dog person my entire life. Okay, cats, and after this experience, definitely no. So anyway, we watching the cat, and next thing I know, the cat is like laying on my face, and I feel like I'm about to suffocate. So I'm like freaking out. I'm like throwing the cat away, like not even for a care or concern about what happened to, because why are you trying to kill me is how I took it. So I put the cat out, right? So me and my brother, the way our house was set up at this time is almost like we had our own wing, kind of. And I want you to take that in the most basic way that you possibly can. It was literally just our rooms were on the other side of the house from our parents' room. So we were just over on that side of the house by ourselves, kind of. So anyway, I told you my brother is probably like 6 or 7 at this time. So I put the cat out of my room, and we weren't really allowed to close doors in our house either, right? But I did. I closed because this cat is trying to kill me, right? So anyway, the cat goes into my brother's room. Okay. And I don't know what the cat did up in my brother's room, but what I do know is I had woke up to go to the bathroom. So the bathroom is in the hallway, and my brother is laying in the hallway. So I'm like, why are you what is happening? Why are you in the hallway? Now, there were times where we would lay in the hallway, but why are you in the hallway now at this point in life? That's other stories for other days. But why are you in the hallway right now? So he was like, the cat, and it wouldn't leave me alone. So he gave the cat his entire room, his whole room, and he went and laid in the hallway. So we had to wind up getting the cat and just putting the cat in the hallway. She got to come get this cat. She got to come get this cat, okay? So anyway, I ain't never really been a cat person. So I don't mind them as long as they are not on my things. And again, I live with OCD. Okay. So what I know and understand is that they're cleaning themselves all day, and that's great and that's fine and that's wonderful. And also the floor is dirty. Okay, so now you're taking your dirty paws and putting your dirty paws on my clean clothes or my pillow or what. I don't want to do that with you, little kitty. Okay, so that's how Lucy is walking around. So because the way that it's set up is you can open the doors, so it's like outside is right here, so I'm in covering, and then it's the whole like mountainside and view and like all of this. And so I was having the doors open, right? So Lucy just sauntered on in here like, girl, what you doing? And I was like, hey sis, what's up? Right? So then she gets on the bed, gets under the bed. All right, girl, you got to go now. Hey, you got to go, sis. Like, I understand that you technically this your house, and also not right now, sis. You got to go. So I did that. Then one day I forgot about her, right? And so I feel like I was in the kitchen, and then I saw her walk like through and go outside. So then I thought she had just came in the one door and walked out the other. So already, hey girl, again, reminder, you don't live here, sis. Okay, so I appreciate you, and also go outside, ma'am. But I was kind of like, let me just close the door. So I closed the door and I turn around, and all of the rugs. So I have rugs that I brought with me because the floors are tile, and tile is very triggering to me. And I like to be able to have a zone where I don't have to wear slippers or shoes. And so I create that zone by having my own like little rugs from IKEA that I brought with me, right? So Lucy had done tore up all the not tore them up, but like messed them up. They not lined up no more. Like she had been up in here. So then I was like, oh God, did she go in the bathroom? Because I had just saged the house. And that's what was crazy is I had just saged the house. And then she sauntered her little self up in here. So now I'm all on ChatGPT. Like, what is the spiritual significance of cats coming in the house and what is going on? So they were like, no, cats are intuitive, and they so this and they great and they wonderful. And I was like, okay, all of that's good. And also I don't want her in here. Okay. So how can I help her stay outside? Because no. So they tell me what to do. And even what I love about this, the thing about ChatGPT, y'all, I promise all of this is going somewhere, but welcome to my world. My brain people are up. I told y'all last week that I finally got the right medicine. So amen. So anyway, what I love about my ChatGPT is it knows me, right? So it was like, do you want a holistic way to be able to help retrain Lucy? You can use citrus. They even gave me affirmations to say to reaffirm my boundaries with Lucy. Like, it was so funny. But also, thank you so much, ChatGPT. I really appreciate it. So over the past few days, I have been training Lucy to understand that she is not welcome inside the house. And she has really been testing these boundaries. And it's going to be interesting. So I'm going to have to keep y'all posted on the Lucy Chronicles. OCD and cat chaos don't mix. Let me tell you how hard they don't mix. Okay. Like, I can't, no, can't do it. Not going to be able to work. So anyway, that's been interesting. That's been an interesting adjustment with Lucy and the cat drama. Also, there she go. I done talked her up. She's sitting right here outside the window. Yeah, she be over here. And I appreciate it. I'm like, girl, come and check on me. Like, I'll come outside and have my morning tea with you, girl, and all of that. And also, don't come in this house. Okay? so we could talk out here, because she be talking. And I love me a vocal cat. Kalanda had cats, and they used to be talking all the time, and I loved it. And also stay out my bedroom. Okay. So anyway, the cat chronicle. Lucy. So that's how I've been doing. Is trying to get settled into this space, and just really appreciative that it's been quiet. And the owner, she messaged me today and she was like, you can walk around the property if you want to, and you don't have to stay down there. And I'm like, I appreciate that, but also I'm very peaceful down here. I've been cooking. Yesterday, I made some shrimp and vegetable teriyaki. It was so good. So I used one of the recipes that Chef Ratatouille and I had for for the honey teriyaki salmon, I think is what it's called. And then I adapted that for the shrimp. So good. I also had made fish tacos. He taught me how to make this batter. In the batter, I used salt, pepper, paprika, curry, garlic powder, and flour, because I didn't have any of the corn. I don't know what you call it. Here they call it corn flour, but in the States we would call it cornmeal. I didn't have any of that for the fish. So I was like, hey, Chef Ratatouille, how can I still make this fish good? So he taught me how to make this batter. It was so good and I made a pico de gallo. It's a garden here, right? So I went and got some peppers from the garden to put up in there, so it had the right amount of spice. Oh my God! So that's been really awesome. I have been enjoying that a lot. So I have been cooking and kind of getting myself used to the flow, because this is very much like a studio type space, tiny house type living and all of that. So just, trying to, where's my counter space gonna be, my triangle, if you will. So yeah, it's been really nice. And I feel like I'm getting my routines back in order, because I didn't have my routine it just wasn't really taking off the way I needed to take off. And I need to have a routine. So I'm back on my routine. I've been still making my tea every day. And I brought my plants with me. When I tell you they are thriving. My mint and spearmint is out here on the patio. The leaves are so big and so green right now. It thriving. Okay. So I feel like I'm so many steps closer to the life that I have envisioned for myself. And so I'm only here that I know of until June 30th. So I am still very much in the process of seeking asylum and all of those things, right? And I talked to the people today, and there's still tweakings and things that need to be done and all that. So again, that's Patreon information. But I said that to say I'm here until the end of the month. And I promised myself that instead of worrying and like trying to fast forward time, that I would be very intentional about being present in these moments and allowing myself to stabilize myself in these moments and just allow God to do what God needs to do. Because here's the thing, I can't do nothing about none of this. I can't expedite it. I don't have no kind of privilege to be able to wield to make it happen. All I can do is just be like, hey, Lord, can you make sure that this goes the way that I need it to go so I can have peace? Like, that's all that I can do. So I really have very much released it, and I am focusing on enjoying the tranquility of my life right now. So yeah, that is my auntie check-in. I'll keep y'all posted on what that looks like next week. And I'll talk to y'all in the Patreon about what that's looking like from day to day and share some of the behind the scenes things. So I'm trying to decide where I want to go next, because let me go here. So usually here I would do the truth is, but I'm gonna actually put this new segment here that I came up with last week, and it's called Frolicking in the Feed. And Frolicking in the Feed is the opportunity for me to kind of tell y'all what kind of like the rabbit holes maybe that I've been on, or like viral videos, pop culture moments, like those kind of things that I feel like I want to pause for a moment and center on, right? So the other thing that I've been doing while cooking and getting the space set up and all of that is watching my programs. I said it like my grandma would say it. But I have been catching up on things that I wanted to watch that I just hadn't had the chance to watch. So at the last place, there wasn't a TV in my room. So I primarily was watching YouTube, and that was kind of just about it. And every so often I might watch something on Disney Plus, but it was pretty much like YouTube was what I was consuming, if I was consuming anything at all. And now that my brain is able to settle, I have the capacity again to be able to intake certain things. And while I still watch YouTube, there's definitely content creators that I'm very intentional about keeping up with. What I also was doing was watching some of the things on the Netflix that I had missed. Okay. And some of my favorite shows that I just love to watch and just really didn't have the capacity to watch. So I started, going down my list of the different things that I had been wanting to see. And I started watching Bridgerton again. But anyway, as I was perusing through, I came across the series called Forever that is on Netflix. Now, I had been hearing people talking about Forever. They were like, oh my gosh, it's so good and it's so wholesome and, all of this. And we just, love it so much. But I was kind of avoiding participating in those conversations because I didn't want no spoilers. And I know that I'm behind everybody else. So I can't blame them if they start talking about it. I just can't listen because I want to see it. So I was like, okay, let me just watch one episode and let me just kind of see what's going on with it. So let me kind of give you the background. So it is based on a book that is written by Judy Blume. The book was written in 1975, and it's like a coming of age story of two teenagers who are falling in love, experimenting with sex for the first time, and all of the awkwardness that comes with being a teenager and trying to navigate relationships. So it was created by or reimagined by one of my favorite creators. Her name is Mara Brock Akil, and she was behind the program called Girlfriends when I was growing up. She also wrote for Moesha and the Jamie Foxx show. She created Sparkle, and that was with Whitney Houston just before she passed. Mara also created Being Mary Jane with Gabrielle Union. And that is a show that I really like, that when they started talking about it, I was like, I need to watch that again. Like, I love that show. Mara created another show called Love Is that had come out a few years ago, and I really, really, really loved it. And it only had one season, but it was so awesome. And there was a scandal that was behind it, and it was crazy. Like, I was mad because that was a good show. So anyway, Mara Brock Akil is the one who reimagined this book and turned it into this show. Okay. All right. So I turn on Forever and I am just immediately captivated. She being Mara, the creator, changed the main characters to Black characters. So there is a Black girl named Keisha and a Black boy named Justin. And she switched the characteristics of the teens from how they were originally written. They're both in high school, and Justin is like this awkward boy who has ADHD, and he plays basketball, and he's trying to figure out what life looks like for him. And then there's Keisha, who is also in high school, and she is very driven and very focused on a goal and objective of where she wants to go for college. And also she has this experience that she's carrying with her that has affected her reputation. And the story is about them navigating the complexities of that and learning how to love each other and messing up and not communicating effectively and like all of this. And it was so good. When I tell you, I was in here bawling, like crying my eyes out, but not in like a trauma type of way. It was very much in like remembering what it was like to have my first love, and even some adult relationships that I've had characteristics of this, like people who don't know how to communicate and aren't honest with what they're feeling, and how that leaves room for creating narratives that don't don't even exist, but because you don't ask questions or because you leave things unsaid, then now you're causing harm to yourself, like self-sabotaging behaviors. And like, it was a lot. And then the parents were really interesting, and being old enough to have children but not having children, thinking about what that would look like through the adult lens as opposed to through the lens of being a teenager, and the different dynamics that came along with that. One of the families is a family of means, have, worked their way out the hood, if you will. So even exploring like the complexities of what it is to live in the Black upper class type of experience versus in a Black working class type of experience. I was looking at that. So anyway, I said all that to say, I think I'm going to start a series of talking about forever because it was so much to explore. And there are so many different themes that are present in it that we need to talk about because we don't be talking about this stuff. And one of the things that came up for me that we need to honor and acknowledge is the reality of how teenagers feel about the relationships that they're involved in. So whether those relationships are friendships, whether they are romantic relationships, it doesn't matter. But the complexities of a teenager figuring out what that looks like for them while also processing how they have learned to have relationships from the adults that are in their life and how that impacts them in the long run is something that's really important to me because so y'all know I'm an educator. And when I was in the classroom, I taught middle school science. And middle school is the area of school that I chose to work at for the majority of my career. It is the age range that I find myself called to because they are very much trying to figure out how to be people. And if they are the oldest child, their parents are trying to figure out how to be parents, and they don't know what to expect in middle school and during middle school. So I would find myself not just teaching and supporting my students, but also supporting their parents and caregivers in how to better support them. And when I transitioned out of the classroom and then I went back to a school, the position that I had was called a student success coach. And I worked with students who were considered to be quote unquote at risk. And the commonality between them is that they had experienced failure in either their academics, their behavior, or in their attendance. So at least one of those places, they had experienced some type of failure. Oftentimes they had 2 of the 3, and sometimes they had 3 of the 3 that they had experienced failure in. So my job was to help them to be able to experience success again. And this is how I got really interested in brain research and trauma and social emotional learning competencies and restorative practices and ways to support people in emotional intelligence, because I was seeing this manifesting with my children, with my students, and I wanted to be able to help them because I saw myself in them and I knew what it felt like to know that there's more that's going on here. Like, it's not just that you can't do this math. There's something else that's happening here. Like, they have stories, like they all have stories that they're bringing. And I became very curious about how they were interpreting the things that happened to them and being a safe space for them to be able to come and be people and to be seen as people as opposed to numbers or go sit down and do whatever. So I became this very fierce advocate for my students and for their experiences, because their experiences are very, very, very real. They're very real. What happens is a lot of adults minimize children's experiences. For instance, if we're talking about like teenage love and something happens in the relationship and the children are distraught about it, instead of supporting them in that, in helping them to identify their emotions and think about, how to heal that and actually acknowledge how they are feeling and being able to talk through that. And what did you learn from this experience? And, what does this look like, sound like? And again, whether this is romantic or friendship, because I was dealing with both, right? Instead of doing that, we say things like, you're going to have so many boyfriends, girlfriends by the time you graduate. Ain't nobody worrying about that stupid girl, boy, da 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 da. Or we say things like, I mean, they weren't your friends anyway, so it's better, it's fine. And we're not acknowledging that to them, that is their entire world. And if we as adults, if our entire world felt like it was crumbling, and we go to work, we go to our people, safe people in our lives, and they're like, I don't give a what you talking about. Do what I said and shut up. That would be detrimental to our mental health. And that happens to some of us, right? That we don't have the privilege of being able to take off and heal from these toxic situations that are happening. We just have to keep pressing through because we trying to make a living, and we trying to make a living for these kids or for whatever, right? And it doesn't feel good, but we also do that to our children. So I would often be in positions to redirect parents and caregivers and adults about how they were causing harm, as this child is coming to you and saying that this is how I'm feeling, and instead of holding space for their feelings, you are telling them not to feel and just move on. I think I've shared with you all before, I didn't learn how to feel until I was 40. Okay. And I am currently 44. 4 years ago, I learned how to feel because I wasn't allowed to feel when I was a child. I wasn't allowed to have feelings. The only feelings that I could have was happiness, and I had to perform that every single day. It's why I am so animated, is why I'm such a good storyteller, is why I'm an actor, because that's what I did for my entire life until 4 years ago when I learned how to feel. It causes so much harm. And a lot of it is because you don't know how to feel your own self. You don't feel comfortable with your own feelings. So you are stomping on the feelings of this little person that is entrusted in your care because that's what was done to you. And I would see that happen and just would not stand for that. Just no, that's not what we finna do up in here, because these are people, and they might be young people and little people, but they are people, and they did not ask to be here. That's the truth of it all. They did not ask to be here. And it like made me start, and it really, I want to do a survey, honestly, to ask people with children, why did you have a child or multiple children? Because we have such a short amount of time with children, and the amount of damage that we cause to children. And I'm saying we just to be inclusive because I don't have kids. But I see the things that happen because I talk to your children. So I know what they're carrying. And some of them are carrying, some of these kids are carrying things that are heavier than anything I've had to carry in my life. Has been wild. So there were times that kids would come to me and tell me things, and I'm like, I don't know as a full adult how I would even deal with that and process that. And this is stuff that children are holding, children without a fully developed frontal lobe, children who are trying to figure out what it means to be a person. And as parents, we place all of this pressure on children. We treat them as if they don't have thoughts. We treat them as if they don't have feelings. We treat them as if they are robots. We treat them as if they are housekeepers and court jesters. And then we wonder, once they get older, why we have so many people who are estranged and separated from their family as adults, because these children did not ask to be here. So if you were not going to take seriously the fact that you are being trusted with the soul and spirit of a person, if you're not going to take that seriously, why did you have children? If you are not going to ensure that every day
that you are intentional about the way that you communicate with them, the way that you protect their hearts and their spirits, the way that you provide stability for them. If you were not going to do that, why did you have them? They did not ask to be here. You decided that you wanted to have kids. That makes you responsible for them and to them, to ensuring that they are safe, not just physically, also emotionally and psychologically. Because the things these kids are carrying, and then you expect them to go to school and just do the math. And I've talked to us about brain research before. I think maybe I have. I don't know. Because I just be talking. But I'm going to just say it here just for the sake of anybody who don't have to go look at another video. Our brain, matter of fact, hold on. Let me actually pull up. I'm about to go into teacher mode because I just need us to understand this. And this is so important to me because not only am I healing from the things that happened to me when I was a child, the stuff that I never asked for, the stuff that I had to try to process, the things that I'm still unpacking and trying to process. Not only did that happen to me, but I have seen what happens to our children. I have seen what happens, and I've had to support them through trying to process that and teaching them how to be somewhat successful. Remember, my job was to teach the kids how to experience success again. I had to teach them how to be somewhat successful in spite of the adults that were in their lives that were not showing up for them in the ways that they needed to. And it should infuriate you. Like, it should make you angry that we have young people who are having to carry the consequences of adult decisions and then not even being held with care and compassion. That should make you angry. And if you are somebody that is doing that to children in your life, it should make you want to choose to do something different. Because somebody got to say it. Somebody's got to speak up for these babies who did not ask to be here. So so I'm whipping out my curriculum here so that I can share with y'all what I was about to say about the brain. There are a lot of areas of the brain, but these are the parts of the brain that I want us to focus on here. The bottom part of our brain is our brain stem. And our brain stem is responsible for controlling the involuntary systems. So that's our breathing, our blinking, like your heart beating, like all the automatic things that happen that you don't have to think about. Our brainstem is also responsible for our fight, flight, freeze, fawn, flop response. When we are triggered, when we are in survival mode, that is the part of the brain that is responsible for that. Okay, so our brain stem is that area. Above our brain stem is our limbic area of our brain. This is the place where our amygdala lives. So our amygdala is like the security guard of our brain that says everything's good to go or shit's hitting the fan type of thing. So the amygdala lives in the limbic area as well as the hippocampus. So the hippocampus is responsible for our memory, specifically our short-term memory, which helps us to be able to process things that are happening. So we got that. Brainstem controls involuntary responses. Fight, flight, freeze lives there. It works with our limbic area to get us to act. All right. Above that is our prefrontal cortex. So our prefrontal cortex is our decision-making center of the brain. It's the place in our brain that controls our impulse response. It controls insight. It controls empathy. The prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until the age of 25 to 27. So when middle school or people under that age, when you say things like, why would they do that? Their prefrontal cortex is not fully developed. They do not have a fully developed brain, okay? Then the last region of the brain is our cortex. So our cortex is the place where we are allowed to think about our thinking. So this is our learning center. This is the part of the brain that moves beyond the automatic things that we're doing, just the
the basic things, to actually the intentionality and awareness of what is happening lives in our cortex. Okay. So we're going to call it our downstairs brain and our upstairs brain. So what is important for us to understand in our downstairs brain, again, that's the brainstem in the limbic area. The only question that our brain is asking is, am I safe? So if there's a triggering event, what happens is our amygdala, the security guard, says, hey, we not safe. So then the brainstem locks it down. Okay, I need to see what's going on. I need to be hypervigilant. I need to pay attention to what's happening. Am I safe? 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 That is all your brain is asking. If your brain cannot say, yes, I am safe, it stays stuck in that loop until it is able to answer that question, am I safe? Now, I also remember I told y'all the hippocampus, the memory center of the brain, also lives in the limbic area. So when the amygdala shuts everything down, there goes our memory. This is why when we have some type of triggering event, your memory get real shaky. You get very brain foggish because that got shut down because we're not safe. So then, let's say you can say, okay, I'm safe. Well, the next question that you're asking yourself, or the next question that the brain is asking is, am I connected? What is my emotional safety? Are there people around me that love and care for me and are providing a safe space for me? If I cannot say that, I remain stuck in that loop. Again, am I safe? Am I connected? Am I safe? Am I connected? Am I safe? Am I connected? It is not until we are able to answer both of those questions definitively and say, yes, I am safe. Yes, I am connected, that we are able to move into our upstairs brain where our executive state lives, and we are able to ask, what can I learn? How can I show up differently? How can I have empathy for other people? How can I be self-aware and have emotional intelligence? That lives in the upstairs brain. But if I'm stuck in the downstairs brain, where I'm not safe and I'm not connected, I'm not ever biologically capable of moving into my upstairs brain. So I brought all that up to say our children are living in these constant states of not feeling safe and not feeling connected. And then we send them off to school and we expect them to go up in there and learn. They are not biologically capable of accessing that part of the brain when they do not feel safe and they do not feel connected. And this has implications at home. This has implications at school. So as a parent or a caregiver, it is our job to ensure that our children have a safe space and have a connected life. Now, if some of us, I speak for myself, I wasn't safe, nor was I connected. And I still was pushing my brain through to figure out what I could learn at the top of my class because I had an objective. I got to get the hell up out of here. And y'all told me that college is the way to do that. College is what we finna do. So we have students who are performing at the top of their class despite not being safe and not being connected. That's some genius level ish right there. Then we have some who are not able to push past that. The things that they are carrying are so heavy, or they really, really aren't safe. Like I had safety every so often. There were certain things that I was able to do to be safer than others, right? I was still walking on eggshells, but technically I had a house and I had food. There are some kids who don't know when they're going to eat, or the only time they eat is at school. They are raising themselves. They're raising their sibling. They didn't ask to be here. And now you mad because they're going to school and they don't have the language to communicate what's going on. They don't have the ability to be able to say, I need help. They don't know how to advocate for themselves. And now you mad because they're not getting all A's. And some of us know what that feels like because that was our life. But I am here to remind us, those of us who are responsible for young people, they did not ask to be here. And it is your job to break the cycle. It is your job to break the cycle because these are innocent kids. No child wakes up and says, I want to be a failure. No child walks into school and be like, I just want to wreak havoc up in this bitch. When kids are little, they love to learn. They love to learn. They're asking questions and they're curious. And what is this? And what is that? And why is that? And what they're figuring out the world. They just got here. And it's our job to protect that curiosity. It's our job as their parents and caregivers. And it's our job in school. And I'm not going to get on the school soapbox today only because there's not really time. But I want y'all to know that's what I have spent my life advocating for, is safe spaces for our kids at school. The schools in the United States of America are not safe for any children, but definitely not for children who are Black or brown or an immigrant or have some type of learning disability or have some type of mental health concern. Schools are not safe for those kids at all. So it's also our job as parents and caregivers to be involved in their educational experiences, because schools are murdering children's spirits every day with no problem. Ask me how I know. That is what I do. So we don't get to bring people into this world that didn't ask to be here and then check out and not protect them. We don't get to do that. No, it is our job to show up. And a lot of that means that you then have to show up for yourself, because that really is the issue, is that we have been taught not to show up for ourselves. So therefore, we're not showing up for our children. Things happen to us, and instead of being intentional about breaking that cycle, we're perpetuating the same harm. And I know that everybody isn't in a position to be vocal about the things that you have experienced, but if you have children, you have a responsibility to find some healing so that them babies don't have to pay for things that they never even asked for. That's the truth. And whether you are, again, someone who's responsible for children or someone who is healing your own inner child, that's the truth, because you didn't deserve that either. It should not have happened. Whatever it is, it shouldn't have happened, because you didn't ask to be here. So that laid real heavy on my spirit, because I know what I have experienced, and I know that the people that I've been able to have candid conversations with have experienced. And it infuriates me, because we got to do better, period and point blank. So that was one thing. The other thing that this forever rabbit hole took me down of thinking about. So I mentioned earlier that the creator of the series, her name is Mara Brock Akil, and I mentioned some of the other works that she has had. So I started watching interviews with her with the cast, and with her talking about this creative work. I want to show y'all the trailer, because I just want you to see what I'm talking about and how beautiful it is. Feel free to comment on how it looks, how you receive it, whatever. But let's watch this trailer.
You have no idea who I am, do you?
Keisha Clark. Wow.
Low key, I've always had a crush on you.
Hey.
How did it go?
Will you be my girlfriend?
I really like you, but my life is real messy right now.
What does that mean?
I have to tell you something.
We want to talk to you about Keisha.
I mean, what about her?
You've got a lot on your plate.
Should you be dating her right now?
You're just weeks away from getting that scholarship. Don't let that boy distract you. Early decision is your best shot.
She's have it all planned out, don't you?
No, we have a plan.
I don't want to weigh you down.
You don't have to worry about that.
I think we have something good going. I'm always going to be here for you.
Forever?
So that was the trailer. And so I'm listening to Mara talk about the decisions that she made about creating it and what that, why they were inspired and like all of that. And one of the things that she said, she was actually talking about a show that she had done when I was growing up, again, called Girlfriends. And she said, you know, I wanted to be really intentional about documenting who we are. She was like, I wanted to be intentional about showing how we dress, how we communicate, how we talk, and capturing that for people to see. It reminds me of the concept of like a time capsule, because with a time capsule, you are capturing what's happening at that time. You know, you are writing down the price of gas and the price of eggs and all of that for people to uncover later on and see what life was like whenever it was that you left that time capsule. And I never really thought about creative works such as a show or a movie as a time capsule. Like, I've thought about it for entertainment purposes and for the story, but I've never really thought about it like, wow, look at how we used to operate back then. I know that now, like, I'll watch shows from like the 80s or 90s or whatever, and I am just amazed at one, the quality, right? Because what was we seeing? Huh? Like, I understand also that I'm getting older and my eyes are getting worse, but like, what was we seeing? Because that's fuzzy as hell. Like, it's fuzzy. What were we even seeing back then, you know? But I never really thought about it like that. But now when I look back on it, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the computers. I'm looking at the phones, at the cars. Like, all of that is a time capsule. And I never thought about it like that. So anyway, as she was talking about Forever, and she was talking about the texting piece, and, you know, she said that was something that we spent a lot of time talking about, was the communication through text. Because right now, that is how we communicate. We live in these virtual worlds and we communicate with people electronically. So they were like, how are they going to capture that? And how are they going to use that as a tool to further the story, but also as a way to capture the way that we communicate right now? And it just got me so intrigued. So one of the things that I really enjoy doing now, which is really interesting because I did not think about movies or things I watched in this way, but now I enjoy watching and looking at the details that set the scene. So like, I have a high school classmate of mine is a makeup artist and a movie makeup artist. So for instance, she worked on Sinners. She worked on the Book of Clarence. She's worked on so many of the projects, right? But anyway, the most recent one is like Sinners. And her best friend is the costume. I don't know if it's the designer, but like, she goes and sources the pieces for the cast to wear. Before, I never looked at movies and thinking about all of those pieces that go into it. I'm just involved in the story. But when you think about all of the other pieces, again, behind the scenes, I started this off talking in my Patreon about the things that happen behind the scenes in a podcast. When you think about the things that happen behind the scenes in a movie or in a series, all of that allows you to be able to be fully immersed in the story, right? So what they're wearing, the cars, the artistry that's on the wall, what the houses look like all of that set design and all of that contributes to how you're able to receive this story and be fully immersed in this world that they have created. So anyway, Mara was like sharing the intentionality in the ways that she chose, you know, the wardrobe and the hairstyles and like all of these things, the way that they collaborated to create this beautiful work. It just got me so inspired. And it got me inspired on a few levels because, again, thinking about it as a snapshot of the time period did makes me want to be more intentional about the types of things that I'm talking about, right? Because there are people in the future that are going to need to know that we were here. There are people in the future who are going to be wondering, well, how did they move and how did they exist in this world? Especially when we're thinking about the drastic things that are happening in the US right now and the global impact that that is going to have. People are going to want to know what happened, right? And it's important for us to be writing and documenting our story because the future is going to need to know that we were here and they need to hear our perspective about what was happening. And it becomes even more important when we're thinking about the erasure of history that is happening right now and the ways that our stories are being erased every single day. Y'all know it's a TikTok trend right now where people are talking about Harriet Tubman wasn't real. They're talking about Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth weren't real. And I want to say some of it was like them talking about that they're industry plants. And like there's a lot that's going on with the young people right now. And I was going through the comments the other day and I was like, just trying to see how people were receiving what was happening. And a lot of people were like, well, the young people, they so stupid and they don't know nothing. And didn't you learn history and da 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 da. And guess what? Guess who's supposed to teach them that history? Us. We are the ones who are supposed to be keeping these stories passing down. That's our responsibility. And if we are not doing that, how can we be mad at them for not knowing? How they supposed to know? They're not learning about it at school. They are actively rewriting history in school. So how are they supposed to know, they being the young people, supposed to know about the things that happened in history if we are not telling them about it? I was watching one of my favorite creators, Kev on Stage, and in his bonus episode the other day, he was talking about his family and his family dynamics. And it led to some very interesting conversations because his biological father has not been in his life. And the co-host, that chick Angel, her biological father wasn't in her life. And there are so many people that have that story where their biological parents were not in their lives. Again, parents having kids and not being responsible for the children. How you create a whole person and then don't be there. Like, so anyway, Atul said, I saw that. I don't know if they're trolling for views or are they serious? I don't know. But what I do know is that we are depending, and this is a very collective we are depending on schools to be the ones who are holding our stories and sharing our truths. And we cannot do that because the school is not going to do it. The school is going to whitewash everything that has happened and paint, and I'm specifically talking about the United States of America. If you're watching from elsewhere in the world, please chime in the chat because it may be different where you're at. But in the United States, they are actively, for instance, y'all know I used to teach in Florida, and when I left Florida, they had this, they're using it now, but this is called Prager University. And it's like a web series type of thing where they're using it to teach the kids about the past. And what they're teaching the kids about slavery is that these were unpaid workers who received compensation for their labor with housing and food. That's what they're teaching in Florida about slavery. So if we, the ones who actually know what happened, are not being intentional about talking to our children about the things that are actually happening, how are they going to know? So what happens is our stories get lost. And for someone like myself who does not have children to pass these stories down to, it is very important to me to leave a trail of documentation of me talking about what is happening in my life, what is happening in the world, because I am history. We are all history right now. Every day is history. We're writing history every single day. So we have a responsibility to say, this is what is happening. This is who I am. These were my people. Because otherwise, they're not going to know. And in the absence of us writing our own story, white inferiority complex is going to fill in the gaps. And that's how you get things like Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth aren't real, and that slavery was actually just unpaid working. That's how you get that. Because we, the adults, have checked out, and we are not doing a good job at documenting what is happening. So I urge all of you to start documenting what is going on in your life and in the world, whether you have children or not, because we all have a role in this revolution that is happening. We are all responsible for holding pieces of that. And all of our lived experiences are valid, whether you have a huge platform or whether your platform is your inner circle. It doesn't matter. You still existed and you are still doing things that count and that need to be acknowledged. So I'm thinking about how I create differently and how I capture things differently, because now it's kind of turning into a documentary of sorts, as opposed to I'm just out here. I never said it like that, but like I'm just out here vlogging just to vlog. Like, no, I'm out here capturing history. And, you know, for someone like me with a story like mine, y'all, I left my home country and moved to a different country to find peace after being bullied for advocating for our children. I am currently in the process of asking for safety in a different country because of the things that I have experienced in the US advocating for our children. And I don't even have children. That is a story that needs to be documented. So again, I urge you all to document your life as an act of resistance. You know, give yourself a chance to honor the experiences that you have had and share those experiences with others. And that documentation, y'all, could look like a vlog. It could look like a blog where you are writing. It could look like a journal. It could look like your social media feed, right? But have a different intentionality with how you are showing up to show what is happening, because it does make a difference. Okay. So your soul work for this week is to figure out what part of your story do you want future generations to understand. And all of us have a part. So I don't want to hear, oh, I don't know, I just really have a basic life. I don't want to hear it. All of us have a part of our story that future generations need to understand. So that is our soul work. And I want you to tell me in the comments what part of your story, and you don't have to write the story in the comments, but tell me in the comments what part of your story that you are going to start being intentional about documenting for future generations to understand. Okay. All right. So I'm going to pause here, do all my commercials and things. Make sure y'all is following me everywhere. Okay. Minding My Black Ass Business here on YouTube. Like this video, comment on the video, subscribe to the page, right? And this is the thing. More than anything, what I need y'all to do is I need y'all to be talking about me and the things that you learn over here in this space and the experiences that you have over here in this space. I need you to leave from out of here and be like, I need to send this to so-and-so. Let me share this on my page. Let me send this to my daddy, my sister, my brother, my cousin. Let me tell somebody about what is happening over here. Now, we had a full-scale lesson today. Okay, we learned about brains and brain research today. We learned about how we need to show up better for our children. Okay, we talked about a lot over here today. Okay, so it's something that I know that you can share with somebody. So can you please do that? I would really, really appreciate it. Okay, so like the page, subscribe to the page, comment on the video, share it with somebody. It helps and it is free. Okay, it is free and I need that. support. All right. Also, if I mentioned a few times about my Patreon and my inner circle, if you are looking for a deeper connection, you are looking for the opportunity to be able to have these kind of conversations as well as understanding what's happening behind the scenes, be the first to know about the different projects that I'm working on, being willing to come and have a space to ask questions and to show up as a better version of yourself, please do join my inner circle, patreon.com/minding my black ass business. The inner circle is $5 a month. You get the first 7 days free trial. So when you are in there, you are able to see all the things that I've put up because, this is a reality show over here. Okay. I have been documenting my life for a while now. So it's a lot to binge and to understand and catch up on because a lot has been happening. And a lot of this stuff I've been talking about for a long time, but people ain't been listening. When I first got on here, I said people need to be very intentional about listening to what I am saying because I be knowing and I be saying stuff and then it be happening and then I just be like, I've been saying this. I'm finna go, but this is what I want to say. Around this time of year in 2020, the Black Lives Matter protests were happening. And just the other day, the memory came up from when Trump had weaponized the police on a peaceful protest across from the White House. And he went across the street from the White House to this church and held up the Bible to try to do a photo op. All of this stuff that we're seeing right now that's happening, I've been talking about this since then. Since then, I've been talking about this, right? And now the things are happening and there are people who are like, oh no, where did this come from? I need us to tap in, okay? I need us to tap in. So if you are able to be tapped in, I need you to get into the Patreon. Because pretty soon we're not going to be able to use public platforms to be able to talk about a lot of these things. So we have to be connected in ways that are going to allow us to continue to get the understanding of what is happening and how we need to move and how we need to show up differently. Okay. So this is your call to action. All right. So again, patreon.com/minding my black ass business, KimberlandJackson.com. There you can go and access my blog is over there, as well as get more information about Discover Your Destiny. I'm having another cohort of Discover Your Destiny that's coming up this summer. So I'm in the process of getting everything together for that. I mentioned the internship program earlier. That is something that you may want to look into if you are someone who wants to get into content creation and you want to understand the behind the scenes work like producing and things of that nature. That would be a great place for you to be able to get connected. Okay. So what I need you to do is go to KimberlandJackson.com and get onto my mailing list. And then I need you to make sure that you're following me everywhere because I'm about to start talking about that again. But also outside of the internship program, if you are someone who is saying that you really want to understand who you are, you want to develop a deep personal relationship with God, you want to be able to know what your gifts and talents are and understand your purpose, Discover Your Destiny is for you. If you go onto the YouTube page and there is a playlist that says Discover Your Destiny, you can listen to people who have experienced Discover Your Destiny before. You can hear their testimonials and you can, kind of hear about the different walks of life that they have and what this experience has been like for them. I do highly recommend it. If you are somebody who is wanting to understand your purpose, it is life-changing. I will go ahead on and say that we utilize the Bible as the text that we use to understand how God created us. But even having said that, this is not about religion at all. So I don't care what religion that you identify with. If you understand that there is a creator that has created this world and created us, you good. Okay. But we use the Bible because the Bible has been used to cause harm and it has been weaponized against people. And it's important to me that we are able to meet God in the words that God intended for us to have without the filter of how religion has been used to control people.
So said all that to say, if you go to KimberlandJackson.com, you can see the Discover Your Destiny tab there. And if you're saying to yourself, you're not ready for like the actual intensive program, you can also access the workbook for $47 and you can do it self-paced if that is something that feels more like your jam. All right. So I said all that to say, y'all, let's get connected and let's get plugged in and understanding what is happening, because a lot is going on right now, but we are very much equipped and able to support ourselves and document what is happening in this current world. So having said all of that, let me go ahead and close this out with my closing quote. Every week, I like to leave us with something to think about and something that kind of encapsulates what our conversation was here. So the quote for this week says, "History is not what happened, it's who tells the story. Make sure your story is told by someone who loves you." And that was adapted from Grace Lee Boggs. And I'm going to add to that, you love you. So make sure you are telling your story. Okay? All right. So I will see y'all next week. Thank you to my BTS folks that were hanging out with me here in the chat as I am recording this. Again, if you are wanting to be in on that, please do go to the Patreon. I drop the link in there each week so that you're able to join me behind the scenes. Other than that, I will see y'all next week. Holla. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Hey y'all, come on in, find a comfortable spot, take a seat. I'm grateful to have you here with me today for episode 6 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. That doesn't mean that you aren't welcome if you don't identify with any of those descriptors. It just means that when you come ready to listen, ready to learn, and ready to support. So my name is Kimberland, and I am the founder and visionary behind Minding My Black Ass Business. I know that some of you all are joining me in this phase of my life, but I invite you to go back into the archives and kind of get a part of this journey and understand how I have come to this place, because this has been a lot of work to get here. But I think it is important to understand, right? Because you drop into somebody's life at a particular point, but they have lived life up to that point. And I think all of those experiences are relevant and important. So I invite you to go back to some of the playlists that I have, particularly the ones where I first started the page and where I was talking about why I left the US, the journey that I experienced through education and how all of that has gotten me to this point. So I wanted to kind of throw that at the top of it, because some people, y'all been rocking with me for a long time.
Okay. And I would love for you to tell me in the comments, like what year that you found me or what was it that brought you here to this community, because I'm really curious about that. And also, I forget that people may not have been following me. It's been 3 years and a little bit of time that I've been here on YouTube. And I've kind of been in and out sometimes based on what's happening in life. So the Frolicking Truth, this is my recommitment to be here, and a gift to myself, honestly, and a gift to the future, because last week we talked about we need to be documenting our stories and really thinking about how we are sharing what is happening right now in the world. So I felt like I needed to say that, okay? But yeah, so I live in Medellin, Colombia, and that comes with a lot of privilege because there is peace outside my door. If you follow me on Instagram, you may have seen the pictures or the videos that I have put up about the view outside my window. It is a very, very peaceful place. And I have the luxury of being able to turn off my computer and just have complete and total peace around me. And I realize that everyone does not have that opportunity to be able to do that. So I use all of that privilege in trying to help people understand their brains and what they need for themselves to feel stable and settled and grounded. I take back settled and I want to put grounded, to help them feel stabilized and grounded, because that is important to the work that we need to do. The world is set up right now for us not to have that. The world is on fire. What are you doing about it? So that is the title for today. All right. So the first thing that I do is we always have an auntie check-in, and that comes from me really understanding that I am an auntie. Like I am. And I am very much okay with that because I am a cool and cute auntie. Okay. Y'all see this froing. Okay. Y'all see these curls popping. Okay. Sis is cute. And also, I have been on the earth for 40 plus years. So there is some wisdom that I have gathered over that time. And I have had experiences where I'm able to help others, right? So that's the first part of it, is that I have accepted that I'm an auntie. We are okay with that, and we are popping our shit about that. Also, shout out to Teaching for the Culture. Teaching for the Culture is my best friend Bianca's organization and baby. And we do educational advocacy and activism work. And shout out to Bianca that we just won a long trademark battle that was happening. Ooh, child, I'm not going to talk about it here because we'll probably talk about it. We're recording for Heal That Shit this afternoon, which is our podcast together. So we will, I'm sure, get into that on Heal That Shit. But I felt led to put my shirt on today. So this is my Teaching for the Culture shirt. And we teach and transform, empower, educate, coach, and heal. So yeah, so anyway. So this is what I want to talk about for my auntie check-in. Okay, my brain people. I want to talk about where my brain people are, what my brain people are doing, because it's a lot that's happening. So my brain people right now are awake. They are in the office. They are in a very like playful and jovial mood. So very much laughing and leaning into joy, if you will. And that's really interesting to me, actually, because there is still this understanding of the fact that the world is on fire. But my brain people right now are very much accepting that reality, and also thinking about the things that I need to do to be able to sustain myself and to help myself to remain involved in the fight and connected to my humanity, if you will. So that's kind of where they are, and very much focused because there is a mission at hand, but also giving myself permission to laugh, because we cannot stay in states of constant terror, because that is paralyzing, and we can't escape the terrible things that are happening right now in the world. So we have to be really intentional about stabilizing ourselves and still being able to give ourselves permission to have joy, because it's a lot and it's heavy. So that's where my brain people are right now. And what I was going to say earlier, you know what? Hold on. It's really bothering me that it feels dark. So hold on. I need to open the curtains because I can't do this. Like, though the sun is very much shining bright on my melanin, it's not giving the warmth, and I need the warmth. Un momento, porfa.
A few moments later.
So I often am checking on people that are in my life, especially when they get quiet. So I am a person who I can hear the quiet. I can hear you when you are quiet. And a lot of that is because I want people to also hear me when I am quiet, and be intentional about checking in. So I have worked to, when I think about someone, to actually like reach out, and for it not to be pressure for them to have to respond in any particular time or any type of way, but just to let them know that I'm thinking about them. So anyway, I had done that with a few people, and one of them was one of my life coaches, and he reached back out and was trying to, I could tell he was trying to find the words to explain what was happening. And then he was like, so my brain people, this is what's happening. And it's such a powerful communication tool to be able to explain to someone how you are feeling and what is happening inside your brain. Because a lot of us, like something, this is how I know that I'm autistic. Like, this is how I know. Because many people are, first of all, not honest when you ask them how they are doing. And it is because many people ask people how they are doing without the intention of actually hearing the truth. And I am one of those people that I do not ask you how you are doing if I don't have the capacity to receive whatever you might say. And I'm grateful that I have certain people in my life who have removed the need to pretend that everything is fine, because everything is not fine. Everything is not okay. Some things might be okay, and other things are not. The world is on fire. It's not fine. Everything is not okay. And we have to be able to name that, because otherwise we are gaslighting ourselves and we are lying to ourselves. And that makes it very difficult for us to be able to trust ourselves. And we have to be able to trust ourselves to be able to move and to organize and to think and to create. So we have to build capacity within ourselves and our brains to be able to hold space for the totality of the things that we might be feeling. And we have to have people connected to us that actually care enough to listen and who will be honest when asked. So the reason I said I'm really autistic is because I ask people how they are doing, and sometimes people use emojis as a way to describe how they are doing. I know what I would mean if I use that, but what does that mean to you? I need you to be able to tell me. So that process is called metacognition, and metacognition is a
higher level thinking ability, and it lives in the upper part of our brain. So last week, we did brain research and we talked about the different parts of the brain. So this is a part of our upstairs brain, this metacognition. And metacognition means that you are thinking about your thinking. So having a conversation about your brain people, or having a conversation about the natural curiosities that you have when you are listening to someone or when you are experiencing the world, the questions that you're asking yourself, the tours through your brain space of being able to say something is different, or it looks like this, or it looks like that. All of that is metacognition, and that is a higher level thinking skill. We are not able to access metacognition when we are in survival mode. But one of the ways that I have found that it's easier to be able to communicate is to use this concept of brain people. So I was really moved when I was listening to the message from my life coach, because he was able to use that concept in ways that he otherwise might not have been able to explain how he had been feeling and what was going on. So it's something that I want to be more intentional about. So I have an affirmation video that I'm actually going to move to the top of my page right now, because right now it's kind of at the bottom, but it is the most successful video that I have ever had. I think it's at 21,000 views right now. And there are many people who have commented and said that they listen to it every morning. And I have started listening to it as well. I made it 3 years ago when I was living in Mexico City. So that was in 2022. And I made it, and then like a lot of things that I did in my life, I move on to the next things. Like, all right, did that. But recently, God has told me to listen to those affirmations again, because it is my past self, literally my past self, talking to my future self. So there's a lot of wisdom that lived there that I didn't even know what was ahead of us. So anyway, when I came here today to record, I started out with playing that video because it's important to me that I am practicing what I'm preaching, and that there is alignment in what I say and what I do. Because in this world that we're in right now, we don't have time for disingenuous people, disingenuous anything. Say the truth and live in the truth. That's why this podcast is called The Frolicking Truth. There is stability in the truth. Even when the truth is difficult to hear and accept, at least you know that you have the truth and you don't have additional questions or additional harm being caused because someone wasn't honest. So that also applies to the way that I live my life. I am constantly making sure that the things that I say are the things that I do, and the way that I live aligns with the things that I say, that my actions and my words align, that my thoughts and my patterns align. And I cannot have people around me that do not live in truth. I cannot do it. I will not do it. I will not try to do it. It's a lot that comes with that, because the more that you live in truth, the more that you recognize the people that don't. And if you're someone like myself who feels energy and understands that there is energy, it becomes a weight, because if you're not honest, then that means I can't trust what you say. So why are you in my life? Why would I have someone in my life that I cannot trust, that I have to consistently wonder if they are being honest? I don't have time for that shit. I would venture to say none of us have time for that.
The world is on fire. We don't have time to be trying to figure out if you say that you're going to do something, whether you're going to do it or not. Like, I need to know that the people that are around me are going to do what they say. And if you're not able to do that, I need you to communicate. That's it. That's it. So anyway, as I've been looking at those different alignments, I am trying to be very intentional about auditing the areas of my life where I may not be aligned. And one of those places is in honoring my routine every day, honoring my meditation, honoring making my tea, honoring stretching, honoring creating or doing something that is putting something positive into the world. So that's why I started off with the meditation, because I want to make sure that I'm doing that. So I figure that we can do that together, So if that's something that you are looking for, just a level of accountability, an opportunity to be able to have a moment to stabilize your nervous system, I invite you to join me in the Patreon, because my accountability checks are going to live there, so that we are all doing what we need to do to be able to honor our brain people and have a calm nervous system. Because when we don't have a calm nervous system, you cannot biologically plan, create, strategize, learn, or think. So if you find yourself lately being in a place of, why is my brain not operating the way that it used to? Or why am I struggling to do X, Y, and Z? One, you're probably on the brink of burnout. So we absolutely need to come up with some type of intentional safety plan for what that looks like. And number two, because your nervous system is in shambles. So you have to, in order to be able to get through whatever situation that you might be in, you have to prioritize your nervous system. You have to. It is not optional. It is not something that you can say, oh, I'm going to do it, at whatever point in time, especially if you're at a place right now where you are already seeing you don't have the capacity that you used to have. We have to honor and care for our brain and our nervous system. So I'm practicing what I'm preaching. Okay, so y'all know I live on the mountain, right? And I want to see, let me see if I could show y'all what I see. So you see the bench and you see the tree, but then like beyond that are the mountains. And I bring that up because it's very peaceful for me. It's very peaceful for me. Okay. But yesterday I had to take the trash out, and it's down the mountain. So I had asked the owner, I was like, hey, where's the trash? So he's like, I'm going to show you, right? Now, I had asked before and I had tried to go find it, and I had no idea what they were talking about. So this is how it was described to me versus what actually happened. Okay. It was described to me as, there's a chute by the gate and you just put it in the chute by the gate. And I was like, okay. So I went by the gate and I don't see a chute. Okay. So then I was like, okay, I don't know. So I just had left the bag outside and I was like, I'm going to have to figure it out at some point, because this was just like a shopping bag. This was my trial, right? Because I'm autistic. So I need to know I need to know information. I need to understand information. Okay. So that was not enough information for me to be able to successfully take out the trash. So I'm putting it over here. I'll try again on another day. So yesterday was that day. I messaged the owner and I was like, hey, so this time I asked the husband, I was like, can you tell me I need to take out the trash? How do I do that? So he said, oh, you want to come so I could show you? So then I was like, okay. Because I didn't know if he was going to use words or what. So I get up there to the front and he's like, you see down there? You see the building and then you see the tree and that little thing. I was like, down there? He's like, yeah, down there. Next to the building, there's a little tree and then the down there.
So I was like, oh, okay. Now, mind you, it had been raining, and I thought that this shoot was at their gate. So I have on slides. So I was like, I'm really about to have to walk down this mountain. So I asked him, I said, well, maybe I should change and put on my tennis shoes. And it's, because I have on slides. And he's like, I think you'll be fine. So I was like, okay. So I start walking down the mountain. Now, walking down is easier, but also it had been raining. So I didn't want to fall. So I'm like, this was not a good idea. Why did I not put on my sneakers? Like, I did not know that I was going on a hike to take out the trash. So there are some cows that are down there, like all of this. Okay, so I get down there and I take out the trash. But then I had to come back up the mountain. When I tell you, I was so tired. I was like, it's not vertical, but it was steep. Again, I'm in slides. Okay. I am in slides with socks. Okay. Oh my God. It was so much. So by the time I got up to the back up, this whole ordeal, it didn't take long. It probably took about 10 minutes, but I was tired. I was very tired. But also, I think that might be an exercise that I can do now, and it'll help me have my Colombian booty, because I have been working on my Colombian booty, but lately I haven't been doing anything to help it, get most the sitting right, So now I can just hike to take the trash and then hike back up the mountain, and that will be my exercise for the day. So that is my auntie check-in. That is what I have been doing, and I will have to keep y'all posted, especially on the progression of my Colombian booty. But yeah, I'm still enjoying it here. And the owners, they'll message and they're like, are you okay? Like, you can walk around. And I'm like, hey, I'm peaceful. I am peaceful. And that is what I have been needing, is peace. I don't want to talk to people. I don't want visitors. I want to be in peace and quiet, and only having to be present for the things that I want to be present for, not having to be pulled by somebody else's agenda. Again, I recognize that that is privilege, and also it's been a lot of work to get here. So I'm enjoying that and appreciating that I have the opportunity to be able to have a moment to kind of get away. All right, so I want to talk through our Truth Is segment. So the truth is kind of like the meat and potatoes of the things that I want to talk about for the day. And the segment really centers around like some type of injustice or something that is happening, something deep that we need to be talking about, because the truth is we tied. Okay, so this is what this segment is about. So this week, y'all, the world is on fire. The world is literally on fire. Sunday, so I'm working on a project with someone, and we had set one of our check-in times as Sunday. So I had to record a video and do some different things. And we had this conversation on Thursday. I had every intention of meeting that deadline. And then Friday, stuff just started popping off. So there have been a lot of protests in Los Angeles, California, around the immigration. What is ICE called? Immigration and Customs Enforcement is the name of it. So I want to show you all some of the things that are happening in the United States with these ICE raids. So again, ICE is Customs and Immigration, and I'm gonna play this without the sound so that I can talk through it. All right. So this is in Los Angeles, California, and there have been protests is what's happening. But as you can see that in the US right now, this man, this man that is occupying the White House and his administration, they have been terrorizing the people of
several cities. So Los Angeles, it's been happening in Chicago. It's happening in Minneapolis, it's happening in Texas. So as people are going to their children's graduations, people are going to church, people are going to court dates that they actually have because they have applied for immigration protection. That video that they were just showing a moment ago, they ran over that man. They're running over people with cars because ICE agents are masked and kidnapping people is what's happening. And there are also instigators who are inciting violence. So we saw these things happening during the 2020 elections. We saw people being planted into the protests to cause violence so that there would be a reason to be able to meet otherwise nonviolent protesters with violent force. And in 2020, there were talks about declaring martial law and sending in the National Guard. So in California, the governor, Gavin Newsom, basically got on the news, and because Trump has been threatening to arrest him and hold him in contempt and all this kind of stuff, right? So a news reporter was like, Governor Newsom, President Trump has said that he's going to arrest you for impeding progress and all this. And Governor Newsom said, he know how to find me. Like, he was basically, hey, pull up, because what are you doing right now? And I really want to say we need more of that energy. It's about damn time. It's about damn time. Because I personally have been talking about this stuff since 2020. I did a video series and it's here on my YouTube page. It was originally recorded in 2020. And in that video, it was the day that Donald Trump walked out of the White House. There was a nonviolent Black Lives Matter protest. He walked out of the White House and walked across the street to the church and held up the Bible for a photo op. And in order for him to be able to do that, the police force, I don't know what branch it was. I don't know if it was military or if it was state police or what, I don't know. But whoever the policing unit was, used violence to clear out that area so that he could take that picture. And I said on that day in the recording, I said, I wanted to open the window and yell, fuck this country so loud, because what the hell is happening? That was in 2020. And now it's 2025. And we are seeing that and more. I need us to accept that. I need us to process that. I need us to understand and recognize what is happening in front of our faces. Because what people are saying is in LA that parts of the city are in chaos, like I was showing you, because of the protests and because of the militarized police force. But the rest of the city is going on with business as usual. And a part of the reason is because this is targeting immigrants. And in the US, immigrants are demonized consistently. Immigrants are blamed for everything that is wrong with the country. Immigrants are blamed for the election, and they can't even vote. Immigrants don't vote. I don't know if y'all knew that. Like, I'm an immigrant here in Colombia. I cannot vote. They're allowing me to be here, but I don't have the rights of a citizen. I don't have citizenship, right? So immigrants have nothing to do with the election at all. Yet immigrants are being blamed for that. So because there was this targeted effort to dehumanize a particular population of people, now people are turning a blind eye to it. Oh, it's just the immigrants. Well, they're illegal anyway. They shouldn't be here anyway. They're aliens. They're this, they're that. And it's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly dangerous, because when we allow ourselves to be desensitized to the suffering of someone else, you don't see that it's coming for you. And I need us to understand that immigrants in the US are not just Latin people. All immigrants are not Mexican. All immigrants are not from a Hispanic originating country. There are lots of Black immigrants as well from various parts of Africa, from Haiti, from elsewhere in the world of the diaspora, from the Caribbean. Like, there are people who actually do look like us. If you want to divorce yourself from an immigrant struggle because they don't look like you, there are people who look like us that are immigrants. I talked about, I have an intern that I work with, and she's from the islands. And we've had conversations about her being afraid to call the police because the police will hear her accent and then she might be rounded up. Even she's in the country legally, but that hasn't stopped anything from happening. So that's the first thing I need us to check our bias. I need us to check our bias. And this is the thing. Let me sip some tea. Hold on. Hold on. Just un momento, porfa. Let's talk about bias. First of all, I want us to know that we all have it, okay? We all have bias. So unconscious bias is when we make judgments or decisions on the basis of our prior experience, our own personal deep-seated thought patterns, assumptions, or interpretations, and we are not aware that we are doing it. Unconscious bias is something that we all have, right? I am biased towards girls, especially girls in science, in math, in STEM, because I think that girls have been marginalized, and especially Black girls have been marginalized and treated as if they are to be consumed. So when I see girls who are in science and math, hey sis, what you need? What do you need, sis? Because I'm finna be in your corner, right? I am biased towards Black people. I want all Black people to win. I want us to win because we are brilliant. We are creative. The world has taken our intellectual property and used it for their consumption. I want us to win. I am biased towards Black people. My page is called Minding My Black Ass Business. My work that I do for life coaching, intuitive melanated life coaches. Okay. I am biased towards my people. And also because of my lived experience, I am biased against white people. And let me talk about me and white people for a second. And not like my history, but how I categorize them. So I believe that there are two types of white people. There are white people and there are people who happen to be white. White people do not know that they are white. They don't want to accept that they are white. They are like, if you call them white, they clutch their pearls. They weaponize their tears. They support the systems that keep other groups of people marginalized because they appreciate the privilege that they have in their whiteness, and they also don't name the privilege that they have. Then you have people who happen to be white. And these people recognize that they live in a white body. And because they live in a white body, that they have more power, that they have more protection, that they have more privilege because they live in a white body. And because they recognize that, they choose to use that privilege to help others. So you all may or may not know that there is an active genocide that is happening in Palestine right now. There's another in the Congo, in Sudan, and probably other places around the world that we just haven't heard about yet. And particularly the situation happening in Gaza and in Palestine, the things that are happening to the Palestinian people. They being Israel, has denied food and humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people that live there. What we came to understand, many of us, because in the US, they do not teach us about global history. That is world history. It's a crying shame about how little we learn about the world being educated in the US.
Anyway, October 7th, 2023, Hamas bombed Israel. And it started this version of what has been happening to the Palestinian people, come to find out, since the Nakba and 1940, whatever, I think it was 48, after World War II, and the Israeli people stole the land from the Palestinian people and have effectively created this apartheid system where Palestinian people have lived as second-class citizens in their own home because Israelis decided they wanted to colonize somebody else's land. Does this sound familiar to anybody? So anyway, so that has been going on. And the reason I bring it up is because a lot of the protests that we have been seeing regarding Palestine and regarding Gaza and the things that are happening have been white people that have been at the forefront. And just the other day, the attempt was to take aid into Palestine, and Israel stopped the flotilla. And one of the people that was on the flotilla is Greta, I think it's Thunberg is her name. And she's Swedish, white lady, but they were interviewing her and asking her, you know, how did they treat you? And what did this look like and sound like? And every time she kept bringing it back to, there's an active genocide that's happening, and they're actively starving people in Palestine, and we have to help them. That is an example of a person who happens to be white. So someone who lives in a white body, but they are willing to put their body on the line to be able to help other people because they realize that they are protected because they live in a white body. So when I say I have bias towards white people, I do not fool with people who do not know that they are white. I don't. Because what I recognize is that the disease of whiteness, it is a cancer. It is a cancer. And someone who does not want to recognize and acknowledge that they are white and that they have more privileges in this world because they are white is someone that is dangerous and will cause harm to me, whether it is intentionally or unintentionally, because they are not in a place of examining their bias. So I am constantly thinking about the biases that I own and examining those biases to ensure that I'm not harming people. Even when I say I have a bias towards Black people, not over my commitment to the truth and to humanity. We cannot escape bias. We have it. But recognize it, and then what are you doing with that? All of that started popping off on Friday. And then I heard about the Freedom Flotilla, and then Amanda Seals just did a freedom ride the other day. There are also people that are heading on foot to Palestine. So it's a lot like that's going on around the world. That's why I said the world is on fire. So then my question is, what are you doing about that? Because this is all of our issue. Now, it's important to understand too that everybody's role is not to be at the protest or on the front lines of the protest. That's not everybody's role. Okay. I am not somebody who is going to protest. I'm not doing it. And you know why? Because I don't know how to stop. I don't know. I will get arrested. I will be in custody, and I will most likely be harmed. So I don't need to put myself into that situation. That is not the best use of my gifts and talents. And sometimes what happens during these times is people are wanting everybody to be out at the protest. Now, granted, yes, there's power in numbers and there's power in a collective voice. However, everybody should not be there. Everybody is not skilled and trained to be there. Like the art of protesting, it is serious business. Like there's certain clothes that you need to wear. Like for instance, I just saw a post the other day and they were like, do not wear contacts if you're going to a protest. Make sure that you have some type of covering for your nose and mouth in case they use pepper spray. You need to be in clothes that are easily able to be removed if necessary. You need to dress in layers. Like there's actual things that you need to do when you're protesting that you need to know. And if you don't know those things, it becomes dangerous, and you become dangerous to other people because now you're not equipped and you're not ready and you're not trained. So now you're a liability because we got to make sure you're okay. We can't just leave you here. But if you would have known these things, you might not be in that situation. So everybody doesn't have that skill set. But even in that, so for instance, when the Black Lives Matter protests were happening, people were doing the protesting. Then you had people who were taking pictures, the historians, the photographers, the videographers, the people that are documenting that this is happening. Because again, the future needs to know that we did fight back. There were people who were nurses and medical personnel who were tending to the people that were getting hurt, that were helping people if they did get pepper spray in their eyes. I think you're supposed to pour milk onto your face if there's pepper spray. So there were aides and stations to be able to help people. There were people who were in charge of making sure that people ate, right? So our chefs and people who know how to cook, our caterers, those people were showing up because there has to be some type of nourishment if you are out here fighting on the front lines. There are people who amplified the message, like myself, who can get on, who have a following, who have a platform and are like, this is what's happening. This is what you need to do. There are independent journalists who are documenting what's happening and spreading the news. All of these things are necessary when we are fighting against a burning world. So our job is to figure out what our role is. Now, my role has shifted some in that my role has now become about the healing part of it. Because the other thing in activism work is so exhausting. It's exhausting and it's also lonely, because for people who choose to be unaware, activism feels like you are talking to a brick wall. Like it feels like you are screaming out into a vacuum and nobody is listening unless you are around the people that see what you see and understand what you understand. So in that time where you're out there and you're fighting, like it's exhausting. And there also has to be a place to come where your spirit can rest and recharge so that you are able to go back out and fight. So I now understand that my role is in helping people in the recuperating and the rest and recharge after the fighting. It's why I talk about having a calm nervous system. It's why I talk about being able to stabilize yourself. Because if you are constantly in the fighting, you cannot ever do anything else but fight. And if you continue fighting and don't have anybody else to tag in, then you become a casualty of the circumstances. So since 2020, and I keep saying this because, yes, I told y'all, I told you so. I told you this was happening. I told you it was going to happen. Like, since 2020, I have been urging people to understand their role, to understand their spiritual gifts, to understand how they are supposed to show up in whatever lane that you need to show up in. If you are someone who wants to take on the nourishing needs of people, you're a chef, you're a cook, you're a baker, you're someone who your gift is through food. How are you using that food to help others? How are you using that food to be medicine? If you're someone who is a medical professional, how are you empowering people so that they can advocate for themselves? And even thinking about alternative medicine and ways to use herbs to be able to heal so that we don't have to depend on the systems that we recognize are killing us. I have another friend, she helps people build gardens. So she comes to their home, she helps them set up their gardens so that they now have a sustainable food source that is not dependent on the government. All of these things are necessary, and all of this is a part of the fight. So your soul work for this week is for you to tell me what your role is in this fight. What is your role in the healing and liberation of this world? And I think even asking yourself the question, where have I been hiding? So what skill, what sacred knowledge do you have that could help set somebody else free? I want you to share that in the comments, because we have to build community, y'all. We have to. It is absolutely necessary. And we're not going to be able to survive this if we do not have community. And it's crazy because, like, when I lived in the US, I would go to work and I would go home and I didn't talk to my neighbors. I didn't really talk to anyone. Granted, I was very active in my students' community, but the way that our life is, it teaches us to be separate and apart and alone. And there are people who actually want to have community, but then the question becomes, how do you show up in community? Because it's not just about things that we're interested in. Like, that a lot of times brings people together, a common interest, but it really is more about common investment. Being intentional about investing in yourself and investing in others. Being intentional about recognizing that there are other people in this world, and together we are able to make a change and make a difference. So learning to show up for each other. Like, we have to choose to be good people. We have to actively choose to be a good person. It's something that you learn how to do. And the unfortunate part about it is we were born as good people, and then the world turns us into people who no longer can see the good. So our work is really to process that, be angry at the system, and then make a choice to be a good person. It's not natural for us, but it is a way that we can make a consistent daily choice, and we can turn it into a spiritual practice of showing up for other people. But the first thing you got to do is show up for yourself. That's the first thing. You have to show up for yourself so that you can show up for others. So at the top of the show, when I was talking about the brain research and how are your brain people responding, what does your nervous system look like? That is the work that we have to do on ourselves so that we are able to show up in community. It's all connected, and it is our responsibility. It's our responsibility as the elders to show up for the generations that are coming behind us. It is our responsibility. So my charge is for you to figure out what that looks like and what that sounds like for you, because every one of us has a role. So you really do have to decide what that role looks like for you. So that is our soul work for the week. And again, I would like for you to tell me in the comments what that looks like and sounds like for you. So I do want to be intentional in saying that I'm looking for the healers. I'm looking for healers, creatives, coaches, teachers, counselors, truth tellers, bridge builders. I'm looking for you. Okay. I am hosting another cohort of Discover Your Destiny, and Discover Your Destiny is the first step. If you are wanting to become a certified life coach, it is the first step that you have to take. But it is not just for people who want to become certified life coaches. Discover Your Destiny is for people who realize that they need to have a deep personal relationship with God. They need to understand who God is, who God has created them to be. Discover Your Destiny is for people that are looking to reconnect to their bodies and understand how their brain and their heart and their spirit work together to be able to operate in purpose. So I am preparing for the new cohort. It's a 10-week program, and it's learning. Nah, y'all know I'm a teacher. Okay. So it really is, I feel like it is almost like a college credit course in the ways that you are able to transform during this process. So if you or someone you know has been really wanting to live a more deeper and connected life and really wanting to understand your role in all of this, please do go to KimberlandJackson.com. I need you to sign up for my email list. On the website, you're able to see information about Discover Your Destiny. You can look at the table of contents. If you go to dyd25.com, you will be able to also see videos and testimonials and see the different life coaches that have already been certified. Here on YouTube, if you go to the playlist Discover Your Destiny, you can hear from the people that have been a part of it. You can hear me talk about how I created it and what that process and journey has looked like. So I am opening that invitation, okay? And I am about to start opening up enrollment for people. Payment plans are absolutely available, and there will be a kickoff special to register people for when I'm ready to open registration. So there will be a limited time of a discounted price. So I'm telling you now. Okay, so you could get yourself in order about what that would look like. Again, it's a 10-week program, but it is transformational and it is necessary right now because many of us do not know what that looks like. We don't know what it looks like for us to show up and really be in our purpose, and this is also a way to have additional community for people who are looking to be a part of communities. Again, KimberlandJackson.com, dyd25.com. We'll get you the information about Discover Your Destiny and all of those things. All right. I already mentioned joining the inner circle. So again, if you're like, I like this vibe, I feel like I want to support this. I want to support this work. I want to support you. It is $5 a month to join the Patreon, and the Patreon is Minding My Black Ass Business. I would love to have you there and again, be a part of that inner circle, get the information before anybody else does so that we are able to show up for ourselves and each other. So I also want to invite you to join me there. Minding My Black Ass Business on all platforms. So that's Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and at Kimberland J on Instagram is another place that you are able to find me. If you are looking to leave the US and you are trying to figure out what that looks like, you need a personalized plan, please go to findingpeaceabroad.com, and there you can schedule time on my calendar where I can work with you to develop that personalized plan. Okay. And lastly, if you are a Black woman who is neurodivergent or struggling with burnout or processing what it means to be a Black woman in this world, I invite you to join me in my healing circles. They happen every other Saturday. It is free. If you go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle, you will be able to register to join the healing circle. And it's a place for us to hold space for each other and also walk away with strategies to be able to calm our nervous systems. It's always going to come back to that. Okay. So again, tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle. So having said that, let me go ahead and close with our quote of the week that kind of wraps everything up. And this week's quote is by Angela Davis. I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. So give me your comments and let me know your thoughts. Let me know what your role is going to be in this fight. And I look forward to having and building this community so that we are all able to support each other. Bye, y'all.
Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye.
I really used to be patriotic. I'm talking proud to be an American. Okay. That song used to bring me to tears. I used to feel it in my bones. And I'm not that person anymore at all. No way, no how.
Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland. and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Hey y'all, my name is Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Come in, find a comfortable spot, get settled, grab a notebook or something, grab something to drink, sit down, all right? It's a lot of things that we need to talk about. And also, let me just state that if you don't identify with any of those descriptors, that is absolutely okay. You are still welcome here. I just ask that you come in a spirit of learning and sharing and figuring out how you can support. Ultimately, in this space, we are focusing on joy, justice, and free nervous systems. Hello, somebody. All right. So I want to kind of be intentional in saying a few things. So here with me in the space, there are people who are watching and helping to shape the show with me. So that's my BTS people, my folks that are on the VIP list, my folks from the inner circle, and that comes through access to my Patreon. So I did want to say that because I might be talking to people while I'm talking, and that's who I'm talking to. All right. But also, you have a chance to be able to still interact with me when I actually publish and premiere the show. So the new episodes drop on Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. Central. And during that time, there's also a live chat that you're able to participate in. So that way you can talk to me, you can talk to others, you can ask questions, you can build community. And it's really an opportunity for us to be able to connect, because that's why we here, is to connect. And because I am a global citizen, I have connections all over the world. So that is an important community to be a part of, especially for those of us who may be looking for other options for life right now. Okay, so the first segment that I have is called the Auntie Check-In. And the Auntie Check-In is a chance for us to kind of just whoo chow, right? So let me be transparent and saying, before I pressed the record button, it was so much tech stuff that was happening. And when I tell you my brain people were on red alert, the way I described it a little bit ago is I said, like, everybody had to stop what they were doing and go to the emergency protocol. And then they're flipping through the emergency protocol and they get to the page that they need to use. And then that page is missing. That page is missing. So then what do we do? So that's kind of what was happening. And we solved the crisis. Okay. And now everybody is kind of decompressing and getting back into their office spaces and picking up their coffee and like actually having the slow, steady life that I tried to help myself to have. So that's what's happening currently. And I am like actively in the process of stilling myself, if you will, after that emergency. So I'm glad that I pushed through, because there's a lot of things that I need to talk about, a lot of things that I need to share. So the first thing is that 2 years ago, about this time, it was actually earlier this month, but 2 years ago in June, I graduated my first cohort of intuitive melanated life coaches. So there were 5 people across the world that got their life coach certifications, and we completed an intensive process because I have realized I am a teacher, and I really should call myself a professor, because the way that I teach is really to build critical thinking skills and self-sufficiency in learning, which is very different, if you will, from teaching, because it's more like facilitating.
But anyway, it's a lot of brain power that goes into that, right? So they completed that process and got their certifications. It was pretty much the first 6 months of the year. And after that, I also got a lot of time back. So because during that time, I was very much like, okay, do we have the lessons ready? Do we have the things? I'm having one-on-ones, like I'm supporting them, like let's go, like let's do the things. And once that ended, I got a whole lot of time back and my brain was able again to kind of settle. Now, at the time, I was not the least bit aware of what was happening in my brain, but what was happening is I was about to enter a serious mental health burnout crisis. And I did not know at that time. What I did realize at that time is that God has started telling me a lot of things like to say and like, turn on the microphone and say this and turn on the microphone and say that. And it was interesting because at the time I was still with Beautiful Brown Girls and I don't think I was journaling, but for some reason God like led me to record myself in my closet. And I had really liked my closet because my closet overlooked the mountains and there was a window and I turned it into a window seat and it was real cute and interesting. But I started getting like really drawn to my closet and I would have these conversations with God in my closet. And, I'm just kind of living life and being grateful that I had, graduated the life coaches and all of that. At this time, I also have received an opportunity to come back to the U.S. to interview Dr. Joy Harden Bradford, and she is the founder of Therapy for Black Girls. So she wrote a new book. It's called Sisterhood Heals. And I absolutely enjoyed it, endorsed it. I talk about it all the time. I do feel like it is a transformational tool and really explores how we show up for each other in community and what that looks like specifically in sisterhood. So I had gotten that opportunity to go back to the States and do that. And I was really excited about it. And I was also stressed the hell out because the US was wild at that time. And there was this song that was out and it was called Try That in a Small Town by this artist named Jason Aldean. And ultimately the song is about lynching Black people. And the country at the time, so again, this was in 2023. Okay. So the country at this time was very much a lot of racial tension. It's worse now though, but also then it was a lot. So I was like kind of processing those things that were happening. And the last time that I had been in the States was in September of 2022. And that was traumatic because somebody stole all of my things out of my wallet. Like, so it was a lot that I was really trying to process and figure out during this time. Long story short, this has been documented in a podcast that is here on YouTube called Minding My Black Ass Business. And it basically walks through the things that were happening up to this point that I had this mental health crisis. And it happened July 25th. So it's like there are things now that were happening leading up to that. So anyway, I said all that to say I didn't realize at the time like how much work my brain was doing. So for instance, just a moment ago, I talked about how it felt during this tech emergency that was happening. And I was very, very, very aware of what was happening and able to describe it. At that time, I really wasn't able to describe what was happening. I didn't have a lot of understandings that I have now about my brain. So the other day, a memory came up and I said to myself, man, I have come such a long way. Like, I remember what it felt like after that and my brain just not being able to do anything, like nothing at all. It was just like, I cannot do that. I remember there was a time that I said walking down the halls of my brain space felt like I was in like an old Western movie and there was tumbleweed like rolling through the hallway. it was a lot. And I have worked really, 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 really hard to get my brain back to a space of connection with my body. I was talking to one of my friends this morning who is still in the States and wanting to leave. And they were like, we have to disassociate so much. They said, I know that I'm disassociating and I'm trying to manage it, but there are like so many things like that are competing, if you will, with brain capacity. And I feel that so hard because I now know how much disassociation that I was still doing at that time. And I'm very much from a family where they prioritize not being stuck. Like that was like a catchphrase that my mother would say all the time. Don't be stuck. Forward. We're moving forward. Keep it moving. Like all the time. So if you ever wanted to discuss like what was actually happening with you in life, that was not a thing. Like it wasn't a thing to be able to say, I'm having difficulty with this, or I'm trying to understand or process this. Or when you did that, it caused this type of you being stuck, you stuck in the past, move forward. And it was just a lot. Okay. And there's a lot of unlearning that I've had to do about that because I will just put things into boxes. And at the time, I felt like I was a master at that, and I had done so well because I had left the country and I'm out here frolicking and I'm doing the things. Well, when my brain got quiet and I went back to the US, and felt the energy that was building in the US. All of the stuff that I had stuffed into all those boxes for all that time, because I'm moving forward, started falling out the boxes. And it has been an incredible amount of work to actually start picking everything up and choosing not to necessarily put it back into boxes, but actually take time to like read through it and look at it and process it and name it and call it. And that has been, it's been a lot. I know I say that because interesting and a lot are like my two phrases where I don't really know what to say, and it could be interpreted in so many different ways. So I just kind of use it as a thing because I don't even know how to process it. Jasani said emotional bypassing. That feels accurate. So yeah, I've really just been trying to focus on myself and focus on being fully in my brain and in my body. And it even sometimes causes conflict because I have the ability at this point in the exercise of feeling to allow myself to feel and to not get stuck in those feelings. Sometimes I have to reserve my feeling for times that I have capacity for it, but I have allowed myself and given myself the permission to feel when feelings come up. So like this morning, one of my friends messaged and said, how are you doing? And we had been talking about them. And naturally, that's my question all the time, especially for people that are in the States. How the hell are you? Right. So we kind of named a few things. And then they said, how are you doing? And I actually took the time to answer with integrity. And as I was typing, like the tears were just falling because it's a lot. Like I named the grief that I feel right now. It's interesting that I have been talking less about certain things while talking more about other things, but the way that I've decided to talk has really changed because I'm on the outside, right? I'm on the outside of the system, and I've been on the outside of the system for 4 years now. So outside of the system, I'm able to see what's happening, and I'm gonna get more into this in a second, but I can't unsee what I see. So what it causes me to do is be like, hey, sense of urgency. Hey, y'all, what we doing? What we doing? Right? I can help you. Like, you can do this. Like, what we doing? And everybody isn't really ready to accept what is happening. So it comes across from me like I am being pushy or I am asking people to show up in ways that they're not ready to show up. And that could be for various reasons. It could be that they don't want to. It could be that they don't know how. It could be that they're paralyzed by fear. It could be a myriad of reasons. But what happens is it makes it seem like I am the issue because I'm the one who keeps pointing out what's happening. And I don't want my actions to be interpreted that way. So I really have just been like, let me just stop talking. Because I have been talking about this since 2020. So let me just be quiet because I don't know what else to say or do. So what that leads to is me leaving certain spaces, me accepting that there are people that I care about that are about to have a very difficult time because life in the United States right now is on a rapid decline. So I'm watching this happen. And you know what's interesting is I'm sitting here thinking about this. You know what it feels like? It feels like, so I'm from New Orleans. And when Hurricane Katrina happened, I was living in Tampa, Florida. And I don't know if I've ever talked about this story. I know I have talked about this, but I don't know where I've talked about this. So I'm going to give a very brief overview, but I also at some point I'm going to have to dedicate actual words to this situation. So Hurricane Katrina happened August 29th, 2005. This will also be 20 years. This shit is wild as fuck. Okay, so anyway, around 4th of July, 2005, 20 years ago, I went home for Essence to have a reunion with my sorority sisters. During that time, it was 2005, so I was already living in Tampa. So I had been living in Tampa since 2003 because I moved to Tampa after I graduated from college. But I was coming home because there was a lot of stuff that was happening at home. And I was coming home to check on my brother, who, if this was 2005, so he was about 15 or 16. So I was coming to check on my brother because my parents, it was a lot. It was just a lot that was happening. So anyway, on that trip, I wound up having to go to the house during the Essence Festival part of things because both of my parents got arrested. And they got arrested because my mother is someone who likes to provoke violence and she likes to escalate situations. And she escalated a situation to the point of the police needing to be called, but she also lied to the police about what happened. And then the police were taking my dad because of some parking tickets, and they were like, hey, you need to go back in the house and get like shoes and put clothes on. So they tried to get her to say it was okay for him to go back into the house to get the things so that he could go see about the tickets and all that kind of stuff. And she slapped the police officer's hand and she was like, I ain't signing shit. So then they arrested her for assaulting a police officer. So all of that was happening while I was at the Essence Festival watching John Legend and Alicia Keys on stage. And then I got a phone call and my dad's mom, my brother's grandmother, was like, you need to come back to the house because both your parents got arrested. Well, that night, I said a lot of things that I had been wanting to say for a very long time to my mother, to my grandmother, to my aunt, to my uncle, just the ways that they had allowed my mother to abuse us and just not be a good mother our entire lives. And I was just over it at that point. So on that trip, I basically divorced my family. And I told my brother, you know, I live in Tampa. If you want to come, you can come. I would take you, but you're a minor, so they won't let me. But that is where I am. You're always welcome where I am. And then I kind of was just like, and I'm out of here. That was in July 2005. August 2005, Hurricane Katrina happened. And so I wasn't talking to my mother. I was talking to my dad. I was a drugstore manager at the time, and I tried to call to see if they were okay because they had stayed. And I called and called for hours. And finally get through on my brother's phone. And I'm like, where are y'all? So they were at a hotel downtown. And I was like, where are mom and dad? And he said, right here. And I said, let me talk to them. Okay. Now, my brother's father, my dad, is not my biological father. Okay. So when I'm talking to my brother about mom and dad, these are his parents. These are both of his parents, right? At the time, I feel like my brother had a better relationship with my dad than he did with my mom, who is his father. So when I said, let me talk to them, he gave the phone to my dad. At this time, I didn't really have a strong relationship with my dad, though we had grown up in the house together and all of that, but my mother. So anyway, he handed the phone to my dad, and I'm like, hey, how are y'all? What do you need? Like, what's going on? You know, what have you? My dad, I learned later, went to school to be an electrical engineer. Never knew. But anyway, he was always hot wiring some shit. So he was always putting stuff together. Like, we had TVs in the car before TVs in the car were a thing. Like, he just knew how to do that stuff. So he had gone and got the car batteries out of the cars. So they had lights. So he was telling me that. Well, mid him telling me that, my mama snatches the phone and basically cussed me out. Because she was like, how you calling him and talking to him and you ain't got nothing to say to me? So remember, in July, I had just divorced all of them. And now I'm talking, and I haven't said anything to her. And now I'm talking to my dad. So now she pissed. So she cussed me out and hung up the damn phone. That is what it feels like right now. It feels like I have tried like for so long to get people to see the things, and I'm calling and I'm trying to tell you like all the things, and then people hang up the phone. And then I am looking in and seeing the devastation. I'm seeing the Circle Food store with water up to the roof, and I know how tall that place is. And I'm thinking to myself, if that happened, I know my house is gone. That is what it feels like right now, watching what is happening in the US. And that is a lot. That is a lot. So I'm trying to balance that because I don't want to come across as someone who is so pushy, or I don't know how to take no for an answer. Like, I don't, because that's not my intention. My intention, though, is to create a sense of urgency, because there is a sense of urgency. Just Sani said, I feel a sense of powerlessness and even a coward. I'm curious about the coward part. I think that I know what you mean by that. But the sense of powerlessness is so wild because, like, I know if the people that are looking for me find me, I know that I can help them. Powerlessness comes in being subject to the algorithm and who the algorithm is showing what. And powerlessness becomes, what are the safe spaces that I am actually even able to talk about how to help people? What are the spaces that I can get it out there because I see what's happening and I'm able to help, but like, how do I get to do that? So I really, it's a lot. Like, it's a lot. It feels heavy. So in all of that, I was talking to my psychologist about this the other day, and she's in Mexico. And I was just like, I don't know what it's like there. I'm like, y'all next door, and their president has really been like, Trump could go kick rocks with no shoes on, and that's the polite version. But I'm like, I don't know, what life is like there. I know how it's impacting like countries like Panama, for instance. I continue to hear how it's impacting Native people in Panama. But anyway, so I was telling her all the things, and I'm like, and I just feel like I'm screaming out into the void. And she was like, I know. and you know what your job is right now. And my job right now is to focus on me. And that is probably the hardest thing that I have had to accept, because if I am not okay, then I cannot help anybody else. So to the comment here, disassociating, protecting myself, even if people get left behind in the process, we have to. We have to, because I compare myself to Harriet Tubman a lot in just that there is a pathway that I took to get out of numerous situations, to get out of an abusive relationship, to get out the country, to get out of traditional education. Like there's a pathway. And I remind myself of her all the time, because I cannot use my energy to convince people. I have to use my energy to mobilize those who are ready to be mobilized. It challenges my neurodivergence in like how I care about people and how I feel, and like the empathy and all of that, because it feels very much like I'm a save me, but I have to save me, because there are hundreds, thousands, millions of people that need to hear what I am saying. And I cannot sacrifice that for a few people who refuse to see, even though I deeply care about those few people, because I have been talking about this for 5 years. And I have been saying for 5 years, hey, we need to figure out what we doing, because shit's getting wild quick. You know, and it's like once Biden got into office, people just stopped like paying attention. And instead of realizing this is like the calm before the real storm. So people who refuse to hear me, yeah, because it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that that's happening. Whoo-wee. So yeah. So that is how I have been. That is what I have been processing and how I have been directing my energy. It really has been back into my routines and, you know, drinking my tea and ensuring that I go to sleep when I say I want to go to sleep, and really just protecting my energy as much as possible. And you know, I talked last week about my role in all of this is to be a healer. And because I am a healer, I cannot be so absorbed and so overtaken by the foolishness and fuckery that's afoot. But I also have a responsibility to talk about it. I really do. So I want to move into the truth is segment, because the truth is America does not care about its people, and the US will break you to build itself, period, and point blank. The title of today's episode is America Will Gaslight You into a Mental Health Crisis. Ask me how I know. So I have a quote here. It says, if you're not careful, the newspapers, and I'm going to include media in that, will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. I don't usually say America. Like, hearing America is so triggering for me. And it's wild because I've talked about on this podcast, like how patriotic I used to be. Like, I really used to be patriotic. I'm talking proud to be an American. Okay. That song used to bring me to tears. I used to feel it in my bones. And I'm not that person anymore at all. No way, no how. And it is very peculiar to me when people are that way. And I have to like dig in so much deeper to really understand. I believe last week I talked about meeting one of the neighbors that was here, and the guy was from the Caribbean. And during that conversation, he said something like, well, I'm not going to speak bad, of the country, but it just doesn't feel like home to me. And I was like, that's interesting because I have nothing but bad things to say. I had another conversation this week. It has stuck in my mind for a few days now because I just don't understand. So before I get into that, let me say this. That I don't know if y'all have seen WandaVision. It's a Marvel series and it's based on Wanda, who is the Scarlet Witch in Vision, and they're married. And at first it's kind of like, what is happening? Because it's kind of set up like sitcoms, and like it starts in the 50s in black and white, and then it moves into like the 70s in color, and like it's a really interesting situation. And of course, it all makes sense at the end of it. You just keep watching and then you get it and like, oh, this big aha and epiphany. And the biggest epiphany that I get from WandaVision is that is what the US is like. What was basically happening, spoiler alert, if you've never seen it, is that the pictures and images that were being put out were not matching what was happening on the inside. And those pictures and images were carefully crafted to paint a picture that was not really reflective of what was happening on the inside. And think of it like them in a bubble, and they're projecting this series, this image, this movie on the screen, but inside the bubble is wow up in here. That is the US. That is the US. And I've talked about this in different contexts because I am in the process of seeking asylum here in Colombia. And it has been a lengthy process in them even understanding why I would be seeking asylum, which I don't understand. Do y'all not see what's happening on the news? Do y'all not see what's happening on the news? But again, it depends on where they're getting their information from. Right. And me having been on the inside and being able to get to the outside, I know what's going on in there and I see what they are projecting out. Right. So if someone is getting their information, for instance, through the White House press briefings, everything is right on track and wonderful and good to go because we are keeping America great and we are saving the heart of our country. And, we are getting rid of all these woke ideologies and all these illegal people. And, but like, it is wild. It is wild to watch. Gaslighting at its absolute finest, to the point that you are watching things happening on TV and they are telling you that you do not see what you know that you see because your eyeballs is looking at what you see. What are you talking about right now? And then in the same token, they are taking particular clips and just looping those clips and making it seem like things are more escalated than they are as an opportunity to be able to escalate situations. And then on the other hand of it, it looks like nothing is going on. So people are just going about their business as if everything is fine. And meanwhile, everything is burning, literally. I saw this morning, I opened up in an Instagram post and was talking about white supremacy culture and how we can be agents of white supremacy culture. I call it white inferiority complex because that's really what it is, because they are inferior. And so they want to steal everyone else's intellectual property, bodies, and want to have slavery is basically what is happening. But I'm dramatic apparently. But they were talking about how the whole focus of white supremacy culture is that you have to have somebody to oppress. So there always has to be somebody on the bottom that people are willing to step on because those are the people that are not worthy of protection or worthy of humanity. So last week, I was talking about how we have to figure out what our role is in this fight. And we have to figure out how we document what's happening, how we support people, like how we move and all that kind of stuff. But the most important thing that we need to do is to investigate our bias. The way that white inferiority complex and white supremacy culture works is that it causes you to hate even your own self. It causes you to dehumanize other people and to put yourself on this pedestal because you were able to achieve X, Y, and Z, and A, B, and C. So if they can't do it, they must be faulty. As opposed to honoring the system that is in place that dehumanizes people. We don't voluntarily align ourselves with patterns and behaviors that we know are causing harm because I feel like I'm better than somebody else. And the reason that you feel like you're better than somebody else is because you have internalized this manufactured bias about other people and created an opportunity for you to be able to step on others. And so I said I was going to get back to investigating bias, because what does that mean? It means that you are taking the time to ask yourself why you feel a certain way about particular groups of people. So we have a comment here: Latin countries really despise each other. I've heard the way that Panamanians talk about Venezuelans, the way that Colombians talk about Mexicans, the way, like, hey, these individual people are not the issue. It is the system that is causing people to come against each other. And that benefits the system. Because if y'all keep fighting down there, remember we talked about brain research and we talked about what happens when you're in survival mode. So if you're in a state where you are consistently triggered and can't feel safe, that means you also can't connect with people and see the empathy of someone's humanity. A country benefits from that, because if you stay in survival mode, then you are just in the wheel. You're on the hamster wheel every day and you're just feeding the system. Meanwhile, the people that are actually running the country and the people that are actually benefiting from all of this, they don't give a shit. They don't care at all, like not even a little bit. And I think that propaganda has told us, oh, you know, America cares about you. They love you. They want you to be this and this and that. They have been using us as experimentations for years. They do not care about people. And so investigating your bias is asking yourself, why are you willing to dehumanize somebody else and say that somebody doesn't have the right to live, the right to shelter, the right to food? Where did that come from? How does that make you feel as a person? And what are you going to do with that? How are you going to actively work to change the programming that has been placed inside your mind for you to be okay with causing other people harm? And it could be about things that are seemingly very black and white. So for instance, I'll give an example for me of one of the things that I'm working on right now, because what I know is that when people dehumanize each other, that they become an unsafe person to me. Because if you are willing to dehumanize somebody else and you are willing to deny somebody else of their humanity, then that means it's only, I just need to check a certain box for you to dehumanize me. That feels very unsafe to me, right? So there's a lot of news coverage right now with the Diddy trial that's going on, and then apparently R. Kelly overdosed the other day. And I don't have a lot of empathy for them. And I actually feel like that's okay to say. But also in the same token, I had to ask myself, why do I feel like it's okay? Apparently, R. Kelly is still alive on this side of aliveness. I had to ask myself, do I care? Like, if he wasn't, how would I be about that? And at this point, I'm very apathetic. But as someone who is actively wanting to put love out into the world, that still doesn't feel necessarily peaceful in my body. It also doesn't feel peaceful to be like, oh, and I forgive them and, you know, all that. I don't believe in that either. But it's a place that I'm willing to stop and investigate my feelings about that. I'm not saying it's going to come up with a change. I might feel justified in how I think about those people and people that choose to cause incredible harm. For instance, when old boy got shot in the ear, shot air quotes, I didn't have a whole lot of energy to give to that. It was just like, interesting. That's what it sounded like. Because one, it was a manufactured outrage, and just it's a reality show. It's WandaVision. So on this episode, like, it very much felt like that. Also, that's a person. So how do I balance that? And I don't have the answer for that. I'm just saying this is something that I be thinking about. I don't have the answer for that. I don't know, but I know that I'm willing to ask myself about it. And that's what I mean when I say investigate the bias. Like, be willing to ask yourself and go through why you feel that way and interrogate whether you feel like you are showing up in a pure and clear heart space, as opposed to taking in all of the hatred that they are teaching us to have. You know, the other thing I wanted to bring up is this idea of proximity to power, because that is something that causes us to step on other people. And I'm not going to get into this real deep, but at some point I am going to like actually have a real conversation about this, because I need us as Black people to understand that the Black church is a propaganda machine on behalf of white inferiority complex. Okay. So I need us to be critical thinkers. You know, I need us to be asking questions about what we think and what we feel, and who benefits from this, right? I was talking about the media earlier. The media is controlled by the government. Do y'all know that? I just found this out recently. Whenever there is a war movie, that the government has to approve the making of that war movie, because they want to control the narrative that is put out about war in the military. Did y'all know that? Speaking of military, your boy had a military parade the other day. June 14th is Flag Day in the United States, and also it's his birthday. So he decided that he was going to have a military parade to show off. He said it was on behalf of the armed services, soldiers and such. So let me share the screen on the little military presentation that happened. And I mean that with no disrespect to the actual people who had to show up for this foolishness. This is the old boy's parade. Now, what's interesting about this is I have seen military parades. For instance, every year in Mexico on September 19th, I believe is their Independence Day, they have a parade. And during that parade, the military is there. And basically, I took it as a way to show like all of the different professions and ways that the military operates, and that they are trained to like set up entire cities. So I took it with that type of context. Okay. But this little here presentation, military parade situation, was supposed to show off the force and strength of the U.S. military, and it cost millions of dollars. There were, I believe, over 6,000 military personnel that had to be there. The tanks was squeaking down the road, as well as tearing up the damn streets, because tanks ain't supposed to be on no paved road. It was interesting. And exactly, Draft Dodger wants the military to throw him a parade. What he said was, you know, it's Flag Day. It's a Flag Day celebration. And it's not about that. It's not about the fact that it's my birthday. It just so happens to be my birthday. There were also No King's Day protests that were happening. All right. So there were protests in Los Angeles as well as all over the country. So Los Angeles, Minneapolis, Chicago, places that have been considered sanctuary cities had all of these different types of protests and stuff. So the comparison of the crowd sizes, he likes to talk about crowd sizes and lies about how many people showed up. Wasn't nobody at that little parade, okay? But thousands and thousands and thousands of people showed up for this No Kings protest. People are finally starting to wake up and see everything that is going on. So I bring all of this up just because you have to be really careful about where you're getting your news information from, because they're using it, again, WandaVision, to paint a particular narrative that may or may not be true. So the best way to be able to understand what is happening is by talking to people that are actually there. People that are actually there, because they're the people that are going to be able to give you the real right now what's happening. So having said all of that, I do want to go back to our soul work, because I really think it's important for us to really investigate what is happening within our spirits and think about how we are allowing faulty programming to impact how we are thinking about other people. So I want you to ask yourself, what parts of yourself or other people do you feel like you have thought about as defective, or you've punished, or you have policed? And what might actually be going on there? So for instance, one of the things that I used to pathologize with myself is I always got some shit to say. I'd be like, I always be having something to say all the time. Why don't I just be quiet sometimes? But the purpose in that is somebody has to say it. And I'm also willing to say the things that nobody else wants to say. So what parts of yourself have you been, or other people have you been saying, that's an issue, that's the issue? What does that look like and sound like? And then how are you going to investigate that and think about that and reframe that to be a gift or maybe a need that we have? All right. So let me very quickly do this pack your bags segment. So pack your bags is really talking about movement. So that might be physical movement, spiritual movement, emotional movement, what have you. It might be about things like leaving the US or tips for moving abroad. It could also be stories that have come up or been shared. But today what I want to talk about is creating our own and what it means for things to be sustainable. So sustainability means that we do not have to rely on the government to be able to provide certain things for us that we're able to do for ourselves. It's a way to have some type of independence, as well as not having to be caught up in the loop of consumerism, consistently buying things. So one of the things that I think is really important for us is to think about the way that we interact with our food. And what I would like to challenge you all to do is to start some type of windowsill garden or balcony garden or patio garden or counter garden. But what I challenge you to do is to, if you have food that has its roots attached. So for instance, here, if I buy cilantro, for instance, I'm able to take that cilantro, rinse off the roots, put the roots into water, and then that cilantro keeps growing, right? Or green onions, for instance, if you cut off the green part and save the whites, then you can put that into water, it will grow roots, and then you're able to plant that. So that is a way where you don't have to keep going to the store to buy green onions. The green onions are there and producing for you. Maybe you have seeds. So taking a water bottle and putting some dirt into it and planting those seeds, and then allowing that to be something that you are using to sustain yourself. It's really important for us to make sure that we're building infrastructure for ourselves so that we are able to not just survive, but be okay in the midst of all of this. So creating systems where we are able to thrive. So that is just one example. You know, you might be someone who is a carpenter and you know how to build things, right? Well, we need you because homes have to be built, furniture has to be built, right? There are like all of these different things that are necessary for us to be able to do in order to have communities that are more independent, all right? So for Pack Your Bags, I want you to think about what that looks like and sounds like, how you are able to create an environment for yourself to have some of the things that you need, right? I realize that, you know, we all, for instance, I don't know how to sew clothes. That's not my mama do, but that's not a skill that I really picked up. But if I was somebody who knew how to sew clothes, that is a valuable skill because it allows us the independence to not have to go into big stores and spend money there to try to figure out how to clothe ourselves, right? Speaking of clothes, y'all, all of my clothes are too big. And I mean every single piece of clothing that I own down to my socks, too big. I'm not complaining, but also every piece of clothing that I own is too big. And I really have to like completely redo my wardrobe, but I don't really have time, energy, or resources to do that right now. So I thank God that I work from home and I don't have to have like work clothes because I don't have them. Okay. My wardrobe consists of oversized shirts, my H&M tank tops, and my H&M shorts and leggings. And that's it. That's it. And thank goodness that leggings have stretch. But once they start falling off of me, what is I'm supposed to do? Huh? But anyway, if I had the skill to be able to sew clothes, I would make myself some new clothes, right? But I don't own that skill. So this goes back to my point last week of figuring out what the skills are that you have. I know one of the folks here with me, he's a mechanic. And he was messaging me the other day and he's like, I put a radiator into the car. And I'm like, I would be so lost if I do not know how to do that. I just wouldn't drive anymore. Like it is just the biggest thing. But having those skills, I want to say he told me that he bought the radiator for like $69. But in the US, the radiators are like $250 or something like that. Like, hello, consumerism. So if you have the ability to have that knowledge, then you are able to create a more sustainable environment for yourself that you're not a victim to circumstances and things that are happening. I hope this is making sense. All right. So as we are preparing to pack our bags, and even if your bags are not necessarily being packed as far as you leaving to go to a different location, maybe your bags are being packed in that you're changing the way that you interact with the systems. We need to be thinking about that and sourcing that so that we are able to offer those skills to others. All right. All right. I do again want to remind you about the Inner Circle and Patreon. It is an opportunity for you to connect more deeply. If you are looking for that, it costs $5 a month to be a part of that community. And let me let you know very clearly that those contributions go to sustain me, to sustain my work. So it is very much benefiting me and the work that I get to do as I am working to help other people connect back to their bodies and also to get out of the US. I do want to say, if you are looking for ways to connect, I want to tell you a few of them because I try to make myself as accessible as I possibly can because I don't want anyone to say that money was the reason that they weren't able to get to me. Right. So the first thing is, if you are looking to leave the US, you are looking to relocate, you need help making a plan, I want you to go to Finding Peace Abroad. There you are able to get on my calendar and you can schedule a strategy session with me and I can help you to build that plan to be able to execute in as little as 90 days. All right. If you are a Black woman and you are thinking to yourself, I just need to be heard, I just need somebody to understand what is happening, Maybe you are processing your neurodivergence. Maybe you are processing a toxic work environment. Maybe you are the one who feels like you're screaming out into this vacuum and nobody is listening, and you need to be around other people who get it. I invite you to come to the Healing Circle. The Healing Circle happens every other Saturday at 12 p.m. So it is immediately after the premiere of the Frolicking Truth. So this is how it works. You can come to the Frolicking Truth. You can hear what I'm talking about. And then immediately after that, we meet for the Healing Circle, where we actually work on strategies that are going to help us to calm our nervous system. I will say that that is a space that is exclusively for Black women. So if you are not a Black woman, please pass that on to someone who is. I'm also going to be starting the next cohort of Discover Your Destiny. So I'm going to start advertising for that in July, because I'm going to start it in August. These are people that are looking to have a deeper personal relationship with God, wanting to understand your purpose, wanting to understand how God designed you so that you are able to show up in this active fight that we have going on for humanity. So Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week program where you are able to have a digital workbook. And in that digital workbook, you work through strategic exercises that help you to build a deep relationship with God and with yourself. We also talk a lot about brain research, because that is extremely important when we are trying to understand who we are and why we are. So look out for that. If you go to dyd25.com, you will be able to hear other testimonies of people talking about Discover Your Destiny and how that has helped them on their journey. And if you are someone who is looking to be a certified life coach, Discover Your Destiny is the first step in making that happen. So dyd25.com, you are able to find that. Ultimately, if you go to kimberlandjackson.com, that is where I am. Everything is linked there, from minding my Black ass business to the different ventures that I mentioned. You can find out a little bit more about me and dig around on this YouTube page, y'all. It's a lot that has happened during these times and a lot that I have documented. So there are strategic playlists of me talking about what I was discovering about school improvement in Pennsylvania, before I left, and what led to me leaving the US was the advocacy work that I did in education, to moving through these different countries and what that has looked like and sounded like. So there's a lot of content that is there that I share to kind of help you understand what this journey has been like. So please do go and explore that, and make sure that you have liked this video. I should have said that at the top. I'm gonna have to make another video to say that at the top, to be like, hey, like the video. And if you don't like it after, then unlike it. But when you're in, just like it, So anyway, like the video, comment, subscribe. Remember that we are in the live chat anytime that this is premiering. So if you are looking for a community, please come into the live chat to be able to do that. So that is, again, another free way that you are able to interact with me. All right. Okay, so having said all of that, let's get to our outro benediction today. And our benediction says, if you are waking up, stay awake. If you are breaking down, let it break you open. You are not losing your mind. You are finding your mission. I hope y'all receive that deeply, and I am really, really grateful that you have been here to share this space with me. Please do share it with somebody else, all right? Until next time, y'all. Bye. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Hey, welcome. Go ahead and like the video. Just like it. You ain't got to listen to nothing that I'm saying yet. Just like it. And then if I say something that you don't like, leave me a comment about it. How about that? And then after that, if you want to unlike it, then you could go and unlike the video. Okay? But just come up in here, be ready, like the video, support your girl. Okay?
Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is the Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Okay. Microphone checker. Okay, I am definitely in rare form today. So it is, for context, it is 5:52 p.m. And usually I do this first thing in the morning, so I still be waking up. But it is smack dab in the middle of the evening and the afternoon. So this is what I'm like in the afternoons. Hey y'all, what's up? My name is Kimberland, and welcome to the Frolicking Truth, episode number 8, for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. Everybody is welcome here, even if you do not identify with those descriptors. But when you come up in this piece, make sure that you are coming with a mindset of listening and learning and trying to support. All right. So, having said that, I was in the middle of my auntie check-in. I just had started talking, but let me go ahead on and go back and actually officially say auntie check-in, checking in. So anyway, Bianca and I just finished recording Heal That Shit. And we always do a spirit check, and she asked me how I was doing and everything. And basically, y'all, I just been minding my Black ass business. Okay, that's what I've been doing. Is I've been minding my Black ass business. All right, I have been trying to keep myself in a state of peace and stability, and just trying to process while also not get lost in the sauce of all the things that are happening, because it's a lot of things that are happening right now, and I just cannot allow my nervous system to be tossed to and fro. So I have been doing a lot of regulatory type things, so working on my routines and making sure I'm eating every day and like all that kind of stuff. So that has been really nice. And I'll be here for another month, here as in this apartment. And I know that, at least. Beyond that, I don't really know. But right now, I know that. So if I had to do a spirit check right now in this moment, I would say my flabbers are gasted. Okay, it's a lot of things that have been happening. So I'm kind of like processing stuff in real time and wanting to dive into all these stories and tell y'all what happened. I'm very much at peace right now and I'm ready to be done working today. That's what I know for sure. I've been working all day, which is a blessing, but also I've been working all day and I've been talking all day. So I'm ready to kind of be finished talking for a little while, but I'm grateful to have been talking. I've been working more and coaching more, creating more. I've been working on Discover Your Destiny and getting ready to have a new cohort. I had a preview meeting with someone, and I was sharing, what everything was about. And it was like, sign me up. And I said, oh, okay, well, it's not officially, but when it official signed me up. So that was exciting, because I know that Discover Your Destiny really does change and transform lives. And I think it's absolutely necessary right now, because I keep asking us what's our role in this fight, and we got to figure that out. We've got to figure that out. We've got to figure that out. Like, it is absolutely necessary for us to understand, because a lot of shit's about to be popping off, So I basically am trying to prepare myself for, I don't know if I said this last week, but I'm kind of in a recovery and preparation mode. So I'm recovering from everything that was happening, construction noise, blah, 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 as well as the first cohort of Discover Your Destiny, and like really just getting my energy back and replenishing myself so I could go back out here and prepare for the fall cohort. And I think I like that arrangement. I think I like it being a spring and a fall situation because it gives me some time in the middle to repair and recover and prepare. So that's really what I've been doing and trying to figure out what that looks like, all the way down to, I feel like my life is a science many times, or at least I'm letting it be right now, and letting it be without shame, of really just mapping out, the things that I want to eat, and strategizing and like all of that, like having the regiment together, all of that for me feels very predictable, and that allows me to be able to let my mind do other things. Because if I know that this is what is going to happen on these particular days, at these particular times, in this particular way and fashion, then that means I don't have to concern myself with those things, and I can organize my brain people to do something else. So I'm working on that right now. That is the main thing that I have been working on, and I enjoy that process. It is fun for me as long as I don't have to worry about anything else. So gratefully, the rent is paid this month. Hello, Jesus. Hello. It's done. Hallelujah. So yes, so gratefully the rent is paid this month, and I don't have to like allocate brain cells towards that. So I'm trying to get things organized and ready so that we can hit the ground running in July, and talking and preparing for this next cohort of Discover Your Destiny. So I won't necessarily turn this into a commercial, but I will say, if you're curious about Discover Your Destiny, it is my life coaching program that I wrote when I was trying to find my way out of an abusive relationship. I actually lived and walked through this process to figure out who I am, to develop a deep personal relationship with God that was outside of what church was telling me and who church was telling me that God was. And also really learning about my spiritual gifts, and a lot of the things that I was told were flaws that were actually things that God is using, such as I always got something to say about something, and also because y'all be doing the most. Y'all, probably not y'all, but they be doing the most, So, So anyway, Discover Your Destiny is coming up, and the next cohort starts on August 10th. I am accepting people from 2 different walks of life. So there is an intern path that you can go down, and there is a path that you can go down as someone who is financing. With the intern path, that comes with learning additional skill sets and bartering your time and areas of expertise to be able to offset the cost. And then the other path is, I just want to pay for this and I just want to learn these things. So that is what's going on. There is going to be a special at the top of the month for a significant discount. So usually the cost is $1,125 per person, but until July 11th, the cost will be $750. So now is the time to take advantage of that. But enrollment is not open yet. It doesn't start until July. So I'll tell you all about that next week. Okay. All right. So anyway, I've been working on it. I have been really making sure that Discover Your Destiny is good to go. I've done it, several times, and every time I tweak it a little bit, but I think I got it how I want it now. But I'm anal like that, is I really need to make sure the system is what the system is, so that's a part of what I've been working on. The other part of what I have been working on is just having my peace, okay? Because girl, what is happening, girl? We at war, huh? Like, what is going on? What is going on? Huh? These people out here, wow. Like, what is happening? So I'm paying attention, but also I'm not. Like, I'm paying attention and trying to make sure that I show up in the ways that I need to show up, and also not getting lost in it in a way of feeling hopeless or what have you. Gratefully, I am privileged to be outside of the United States, so I don't have to I don't feel that pressure of being in the country, and also, all these things are happening. But yeah, I have to prioritize my peace right now because I am in recovery mode, and I'm in recovery for preparation. And even though my battlefield fighting, if you will, is not like protests and all that kind of stuff, my lane is in helping people to prepare. And I know that people are looking and wondering and trying to figure out what the hell they need to do, So I've been getting ready for that. So that's been, pretty much it. Lucy actually Lucy did try to run up in here today because the exterminator had come to do whatever that they do, and the door was open, and here she come trying to scroll up in here. I said, girl, no. Okay. So anyway, so I ain't been worrying about Lucy or feeling like she trying to saunter all through here. She is outside, and that's where she likes to be anyway. So girl, be outside. So that's what's up with Lucy. And what else? I have an asylum update, but I don't want to share it publicly. I'm gonna be right back after I say this to my Patreon. I'm back, yo. So basically what I want to say about asylum is my brain cells have really been consumed with the process. I am going to figure out how I want to release this video because I did have a special session for people to come and ask questions about asylum, a special Finding Peace Abroad, but I don't want to necessarily make it a public video. I'm not sure. So I have to figure out how I want to release that video, but because I just recorded the part of me giving the information, but I don't want to necessarily paint a target on my forehead, but it feels like it's uncontrollable, to be honest with you, because like y'all just think people supposed to sit down and it's about to be all right. That's what y'all think, is ain't nobody about to say nothing about all of this crazy shit that y'all doing. You've got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me, because I'm gonna say something. So anyway, that's the other thing I've been thinking about, is what does advocacy look like for me right now? And what does activism look like for me right now? Because this is wild. Like, it's some wild shit that's happening. I just can't even phrase it no other way, But this is what I was finna say. If you watching this during the premiere, we in the live chat. We in the live chat and we talking to each other. So come up in there to the live chat and you can talk to me and whoever else is there from the community hanging out. But feel free to ask questions and like have live reactions, but we in the chat. So if you want to watch this with other people, like a watch party, come on down to the live chat on YouTube, okay? So I did want to say that as well, because I'm also thinking about when we're watching this in the future, like it's a lot. It's a lot that's going on right now. So that is kind of, I guess, I don't even know where to start, y'all. It's so much. Let me do this. Let me talk about, so I'm a wrap this up in the Frolicking in the Feed. All right. So that was my auntie update. Okay. All right. So let's move on to Frolicking in the Feed. And Frolicking in the Feed is the new segment that I made up. And this segment is really about like things that I have seen while I'm out here scrolling on the algorithm and, seeing the things. It might have made me laugh, cry, pause, whatever. But this is what I wanted to tell y'all today about Frolicking in the Feed. So I just told you that I just finished recording Heal That Shit with Bianca. Well, if you watch the show, during the show, she's going to tell me that there's somebody that I know
that and had just recently talked to that just got arrested on federal charges and is facing up to 5 years in prison on federal gun charges. And child, when I tell you, I was like, what? Like, I'm still not done processing it. So anyway, me and the lady have been having conversations about different things. And, she's somebody that I knew from Tampa, Hillsborough County. I know a lot of people in Tampa, especially through the school system. So she's somebody I knew and had worked with before, and we cool. So she had reached out, to ask me things here and there, whatever, and we had these conversations over time. Child, the documents say in 2020 and 2021 that she admitted to taking pieces of weapons into Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm speechless. Like, I really don't know what to say. And I have so many questions. And the main question that I have, and of course she's off of all social media now, and I'm sure her world is turned upside down because, like, what is going on? Because apparently the people in Trinidad and Tobago were a part of an organized crime ring. Hillsborough County high school teacher pleads guilty to conspiring to provide firearms to Trinidad-based transnational criminal organization. So the word on the street is that the husband was the one that was brokering a lot of these things or what have you. And she admitted to doing this, so I don't really have an opinion about like whether she actually did or not. She admitted to doing it, and there are going to be consequences. I don't know what those consequences are going to be. So this happened in 2020 and 2021. I don't know what the relationship was with the husband and what that looked like and sounded like, but there were like a lot of things: 11 9mm pistols, 2 38 caliber special revolvers, a 12 gauge semi-automatic shotgun, and then like pieces, three AR-15 barrel foregrips, magazines. Like this is a lot, and also very serious. So what it made me think about was, what is the line? And I feel like I've been asking that question a lot about different things because I'm not quite really sure where the lines is at. So in this particular situation, my question about what is the line was, what you won't do for love. Not to minimize it, but like, what is the line when it comes to your partner or your best friend asking you to do something? At what point are you like, I'm not doing that? And then I was like, well, I wonder if there was abuse in the relationship, because that could definitely play a part. And this would be my bias speaking, is somebody who is caught up in a transnational criminal organization probably might possibly put their hands on their partner or manipulate them in some type of way. So then I was like, man, I wonder if it was a situation like that. And then, she didn't feel safe to tell anybody and like all of that kind of stuff. And I'm like, golly, because I definitely know what that feels like. So then I started asking myself, well, what's the line with what we consider abuse or manipulation? Because many of us, unfortunately, are in abusive and manipulative relationships with people, whether that be friends or jobs or partners or family members. and we don't really recognize that it is abusive. So like, what is the line? Is the line they got to put their hands on you, or is it a line where they're lying? You know, what is the line? Or guilt tripping you? Like, what is the line with that? And then I was asking myself, like, what the line looks like for me, you know, in different situations. And it reminded me of this other situation I was telling Bianca. So before I taught, I was a manager at Walgreens. And so I graduated from college in 2003. And when I graduated, I was originally supposed to go to school to be a doctor. And then I thought I was stupid because I failed organic chemistry. It turned out it was the professor. And so I did finally pass organic chemistry with an A, got my degree, cum laude. All right, cool. But also, I didn't do none of the things that had to be done for medicine. So at that time, I said, okay, well, I'm going to go to grad school for public health. I had gotten really interested in public health. And there were a few schools that I was looking at from one of my sorority sisters. So it was two schools. It was one in St. Louis, University of St. Louis, and then it was University of South Florida in Tampa. So I didn't like snow. And so I was like, I'm going to go to Tampa. So I wound up moving to Tampa. So I was staying in Tampa with someone that I thought was a friend, a male. And I basically was like, I'm going to sleep right here on the sofa. You ain't got to worry about me. If you need me to leave, I will leave. I will go sit in my car. Like, you ain't got to worry, right? And that was cool for probably about 2 weeks. Then I guess he started feeling some type of way and feeling like he should try to make advances towards me that were not welcome. So I would be like sleeping at night. And at the time, my like realization of how dangerous people can be was very low. So I would sleep like with my face to the sofa, and then I would wake up and feel somebody watching me, and he's just kneeling on the side of the sofa watching me. So then I was like, I'm about to have to unalive this nigga. Like, what the hell? And I had gotten a UTI at the time. So I had never had one of those before. I didn't know what was wrong with me, but I knew I kept going to the bathroom, and the bathroom was through his room. So I would go in there to try to go to the bathroom, and he would be like, you don't have to stay out there. You could come lay in here with me. And I'm like, no, like, I'm not doing that, you know? So then that happened for a long time. So then I was like, I've got to figure out a way to get out of here. And I got this UTI situation. So anyway, so I had wound up calling my aunt, and my aunt told me that I needed to go talk to the pharmacist. And she was like, this is what you can get over the counter. And, you know, that's going to make you feel better. I'll send you some medicine. So one night at like, I don't know, 3 a.m. or something, I get up and go to Walgreens because I couldn't take it no more. So I go to Walgreens and I talk to the pharmacist. I get what I need. And the manager comes out, the overnight manager comes out, and he was like, young lady, why are you in this store this late, this early in the morning? And I was like, I need to be working, sir, since I'm in here. So he said, well, somebody just quit tonight. Come tomorrow and apply for the job. So I was like, bet, right? So I did that. I went in the next day. I applied for the job. They offered me the job. I almost lost the job. Well, I declined the job because my mama had tried to get me to come home, telling me, girl, my mama had told me that she had a job for me, or somebody had a job for me as a pharmacy tech at Walgreens at home. And at this time, I'm roughing it, you know. So she's like, I don't know why you doing all that. You could just be home. You could work at Walgreens here. Like, you know, what are you doing? Like, type of thing. And so then I was like, fine, I'm gonna just go home because I'm here in this dude's crazy house. He watching me. I got this UTI. Like, it was a lot that was going on. So I was like, I'm gonna just go home. And so I tell Walgreens I don't want the job. Then I called the Walgreens in New Orleans. I know this backwards. And they was like, we didn't tell your mama we had no job for you. We did not say that to your mama. We told her that you could come and apply, that we were hiring, but we didn't say that we had no job for you. So then I was pissed. So I wound up calling my aunt. My aunt was like calling people and begging for that job back. So that's what I did. And I got the job. So I start out at the front register. Then I moved in the photo. Then I was over cosmetics. And then I got promoted to manager. So by this time, I'm an assistant manager. This is 2005. I'm an assistant manager at Walgreens in Brandon, 128 East Brandon Boulevard.
store number 4962. I'm a manager there, right? So I'm an assistant manager, and this was so actually, interestingly enough, I made my decision to go into teaching in December of 2005. Now, this article that I'm looking at right now is from October 2005. So this happened right before I was like, I cannot do this no more. I had got a new manager, and he and I were real cool. So he was showing me how to do like a whole bunch of different things. He was like, I'm gonna show you how to do all these things so that, you'll know if you want to move up to one day be a store manager, like you'll know how to do these things, right? So he was teaching me all the stuff, how to, close things out and look at this and scrutinize and do the schedule and like everything. Like I knew how to do the things to run a store. So I had started getting these phone calls about gift cards. And the way that gift cards work is basically a gift card costs a penny to a retail store. It's not worth anything unless you put money on it. So we kept getting these calls about gift cards, and the calls were like, there's a young person who is a young person has a gift card for like an exorbitant amount of money. So they're like, a young person came in here with a $500 gift card, to Applebee's or to Chili's or to Bob Evans or like whatever. And I'm like, is the card activated? So they're like, yeah. And I'm like, I don't know there's nothing we can do. The retail stores position in it all is activating it. Like once it's activated, the money is paid, gift card is gotten. We don't have nothing else to do with nothing else that happens there. So it's just real interesting and confusing. So I'm telling my manager about it or whatever, and I'm like, this is weird. I keep getting these phone calls. So he was like, yeah, that is weird, and we just take note. Then we did inventory. The inventory came up short, but it came up short a whole bunch of gift cards. So we were like, why are gift cards cost a penny? Like, so it's not, you can't do nothing with it unless it's activated. So we trying to figure out like, why would that be the thing that is missing? Like, why would people be coming in and taking gift cards? Or like, what's happening to the gift cards? So, child, long story short, it's an article written about it, child. We cracked a whole case that led to an arrest and all kinds of stuff, okay? This is people I knows in real life, all right? So the title is Accomplice Sought in Gift Card Scheme. So published October 28, 2005 and updated November 7, 2005. Hillsborough Sheriff's deputies are still looking for the suspect known as Pat. According to the sheriff's office, Pat worked with Conrad Pierre Warren, a 31-year-old Walgreens assistant manager, to steal nearly $74,000 worth of gift cards over a 7-month period ending in May. Investigators say Warren activated the gift cards for chain stores and restaurants on a machine at the Walgreens at 128 East Brandon Boulevard. Pat then paid Warren cash, which Warren pocketed, investigators said. Sheriff's spokeswoman Debbie Carter said the store became aware of a discrepancy between how many cards were activated and how much money had been taken in and contacted authorities. Warren was arrested last week and charged with 350 counts of dealing in stolen property, as well as charges of second-degree grand theft and organized fraud worth more than $50,000. Because of the number of charges, he is being held in the county jail in lieu of more than $5 million bail. But Carter said, Pat still hasn't been found. We are continuing to investigate, she said. So I was there. And I was the one who started putting the pieces together. It is so wild because I had talked to him about it. Like, I was like, people keep calling about gift cards and I don't know, and it's weird. And he was like, that's weird, interesting, whatever. The whole time he was the one doing it. It was so wild. And I remember they came in, loss prevention came in, they started doing interviews, child. When they picked him up that night, they let him come into work. And they had the loss prevention manager, the district manager, the pharmacy manager, they had the sheriff's office. Like, it was crazy. But the reason I bring it up is because I'm still asking myself, what is the line? Because is somebody able to come to you and be like, listen, I know that this ain't like really what we supposed to do, but just do this. It's cool. Like, what is your line? Is your line how much harm that is going to cause? Or is your line whether it is to stick it to the establishment, or like, what is your line? And then furthermore, when I ask what is your line, I'm really wondering what's your line right now for when you press the eject button, or when you be like, hey, shit's gone totally left, right, in between, upside down, topsy-turvy. What is your line? What is your line? Because we have to have a line for everything, you know, and we can call those lines boundaries. I think that that is appropriate. I think it's important for us to figure it out, even whether we call it boundaries or not. You know, what is your line for what you're going to accept in a relationship or in a friendship? What is your line for what you are going to accept in a working environment? Or, you know, like, for instance, I was working, or had tried to work with this organization here. It was it was teaching English basically. And there was a time where I had asked them like for clarity on where we were supposed to meet with the different students and like all of that kind of stuff. And they did work out of WeWork. And the first thing that I noticed when I got there was that it was very much somebody gonna come and get you with a badge, like to do, and then I'll buzz you in, like type of thing. And I was like, this feels interesting, but okay, I guess. And I'm lying. That's not the first thing I noticed. The first thing I noticed is when I was speaking to the person who ultimately wound up hiring me, that they were very interested in talking about themselves and like bigging themselves up. And I thought that that was interesting. So I was just like, Then once I got hired, okay, there was a process for hiring and all that kind of stuff. There was a time where we were supposed to meet at the WeWork. So me and the students. So we get to the WeWork and I'm calling and nobody's responding or anything to try to sign into the computer. Now I want to say this was maybe like my second time with this student. So I'm like trying to reach out, like, where am I supposed to meet with the student? Like, we're just, nobody's here to quote unquote buzz me up. Like, what's supposed to happen? And they were like, oh, so-and-so isn't there and such isn't there. Well, can you find somewhere to go with them? Like, can y'all go across the street to the mall or something or whatever and find a spot? So then I was like, okay. So she and I wound up going over to the mall, finding a bench, you know, had a nice time. I'm gonna make do. We're learning English. So just talking is fine, but I definitely didn't expect to be doing this in the middle of the crowded mall today. Like, this is wild. Okay, so then the next week I go back, because it was like a Monday, Wednesday situation. So the next week I go back for the Monday and it's at the WeWork. So then I'm trying to get clarity on the Wednesday. So they were like, oh, well, you got to find a place for y'all to meet on Wednesday. Excuse me, that's not what y'all told me. I'm not doing that. And they kept trying to make it want me to be the one to be like, I had made an error. And that's why we were having to find somewhere to meet. I'm also not taking the fall for y'all's disorganization. Okay. And that was pretty much the last time that I wound up working with them, because I do not like working with dishonorable people who I cannot trust what they say. I'm not doing that. Right. So again, that was a line for me. Like, you not about to be having me out here looking like I'm responsible for your poor programming and scheduling. No. So that was a line, you know? So that's the question that I feel like we need to be asking ourselves right now. And even when it comes to the United States, because yes, I'm gonna talk about it. I am. If you was watching and you was like, is she gonna make? Yes. What is your line for what is your line for your affiliation? If you are still someone who is very much affiliated with parties, what is the line that you have about, like, what they gotta do for you to be like, I'm not doing this no more? Like, what else needs to happen for you to be like, okay, this ain't right, you know? Because it's a time right now where we are watching the temperature slowly being turned up little by little by little by little. And they're moving the goalpost and moving the line the whole time. So I feel like there has to be a very clear delineation of, okay, this has gone too far. And for many people, things have not gone too far yet. You know, stealing immigrants and US citizens from their homes and shipping them off to other countries to be enslaved, that's not too far, okay? Is too far. It wasn't too far for it to be a criminal that was running for office. That wasn't too far, even though I do not believe that he legitimately won that election. Okay, let me just go ahead and say that publicly. I do not believe that he legitimately won the election. They have said many times that Elon is the reason that he won the election. So I believe that the results were going to be the results regardless. I believe that Kamala was never going to win this election at all. They had already decided what it was going to be and how it was going to happen. There are tweets where Trump said, I have enough votes already. Y'all don't even have to worry about voting. And that was before voting had happened. Okay. So I don't believe that he legitimately won the election. But the fact that he won the election the first time, that wasn't a line. Because that was how that happened. And that was, I believe, a legitimate election for the most part. So that wasn't too much. Or the fact that he's a sex offender and like that's not too much. Okay. All right. What is your line when it comes to utilizing faith and Christianity as a tool for causing harm to people? Like what does that, I'm just scared where your lines at. That's what I need to know. I need people to make their lines visible so that I know who I'm dealing with and who I'm not dealing with. Because I don't like this brand of, I was gonna say racism, but it's more than racism. It's racism, it's capitalism, it's patriarchy, it's a lot. But I don't like the brand of niceties. You know, so if I use racism, for instance, this is the best way I can explain it. So y'all know I'm from New Orleans. And in New Orleans, I was used to outright overt racism. I grew up with David Duke, the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, and his people marching down the street during Martin Luther King parades. I grew up very aware that there were certain white people that did not like me because I was Black. I have seen crosses burned. I remember I went to a Lutheran school and we used to do this program called Outdoor Ed, and we would go off like to a lake area, campground thing or whatever. I remember seeing a cross burn across the lake. Like that's what I'm used to. What I wasn't used to was going to Pennsylvania with the nice people. Turning out those nice people are so much worse than the people who are overt, because those nice people cuddle up next to you and make you think that they're so nice and they care about people when they actually are causing incredible amounts of harm, and it hurts more because you didn't see the shit coming. That's what I feel like is happening in a lot of spaces. So that for me, that's the Democrats. That's who they are. They're nice, and you know they're saying the right things, and they're doing the things, but they also are not doing the things that need to be done to protect the people. Just as harmful. Just as harmful, because you're pretending that you care about people and then you still don't, right? Whereas your MAGA Republicans, very obvious, very obvious. Okay. And that's how I prefer my racism. I really do prefer it very obvious, because I need to know where you stand. I need to know where the line is. you know? So it's been a lot. And I have just been asking myself about those things because I need us to practice radical acceptance. I need us to honor where things are because some of us are very much still in this fanciful idea of hope and dreams. And number one, hope is not a strategy ever. And number two, hope and dreams is not about to make anything happen. I hope they do well. I hope they do the right thing. I hope that is not a strategy. I saw yesterday there's supposed to now be a boycott on McDonald's. I thought that was interesting. And not that I agree or disagree or I'm indifferent to it, but I just thought that was interesting. I definitely have seen people talk about the impact of the Target boycott. And I've said, well, I feel like it's selective outrage. I feel like you can't be boycotting Target and also getting Amazon packages every other day. Like, I feel like the boycott should be on all of this frivolous spending that is happening and buying all this shit. What y'all doing with all this shit? Huh? Where you putting it at? What do you need all of these things for? Help me understand, please. Because I'm sorry, I'm on a rant today, but also this is what happens at 6 in the PM. This the other rabbit hole that I've been down lately so it started with how did the US shift to support World War II. That has also evolved into how did the US shift after the Great Depression to start consumerism and to start advertisement and how they got people to want to buy things. What made me start thinking about it was this boycott on McDonald's because I remember as a child being able to go to McDonald's was a treat. It was a treat if you got a Happy Meal, like all of that kind of stuff. But the food was never good. It's not good food. It's not healthy food, but it was popular food. And who said it was popular? The advertisers, because it was all over the TV. You know, when I think about Saturday morning cartoons and all the toy commercials and all that kind of stuff, like, so my research has been like, when did the US start really doing targeted marketing campaigns to get people to buy stuff? Because even I remember I had made the connection that we used to have commercials back in the day, like the look, the feel of cotton, the fabric of our lives. Y'all remember that commercial? They made those commercials so that the cotton farmers would have people buying cotton. The beef commercials, the milk commercials, the cheese commercials, like the cereals, you know, none of that stuff is healthy. None of it. The Fruit Loops, the Frosted Flakes, the Apple Jacks, the Cinnamon Toast Crunch, the Honey Smacks, the Cocoa Puffs, all of that is processed trash. And they made it so desirable, and we probably still buying it. That line about how we show up and how we interact and the relationship that we have with things and all of that, it just keeps getting pushed further and further and further. So I'm just curious. If you are somebody who is finding yourself buying things just to be buying them, why? And what is the line for you where you say, okay, this is too much? Because we are in the middle of a war. And whether it is World War III or whether it is the Civil War that is happening, whether it is the war against democracy, like it is very obvious that a war is happening. And I need us to know that war is not just mass casualties and bombs, even though that is happening. Even though it's not happening on U.S. soil, it is happening. That's not the only types of war that there are. So there's a recession right now, there's inflation, there's a war on women's bodies, there's a war on trans people, there's a war on LGBTQ plus people. There's just so much. So I need us to be very intentional about defining how we gonna show up in all of this. Because again, if you go hung about boycotting Target, I also need you to boycott Chick-fil-A, God forbid. I used to love me a waffle fry with some Chick-fil-A sauce. And also, they have very problematic views. Very. Especially towards the LGBTQ plus population. That's not even to mention, I don't know their stance on Israel, but just the LGBTQ plus population, because we kind of stopped caring when it comes to like other people in other countries, because we talked about before, for some reason we think it's okay to dehumanize people and feel like because people were born in a particular place that people deserve certain types of treatment. That's US propaganda. I want you to know that. But let's not even go there. Just the LGBTQ plus population. Chick-fil-A they've done a lot of the harm there. Are we also divesting from there? I saw we had divested from Dollar Tree. Is we still doing it? Is we also doing Family Dollar? Like, so it's the selective outrage for me and selective participation. I just can't make it make sense. So if you just not gonna buy from this place. So for instance, you stop shopping at Target, but now you shopping at Walmart. And I understand that you need things, right? Because we have to get our essentials from somewhere. But have you done the work to find Black-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses? Are you doing that work as well? Or are we just touting that we took down? Because what's the end goal? That's what I'm trying to understand. The end goal should be to divest from capitalism. The end goal should be for us to be sustainable and to be able to support ourselves and community, and whether that's through bartering or what have you. But that in my opinion should be the end goal, to divest from this fuckery and foolishness that is happening. But if we're just going to take those dollars and then put those dollars into somebody else's business without investing them into our own, then I'm not seeing that it makes a whole lot of sense. Because what's the line that Amazon and Walmart got to do to show us that they don't care about us and never did? You know, what they got to do for you to finally say, I'm not doing that no more? What Chick-fil-A got to do? Who they got to hurt outright for you to be like, I'm done with the waffle fries and the chicken sandwiches and Jesus's chicken that people be calling it? You know? That's all I'm asking. I'm just trying to call us to accountability and to reflection and metacognition, because we have to figure out where we stand. Because if we don't, then the line goes further and further and further. And before you know it, this is how these types of things happen. You've dehumanized somebody so much that you've turned into a monster of sorts, where you just don't care about people. Because I told y'all last week, the U.S. don't care about its people at all. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. And I don't know what that line is. Like, what they got to do to show you that they don't care about people? What else they got to do? Because they've done a lot, you know? So that's our soul work for the week, okay? Is to figure out where our lines are in all aspects of our life. Where are the lines? What are the things that we really need to be examining and thinking about? What you is and ain't gonna do, and what you is and ain't gonna allow people to do to you and towards you, and what you is and ain't gonna do towards other people. Where you gonna spend your money at? Like, These things are important. They're really, really important, especially now. And I'm going to just let the record reflect. Now is not really the time to be balling out. That's not a good look right now. And I know in some of our worlds, you all look out the window and it's business as usual. But that's where I need us to tap in and practice that radical acceptance, because it's not. It's not business as usual at all. At all. We're in the middle of a constitutional crisis. It is not business as usual. Okay? So know that. And then also let's plan for that to be honored. You know? Okay. So let me see what time it is. How much more time I got. I ain't got no more time, y'all. I got to go. So that is Alexa, turn off the timer. It's such a nice, sweet timer. I love when Alexa cooperates. She don't be cooperating all the time. Do y'all be arguing with y'all's AI assistants? Because me and her, so first off, I got rid of one of her. Well, let me not say it like that. I gifted an Alexa to someone else who did not have one, because there are times where they will come in handy. But child, she about to be on her way out because she don't be listening. She don't be doing right. So I am definitely pro Google Home. It feels like it works more cohesively than Alexa. But I don't know. We ain't going to be able to have none of these things in a minute because they all going to be taken over. No. Anyways, y'all, let me get up from out of here. Let me tell you the thing. So I want y'all to connect with me. Like the video, comment, share, subscribe. All of those things are extremely, extremely helpful for me as I am here and building this space. So I do greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate every like, every share, every comment, every subscribe. If I said anything that resonated with you today, please do leave a comment. And let's talk about it. I've been finding new subscribers who are letting me know like, hey girl, I'm here, I'm new, and being a part of the community. So I'm excited to have you here. There's a lot that we need to talk about. And I'm also willing to hear some of the things that you all want to talk about. So please do also share that with me in the comments. You can find me and everything about me at KimberlandJackson.com. There, you can learn a little bit about my story. You can learn more about Discover Your Destiny. You can learn, you can actually even read my blog, which was the first place that I found my voice. So that is probably a very interesting place for you to start. And then here on Minding My Black Ass Business, y'all get into these archives, okay? We are trying to get monetized over here. So that also comes with subscribers and watch hours. So find you something to watch and binge, child, because I've been over here documenting the things. My cousin, Constance Kalanda, has been in here. She crochets and does things. So get into these archives and see these videos that we done made. You know, it's a lot to talk about over here. And most importantly, y'all, tell somebody about me, okay? Tell somebody about what's going on over here. Now, if I done told you all of that and you're like, yeah, girl, but also I'm feeling this vibe and I really want to be a part of this, then please do join the Inner Circle. The Inner Circle is my Patreon. It costs $5 a month. And that is the space where we're going to be talking about some of these things that we can't be putting out here for real, for real. So the Patreon gets the unedited, they get the uncut, they get to know what's happening right now, and the details about that. They also get to chat with me and ask questions and all of that. So if you're looking for a deeper connection and you do have $5 a month that you would like to invest in a Black activist, a Black woman activist, a small business owner, someone who is looking to change the world, please do consider hollering at your girl. $5 a month, that's all I'm asking. In return, you get to have access to this. You get behind the scenes access. You get to co-create shows with me and be in spaces and really just understand and walk alongside side, what it is like to be an activist and what this life is like and why my life is the way that it is and why it is so necessary. So Inner Circle on patreon.com/minding my black ass business. Okay. Let me think about my closing thoughts. Where's your line? Find it. Make it clear. Make it bold. And stand on business. That is my closing thought for the week. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all next time. Okay, I gotta go. All right, bye. Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. What's up, y'all? Ooh, cha. It's a lot to get into today. I just poured my tea, my water. I'm setting crisscross applesauce, trying to get the perfect spot. So let's go ahead and get our intro started, and we will go from there. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone. Hey, y'all, come on in here, child, and get comfortable. Sit down. I'm glad to have you here today. This is episode 9 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. Girl, emphasis on these free nervous systems. You heard me? Okay. Now, if you're saying to yourself, I don't identify with any of that, that's all right. That's all right. You can still stay. I just need you to come in ready to learn and listen and support and be a part of community. All right. Now, before I get into the things, I'm going to say right up here at the top, please go ahead and like the video, okay? Because y'all watching, right? But I just need you to take that extra step and like the video. And let me tell you why. It helps with this algorithm. The algorithm is like the AI machine that is embedded within different applications, and it responds to activities. So when you like, when you comment, when you share, when you save the video, all of that helps because it tells the algorithm, oh, people are actually engaging with this. Let me show it to more people. It's a really small step that helps a lot. Okay, so please do go ahead and like the video. And then if you are an extra mile type of person, make sure you already subscribed to the page, and it's a free way to be able to support. All right. So I wanted to put that at the top because I be forgetting. We got to get into the things. So first is the auntie update. So let me start here with saying that I have really, really been focusing on my routines and trying to help myself stabilize and really strategize. Like it's this theme last week I was talking about preparation, recovery, restoration, and preparation. It's kind of like this stage that I'm in right now. And I am dedicating a lot of time to really thinking about how I need to organize my routines when I start my day and throughout my day to be able to support myself in the best way possible. And if you are someone who is neurodivergent, then this may resonate with you because for me, I am very much a structure and
regimen type of person. Like I have to have a certain way that I do things. I need to have a level of predictability for my life. I don't do well in chaos. Like I don't. I live a very organized and structured life that also lends into like embracing minimalism. I try at this point to not have a lot of things. And a lot of that came from traveling and, not having a home, per se, and like moving from different countries and all that. All of my belongings fit in 3 suitcases and a backpack. And even that's a lot. But that is a way that I'm able to structure my life. Even if you look at my videos, like I wear just about the same thing almost every day. And it's leggings or it's a pair of like jogger shorts, a tank top, or maybe a loose fitting t-shirt. This is my uniform for the most part. And I might throw on a denim jacket or a cardigan. That's it. I work from home. So like I am very comfortable most of the time. But that gives me predictability because I don't have to have a whole lot of decisions about the things that I need to wear. And like, I only have clothes that bring me joy. So almost anything that I pick up is going to bring me joy. That helps like with decision fatigue and all that. I try to remove as many active decision-making processes as I can from my brain as often as I can because it's just not where I thrive. It just be a lot. So I have been over here basically conducting a big old science experiment about the best ways for me to be able to go about my day. And I'm feeling very good about it. Like I start my day off with meditation. So I have a Google Home. I also have Alexa. I think y'all heard me fussing with her last week. And I had asked y'all if y'all be fussing with y'all's AI assistants because sis on her way out the door. But anyway, my Google Home is the one that I use most frequently and most consistently because you can program different routines. And then I have the one that has a screen on it. So it also is like a TV. So I really like try to organize myself within that ecosystem. This is also not sponsored, but also like I'll drop an Amazon link. I'll do that. I'll put the Amazon link in the chat for the Google assistants that I have. But anyway, so my morning routine starts at 9 a.m. It comes on with a meditation playlist. And that playlist goes probably until about 10:35 or 10:40, maybe, pending if I add a different song because I be adding songs all the time. But it helps me in paying attention to time. It helps me in moving my day along. It helps me in conditioning my mind to be able to get ready because I be needing help in the morning. Like I'm not a morning person. I'm just really not. I think I've told y'all this before. Like my day when I wake up, it be like so slow. And then once I finally wake up, then I'm like off to the races. I'm very much an afternoon, evening, night person. Morning is not my jam. So I have to put things in place so that I want to get up in the morning and I want to do these things because I know once I get up and once I get ready, I'll feel better and all that. So anyway, hello, executive dysfunction is what that's called. I've been working on that and I'm feeling really good about it, about my routine and my playlist. And then also, like burning sage or incense, like it really just helps my brain to settle. And then I'm able to like open the windows and let the light in and like it's a whole like process. But I'm really proud of myself in that process. So that is what I have been working on, like really, really, really intensely because it's necessary for my well-being and for me to keep myself stabilized. Because what I cannot do is let this world toss me to and fro the way it's trying to do. I cannot do that. So I am unplugging and being intentional about the things that I do in preparation because I know the moment that I tap into the world is going to be fuckery and foolishness afoot. Like, this is just guaranteed, you know? So I have to prep myself before I get into all of the things, you know? So yeah, so I've been doing that, and I'm grateful that, you know, I'm in a space. I'm very much a tiny home type of chick. Okay. Like, I'm very much, I don't need a whole lot of space. And it's so crazy because I remember before, in my former life, back when I used to live in Tampa, I had a 2-bed, 2.5 bath townhouse. And I used to ask myself, because I don't like bathrooms, and I used to ask myself all the time, like, why do I have a house with 3 bathrooms? Like, whose idea was this? This is stupid. Like, this is so dumb. And then having to clean up, like, I'm like, why am I having to clean up an extra? Like, this is dumb. I don't want it anymore. And it's crazy because at one point in time, I was the chick who was like, oh, I want my house to have a whole bedroom be a closet, and I want a movie theater, and I want this, and I want that. And I was very much on that spectrum of things. And then one day it was just like, no, I don't. No, I do not. I don't want that at all. Actually, matter of fact, let me just go live in one room. Let me do that. Like, I'm very much that person. Yeah, I'm big tiny home energy, like big tiny home energy. And the place that I'm staying in is very much like tiny home vibes. Like, it is very much a studio. And when I tell you it is perfect for me, I love it so much. When I was a teacher, I used to have kids that used to wear hoods all the time, or they would like try to sit under the desk or like be very caved in. And the reason that people do that is because it helps you to insulate and it helps you to control your environment. And if you are a person who has been around a lot of chaos and unpredictability, being able to enclose yourself in a space that is predictable does wonders for your nervous system, because you don't have to wonder if something unpredictable is going to happen, right? So the tiny home vibes is kind of like the cave. Like, I know where everything is. I know there's only a certain amount of things that might be able to happen in the space. If I hear a noise, it's only a certain amount of things that it could be. Like, that is calming to my nervous system. That's also why me and Lucy we could not, because I don't need no damn cat just jumping out whenever the hell they feel like it because they think it's fun to scare you. Like, I don't do that. You know, that feels like pressure up in my nervous system, you know? So, anyway, I am loving my setup right now as far as having the ability to be able to insulate myself, focus on these routines, and really help myself get myself together, you know? So I've been doing that and focusing on that. Then I want to shout out my podcast boo, Shekinah. She's here in the chat with me today. But I want to shout her out because we had a conversation the other day. And let me tell y'all, I love a person who is trying to better themselves and like having self-awareness and emotional intelligence and interrogating their thoughts and bias and, you know, trying to show up as the best version. I love those type of people. Okay, these are my people. If you were those people, holla at me in the comments, because these are the type of people that I be vibing with. Let me play a clip from when I was on her podcast. Let's Talk Sis. What's going to happen is you're going to break your brain. And now you have to start over, right? I had the privilege of being able to heal outside of the systems of the US that keep people in a survival mode. That was a privilege for me. As you mentioned earlier, I'm like, what do you do after a mental health crisis? You're like, well, most people just go back to work, right? Because they don't have the privilege of being able to take time off to heal their brain. Yes. There are so many people that are one moment away from a full-on brain shutdown every single day, and they are just trying to keep their shit together. And oftentimes it is not working. And that's when we've seen these things happen publicly, and we tweet about it, we laugh about it, we talk about it, but nobody's really talking about what's really happening. And this is happening to real people.
Okay.
Every day.
So it becomes, sometimes I be feeling like I'm screaming out like into the void on the internet because I be so passionate about it because we don't understand our brain. Like I said, go over to her YouTube page. It's called Let's Talk Sis. You all can check out that episode and then support her and be in her world and all that kind of stuff too. But anyway, so I bring up Shekinah because we were having a conversation. She had told me that she had made personal 10 commandments. And I was like, oh, that sounds really interesting. Like, can you tell me a few of them? So she shared her personal 10 commandments with me. And I was like, I feel like I want to do this. Like, this is so cute. So I did. So I want to show y'all my personal 10 commandments. And, I enlisted the help of ChatGPT to put this together. If you are somebody who is not yet using AI to assist you, I do urge you to kind of get there because it does help to frame things sometimes and give you the words that you just may not have at the moment. So anyway, these are my 10 commandments if you are listening and not watching. Okay, so my 10 commandments. Number 1, I honor my nervous system as sacred. I walk by faith, not by fear. I prioritize my humanity and honor the humanity of others. I do not shrink, overfunction, or explain my worth. I release the need to have all the answers. I surround myself only with those committed to growth. I reclaim every ounce of power and energy I've ever given away. I create from joy, not survival. I document the journey. I am the map and the miracle. So those are what the young people say, clock it, that's tea, whatever. So anyways, so those are my personal 10 commandments. And I have been incorporating that now into my day as I'm starting my day to remind myself like who I am and what I want to focus on and like visioning and all that kind of stuff. So I wanted to tell y'all the prompt that I used just in case you are someone who is like, I might want to do that. Now, this is the thing. You do have to have talked to whether it's ChatGPT or Claude or Bard or whoever your person is, Gemini, whoever you're using. You do have to talk to them consistently so they get to know who you are and how you think and what you're working on. But the prompt that I used was, I would like to make 10 commandments for myself based on the direction I want my life to head. I would like your help in creating them. And I had given it enough information for it to know like what my goals and things were. So I told it that, and then it said, okay, well, let me ask you some questions. That's what happened. So it was like, let me ask you some questions in these different categories. So there were 9 questions that I answered. And then the way that I answered those 9 questions is how it developed the 10 commandments. So yeah, if that's something, if you try it, let me know in the comments or whatever. It is a pretty powerful tool to be able to use and to really think about how you want to direct your life. And this is not something that you just have to do at the beginning of the year, right? Like any day, it could be a day that you're like, today I'm going to look into that. So yeah, I wanted to tell y'all about that. Then the other thing, I wanted to shout out 2 listener comments. So the first is from my boy James. So James lives in the UK. And he's also a podcaster and he has a radio show and he does a few things over in England. So anyway, last week he was listening and he was like, yo, this weapon story is wild. Every time you tell a story about your life, it's the wildest thing I've ever heard. And I said, I have had a very interesting life. I haven't told so many stories, but these days I feel like sharing. And so I wanted to shout him out because I be having stories, y'all. If y'all
ask me about different parts of my life. When I tell you, we could be here all night and day. Like, I have had such an interesting life. And one of the reasons why I tell the stories and why I talk about my life so much and why I am so transparent is because I think it's important to learn from other people's mistakes. Like, I've always been the learn from other people's mistakes type of chick for the most part. I'm doing research about things and I'm looking at it from all levels and faces and sides, and like I'm analyzing, you know. And a lot of times we wind up making the same generational mistakes because nobody talked about the mistakes that they were making. And a lot of people try, especially like my parents' generation, they tried to give the perception that they were perfect and they had everything figured out. And that was a whole ass lie. So what it did is it caused us to try to reach this unrealistic expectation of thinking we're supposed to have it all figured out. And we're not. Like, nobody has it all figured out at all. Like, everybody's out here winging it. So I like to talk about that because the 20 somethings that and the 30 somethings that are coming up behind me, I don't want them thinking that they are having to achieve this unreachable goal of perfection, you know, that doesn't even exist. So I talk about the mistakes that I've made or the things that I've been through so that other people don't have to do that, you know. Like, no, we having the same conversations at 40 about friendships and relationships that we were having in our 20s. It's just to a different depth, you know. The same conversations about dating, the same conversations about showing up for yourself. Like, so if we will just be transparent and talk about that, then we could help somebody else along the way. So I wanted to shout James out for that. Then I also want to shout out my girl Vanessa. And Vanessa, she sent me a voice message and she was like, I was talking about Amazon and Target and the Target boycott and all that kind of stuff. And she said, you know, I was listening, whatever. She said, and you know, you came in soft at first and then you was like, why you buying all that shit from Amazon? So she was like, ooh, you clocked me. Ooh, you clocked me, sis. But this is what I love, because she took that and she was like, you know, I actually do kind of need to alter my practices and be more intentional about how I'm spending money or how I'm doing things, or, you know, I do need to be more intentional. So she was like, so thank you for that. That's what I'm talking about. I love somebody who can listen, receive, and then be like, you're right. You're right, though. You're right. Right? Because it happens. Like, we don't know everything. And if we consider different perspectives, then we are able to maybe open our minds to somebody else's lived experience, or open our minds to a different way that we could be showing up. So shout out to Vanessa for for that voice message. Wait, it's a comment. Nah, you be coming for our necks and you be knowing. Not on purpose, I promise I don't, but I be having questions. I really do. I really be having questions that need answers. Um, but I appreciate y'all because y'all still here. Y'all coming back for more, right? Okay, so anyway, I've been doing a lot of research because it's something about when you have a brain that is curious and willing to ask the questions that nobody else is asking, as well as a brain that is pattern seeking and pattern recognizing, it's a lot that's going on right now. And 5 years ago, this right round this time, like today or yesterday or tomorrow, like within the 3 days of this time, 5 years ago, I had told the people on the internet, I was living in Tampa, and I was like, I got to get out of here. Like, shit is wild. and I have to go. And what was happening was we being me, my best friend Bianca, we were in the process of advocating for school board. And if you follow my story for a long time, you already know this. If you haven't, it would be very interesting to go back and Google this. But around 2017, 2018, I think it was 2018, there was a school board member that tried to get me fired. And it wound up being newspaper articles written about it. And it was a lot because I was holding her accountable as she was in an elected position. And I was holding her accountable to the things that she was supposed to do as an elected official. And she felt some type of way. So it happened on Facebook. A lot of people saw it. She basically threatened my job. I went to the newspaper. Then I didn't talk about it for a while. Then in 2019, I left the school district and I did an interview with my now best friend, Bianca. I didn't know her at the time. But we did this interview and I was sharing what happened because I had 22 pages of screenshots of what had happened. So that resulted in me getting fired from another job, the job I had left the school district for. I got fired from that job because the school board member felt some type of way. So then that was going on. COVID happened, like all of that, right? Okay, so fast forward to this time, 2020. I was telling people, hey, shit's getting a little wild out here. The things that they're doing with the school board, the things that they're doing in education here in Florida, like things are really, really crazy and I have to go. I don't know where I'm going, but I got to get the hell up out of here. And I did this 3-part series where I was talking about finding because this was also during the Black Lives Matter protests. And I was telling people they need to figure out their role. Like, what is your role in this fight? What you're supposed to be doing? Like, we got to understand what our purpose is. Like, all the same stuff I've been talking about. We got to like arm up because shit finna get wild, right? I was saying this in 2020, right? God wants me to prepare places for those of you all who are connected to me. And that's why it's so important for you to understand your purpose, because I need to know what your role is so that I can plug you into whatever that he wants you to do. But if you don't figure out what your role is, then I can't plug you in. So this work that I'm trying to do is not for me. This is for us. And I feel like we missing it. So I needed to tell you, like, I need you to get it. Like, I need you to do the work. I need you to listen to God. I need you to hear what he's saying, because I can't do this by myself. And I don't know what this looks like. Like, I don't know when I go. I don't know what it looks like for whatever this next level is, but what I do know is that the word says that God can do greater than we could ever think or imagine. So I know what I can think in my head, but if it's greater than that, I need a team. I need some people with me. Okay, so I left. I moved to Pennsylvania, saw how much wilder things were, right? Then I left the country. Fast forward to 2025. And the title of today's episode is They Are Preparing and Planning. Are you? And this might be one of those times where you kind of feeling called out in over, I don't know, but also, hey, they are preparing and planning. They are prepared. They're not even, I actually should alter that, because they have prepared and planned and now they are executing is actually what is happening. And I know y'all sick of me. I know it'd be funny when I get I'll get an influx of followers sometimes. And then they hear me start talking. They be like, okay, and then they leave. And I'm all right with that, because I'm not talking to everybody, number one. And number two, I need us to practice radical acceptance. And I've talked about this quite a few times of we have to accept what is happening right now. Ostrich syndrome cannot be our means of dealing with life right now. Ostrich syndrome is when you stick your head in the sand and just pretend that everything is fine. Nothing is happening. Everything is absolutely fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Because everything isn't fine. And I know, being the person that is the one who has to say that. So this is where my spiritual gifts come in, because I do have the gift of prophecy. And that is why I be saying stuff and I be knowing, because that is what I'm gifted to do. But people don't be wanting to hear it, right? Because it's not all fun and all that kind of stuff. It really is like a call to action with a sense of urgency. So what I have had to learn how to do is to not completely crash out and try to like give it in bite-sized pieces so that at least some people will receive it. But I've been seeing this stuff coming for a while, right? So Florida has been the testing grounds for a lot of things that have happened over the course of the United States. Over the course of the United States existence, like a lot of stuff starts out in Florida, and a lot of policies start happening in Florida. So I had been seeing a lot of this stuff already, right? And saying, okay, this is what I see that's happening. Like this is really interesting. This is really weird. Again, asking the questions that nobody else wants to ask, like all of that, right? Remember what the last week, the title was "Where Them Lines At?" Where's the line? So I'm continuing to ask us that, like, where is the line where you say, okay, now that, all right, now this is too much. Okay. So let me slide on over here and share with y'all what I do every so often. So every so often I will watch a White House press briefing, because I really be trying to wrap my mind around what they are putting out to the public, like people that actually pay attention to some form of politics, or people that are getting their updates, because a White House press briefing are the updates that is coming from the President of the United States of America and their administration. Okay. And if you have never watched one of these, we're going to take about 2 minutes right here to just watch this piece so that you can understand the level of propaganda that is happening. Okay. All right. So here we go.
Have a good weekend. Good. It's good to see you back here. We have another busy week. On a scheduling note, tomorrow, President Trump will travel to the great state of Florida to attend the opening of a new illegal alien detention center located at Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, alongside Secretary Kristi Noem, Governor Ron DeSantis, Congressman Byron Donalds, and other state and local leaders. We hope to see many of you there. The facility is in the heart of the Everglades and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz. There is only one road leading in, and the only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain. The facility will have up to 5,000 beds to house, process, and deport criminal illegal aliens. This is an efficient and low-cost way to help carry out the largest mass deportation campaign in American history.
So I'm going to stop it there just because it's a lot, but I wanted you to hear the framing of how they are talking about this new immigration detention facility that has been built in Florida, in the Everglades. Okay. So what has been happening, and we've talked about this here before, that there have been immigration raids by ICE, and it's been happening all over the country, right? Well, Ron DeSantis, who is the governor of Florida, who was there when I was there, who they call him Ron DeSatan because he is very much evil. They were able to build this immigration detention facility in 8 days. So this is the facility. So there's an airstrip that's over here. Now, this is in the middle of the Everglades. The Everglades is a swamp. There are alligators and pythons and all sorts of things there in the Everglades. And this is where they built this immigration facility. You heard her say that there is only one way in, and the only way out is on an airplane. So in this, I don't know if y'all can see it, it's kind of hard to see, but this is the water that is surrounding this facility. And this water is filled with alligators. This is how they are saying that they are wanting to control immigration. This is where they are saying that they are going to take, quote unquote, illegal immigrants to detain them for whatever purposes that they decide. And I need us to understand that this is happening, and it is happening very quickly. Florida is a wild place, and also the U.S. is a wild place, because this is not the only place that these facilities are being built. And it's not just about immigrants either, because the other thing that happened is there was a Supreme Court ruling. So when Trump got into office at the beginning of the year, he signed a whole bunch of executive orders. One of the executive orders was to end birthright citizenship. So birthright citizenship is contained in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, and it came into effect after the end of slavery. And it was intended with the purpose of saying that all of the enslaved Africans and people that had been stolen from their land were now citizens of the United States, as well as their children. So, in essence, if you are born in the US, you automatically have citizenship. However, what it did not do was specifically outline what it means to be a citizen for real, like who that applies to, what categories of people, what have you. And Trump decided that he wanted to end that because it helps him get rid of all of the immigrants that are within the country, right? This is him saying this. So there, I don't know if y'all remember, some years ago, there was conversation about DACA, and I don't recall what DACA stands for, but basically DACA are children of immigrants. So they were given protections. This removes those protections. And so then the people that are in the country now are no longer considered citizens. Now they are stateless people, or basically they're stateless people because they also aren't citizens of wherever their parents were from, because they were born in this country and that country, because I'm not there, but the US, they were born in the US and were supposed to have citizenship. So he did that. And the Supreme Court upheld his ability to be able to challenge that. And in essence, what it did is, the Supreme Court is the highest court in the land, and then there are lower courts. So what happens is Trump will do something ridiculous, and then a lower court will file and be like, this is unconstitutional. So if that lower court files and says that, then it stops that action everywhere across the country. Well, what the Supreme Court said was, the lower courts can only rule on that actual case. So, for instance, stripping citizenship, right? Whoever sued about, hey, you're trying to take our citizenship, those are the only people that will be protected if a lower court files an injunction. Everybody else, it still applies to them. So their citizenship is still stripped. So what that does is that, quote unquote, gives him the power to kidnap people and kick them out, because it's not even deporting, because they were citizens. So they're not even going back to their own country. The US is their country, right? Then he removed protections for 500,000 Haitians who had come into the U.S. seeking asylum based on how the U.S. has destabilized Haiti and all the things that have happened in Haiti. So he removed Haitians' protections as well, right? Now, for those of us who might look like myself, who are Black, and up until this point have been like, I don't have nothing to do with them immigrants. Haitians look like us. We like, people mistake me for being Dominican, which is just on the other side of the island. Same people, just different side of the island. People mistake me for being Dominican or Haitian all the time, especially if I'm speaking Spanish. So it's very easy for one of us to get caught up in these roundups that they're doing, to send people to these detention centers, such as the one that was just made in the Everglades. And so I saw earlier somebody said we need merch. They got merch for the prison, though. They have merch for the prison. They selling hats and shirts saying alligator Alcatraz for the prison. They got merch for the prison. I'm just trying to know where we draw the line. When do we say, okay, all right, now that's a lot. Like, this is too much. This is not okay, right? Because we're conditioned to be in this state of mind that's called the culture of detachment. And basically, that's like saying, if it doesn't affect me, then I don't care, basically. And so then the question is, when do you start to care, right? So let me tell you about another story. This lady named Adriana Smith. So I don't know if y'all have heard about this. Tell me in the comments. But Adriana Smith was a 30-year-old woman from Georgia who was declared brain dead in February of 2025. And when she was declared brain dead, she was 9 weeks pregnant. Because of a law in Georgia called the Life Act, which bans abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy, they kept her alive on a ventilator so that her dead body could continue to support the developing baby that was inside of her. This was done against her wishes, against her family's wishes. Adriana also had a son, I believe he's 9. So him and her parents had to watch her be kept alive on a ventilator for weeks, 16 weeks, so that they could use her body as an incubator to birth this premature baby that now doesn't have a mother. What, like, the level of trauma that this baby is being forced to endure. And that's not saying that the family was saying, we're not saying we would have ended the pregnancy, but we should have had a choice to be able to think about all of the ramifications of this situation. But we didn't even have a choice. This is the kind of stuff that's happening. That's in Georgia, right? So at what point are we as U.S. citizens saying, okay, all right, now see, that could be me? Or, like, are we standing by and watching our neighbors getting scooped up? Or are we coming up with a plan and asking them, how we can be a supporter? Like, how are we showing up for people and tapping back in, right? And getting out of this space of, this isn't affecting me, so it's whatever. And I want us to understand, I understand why we detach. So detachment is a trauma response. right? And we talk a lot about our brains over here. It's a trauma response because it disconnects us from painful realities. Like, it's very difficult to watch everything that you have learned about and everything that you have believed about a place and about people crash in front of your face. Like, that is very traumatic. So it's natural to like want to insulate ourselves from the things that are happening. But if we refuse to see what is happening, there is no way for us to protect ourselves from it. There is no way for us to fight against it. There is no way for us to even show up for ourselves because we are telling ourselves that it's not happening. We're gaslighting ourselves every day. And the longer that we pretend that it doesn't matter, the more dangerous that it becomes when it finally does matter, because by the time it gets to your door, now it's too late, it's at your door. You know, and I'm not blaming anybody. This is not our fault. It is by design. Like, the system relies on us to remain detached, because if we can continue just mindlessly scrolling, you remember I talked about survival mode. If our brain stays in survival mode, we are not able to strategize and think and ask questions and, plan, and we're not able to do all of that. So we get into this place of self-preservation. Well, I'm gonna just do what I need to do for me and whatever, F everybody else and whatever. But then what happens is basically they've divided us and conquered because we're not working together to be able to figure out how to support each other. And what we need right now is interdependence, and that is showing up in community, right? That's what I keep talking about. Understanding that if they're willing to do that to one type of person, it's only a matter of time before they're willing to do that to me. So also, if I'm fighting, I also want to know that people have my back. So whose back do I have as well? Because it is our problem, and here I am sitting in Colombia talking about all of this from the safety of my mountainside tiny house, but and I can't imagine, I say this all the time, I can't imagine what it is like to be in the US and also paying attention to the things that are happening. But I want to call us into this space of collective radical acceptance so that we can support each other. But then we also need to have the ability to be able to plan and to strategize. So I want to talk, before I go, about emotional integrity, because emotional integrity is something that I actively and intentionally decided that I wanted to embrace. And I don't remember what year it was, but at some point I was like, I'm lying to myself and everybody else when they ask me what's up. Like, I can't keep doing that. This can't be healthy, type of thing. So I made this post the other day on Instagram, and it is centered in a conversation I was having, or I had talked to somebody and I said, "How are you?" And they told me what they were doing. So this post says, "I asked you how you are doing, not what you are doing," calling us back into emotional intimacy. So when we talk about emotional integrity, it starts with telling ourselves the truth. And if you can't be honest with yourself, that we gotta start there, because that is self-betrayal and self-denial, and does not lead anywhere good. So we have to, if you can't be honest with nobody else, we have to be honest with ourselves. So emotional integrity means that you're asking yourself things like, how do I really feel right now? Or what am I carrying that no one sees right now? And this doesn't mean that you have to judge those feelings, but you are acknowledging that you are a human being that actually has feelings. You are not a robot. Like, we are designed to be connected to people and connected to experiences. So asking ourselves, like, how am I actually feeling right now? What am I thinking about in my brain that I haven't shared with anyone? If we don't do that, we are doing what we call emotional bypassing. And that's when somebody says, "How are you doing? What's up?" And you're like, "Oh, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine." And that is not rooted in peace. That is very much rooted in exhaustion or rooted in survival. And it is a very unhealthy practice. And I can tell you from experience that it leads to complete burnout and brain shutdown. So, what can I do to stop doing that? Right. So it really is reframing how we think about our emotions, because our emotions are messengers. They're not enemies. So when we have different emotions like feeling sad or feeling angry or feeling joy or grieving something, that is giving us information. So that means that I can now, knowing that this is how I am actually feeling, I now have the power and ability to be able to deal with that, even if it's difficult, because it's not about it being good. It just is. Like, it's not something to judge. Like, this is just what I am feeling right now. And it is also possible to have multiple feelings at the same time. I use a tool called the feelings wheel all the time because it supports me in the words. Sometimes we don't really have the words to be able to describe what we're feeling, or we only know a little bit of how to describe what we're feeling. Let me actually show it to y'all because it's a really good tool. And I used to use it with my students as well. But this is the feelings wheel. So the way that it works is inside this feelings wheel, it has our big emotions. So you all have probably seen Inside Out. A lot of people think about it this way. And you have in the first movie, the main emotions that were driving things, right? So we're hardwired with certain emotions as babies that we don't have to learn how to do. We don't have to learn how to be happy, sad, surprised, angry, disgusted, fearful. We don't have to learn how to do any of those things. Babies are hardwired to do that. We do, though, have to learn the nuances. So in this wheel, in the middle, you have those big feelings. Then the further you move to the outer rings of the wheel, those feelings become more specific, right? So for instance, when I think about what is happening in the US, it makes me sad, disgusted, and angry. I actually want to go with disgusted, and I want to move out to disappointed, because there are certain things that I learned about the country and about people that was just an all out lie. So the disappointment of realizing how many times I was lied to. And then that disappointment does go to being appalled. It's a lot to process. Or if I come over to angry, for instance, very much frustrated with apathy and things that this detachment, if you will. And it makes me infuriated a lot of times because there is a lot that we need to be doing to show up for ourselves and others. But then let's say I go over to my personal life right now. And right now in my personal life, I feel very peaceful. I feel very peaceful, and I feel very grateful that I have the privilege of being able to restore myself in a place that is peaceful, right? So that is how you use the feelings wheel. So the feelings wheel is a way for us to start having that emotional integrity with ourselves, so that we don't keep lying to ourselves about what we are feeling. We get to be able to have those messenger statements, if you will. So practice truth telling without self-judgment. So that's what I was just talking about. Saying I'm overwhelmed or I'm lonely or I'm hurting does not make you weak. It makes you honest. And the more that you are honest with yourself, the more that you're able to trust yourself. The more that you're able to trust yourself, the more that you're able to trust your decisions, right? I can't be telling myself I'm fine when I know full damn well I'm not fine and everything is not good. Then now I'm self-doubt. I'm not trusting myself in this situation. Then the next thing is finding community. because we are not meant to process all of this by ourselves. And we need spaces where we are able to be safe and really just name the thing. Again, I don't have to do anything with it. I am just acknowledging that this is what I am feeling. So being able to say that in the community of safe and aligned people is really, really powerful and really, really healing. So we have to look for those soft spaces. And a soft space is not just about who is around, it's also who you have to be when you are around them. Because y'all know there are certain people in our lives that when you're around them, you have to put on a performance. You're not able to practice emotional integrity. You're not able to actually show up as your real self, whatever that might look like. So we have to look for communities that allow us to be ourselves, right? Not just who are over there, but because they over there, how am I going to have to show up because they're over there? So we want to have communities that honor truth and hold space for all of us. Emotional integrity says, I honor my truth, I choose softness, and I let myself be witnessed. So the question again is, how are you doing for real? Right? I just dropped all of that stuff on y'all about all the stuff that's happening in the US. And the question that I want you to ask yourself is, how am I processing that? Like, what does that mean to me and for the people that I care about and the people that I am connected to? What does that look like? So our soul work for this week is to ask ourselves that, to use that feelings wheel, to ask ourselves about how we are actually feeling, for us to choose moments where you are able to be emotionally integrous and actually stop and say, I'm carrying this and this and this and this, and not feeling like you have to choose. It's not necessary to choose, but it is necessary to be able to name it. All right. So that is our soul work for the week. What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo-woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are 2 ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw. It's the fingerprint of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. So I wanted to show y'all my things that I have been growing. So this started out in water bottles and started out just really, really small. So this is my rosemary. Now I had ordered rosemary from the store, and basically I took like the bottom leaves off and I just put it in water for a little while until it grew roots. And then I once it grew roots, I put it into this water bottle. So this is just an old water bottle with some dirt. And then I put the rosemary in here. So there are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different stalks of rosemary that are in here that I can use. And then These are my onions. Now, I grew these from seed, these particular ones. But I also have, you know how when you get the green onions and the white part has where the roots were. And a lot of times in the U.S., they cut those off on purpose so that people can't do this. But if you take it usually and put it into water, then it will start to grow roots. But these I grew from seeds. So I just had some seeds from the dollar store and sprinkled the seeds in here. And so these are green onions. So I use them to garnish my food. And it's a lot of those in here. And then this is my mint. So same thing, I had bought some mint from the store, like in a bag. And then I put it in water and I allowed it to grow roots. When I got here to this apartment, the mint probably was like this big. Since then, it has been shooting up, and now I see it has this new branch here. So I use this when I make my tea or when I make smoothies, and then I'm able to have my own mint. So I wanted to show y'all that because it doesn't take a lot. You know, we really have the ability to be able to show ourselves that we have the ability to take care of ourselves. So I really want to challenge us to just do something small like that. And that will give you a chance to call yourself into sustainability. And then I also wanted to ask y'all this question about what does peace look like and sound like for you? Because I feel like we may not necessarily think about that actively and think about how we can create peace in our own lives. So when I was thinking about it, I was like, peace for me feels like being in the mountains. It feels like quiet. It feels like having a garden. It feels like a breeze, fresh fruit, sunshine and springtime and the ability to blow bubbles and twirl in circles. Like that's what peace looks like for me. And I think it's important for us to figure out what peace looks like for us, for you, because peace looks different for everyone, right? But taking a moment to actively think about that, because we have to be able to create our own peace in this chaotic world, because it's a lot that's going on, you know? And maybe, you know, gardening is not your thing, right? But maybe you are an artist of some sort. Maybe you are a painter, or you are someone who produces music, or like talk to me about where your peace lies. And I want y'all to tell me in the comments, what is your area of specialty? Because all of us have one. All of us. I'm talking down from mechanics to people who know how to build houses, to people that love to clean and organize. Like all of those gifts are needed. So basically what I'm doing, y'all, is I'm trying to make a resource map. Okay? Because we need to have people in every walk of life that are able to help us to create these peaceful environments and to help us pour into people that actually align with the way that we view the world, right? So that is a project, you know, that I want us to work on together, and really thinking about how we can intentionally support each other and intentionally barter our time and energy so that we are able to support us, not this capitalistic machine of foolishness. Anyway, I'm about to get out of here, but I want to remind you all about a few things. One is the Healing Circle. The Healing Circle takes place on Saturdays immediately following the Frolicking Truth premiere. So Frolicking Truth premieres at 11 a.m. Central Time. And the Healing Circle takes place at 12 p.m. Central Time every other Saturday. So we just had one last Saturday, so we won't have one this week. But if you go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle, you are able to register for the Healing Circle. And that is where we take some time to name our feelings, really practice naming without judging, as well as leave with some somatic exercises and affirmations and things to really just pour back into ourselves. That is a space that is exclusively for Black women. So I will be asking for you to turn on your camera and verify that you are a Black woman. But if you or someone you know is looking for that space, again, please go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle, and that will get you to the registration for the Healing Circle. Back in 2020, I was working with beautiful brown girls, and we used to do sister circles. And there was a time where there was a lot of Zoom bombing. And people would come into, and I'm sure y'all saw this on the internet, but people would come in to those spaces and say the N-word and like try to take over people's screens and like all that kind of stuff. So we had to be really intentional about the settings. So because I live in virtual spaces, yeah, I'm gonna need you to come in here and verify and register. And there are several steps that have to be taken before you can get into that space, because we don't need any additional trauma. We've had enough. So that's why I ask people to verify who they are. All right. The other thing is, if you are looking for deeper connection and you are really wanting to like be able to ask questions and like really be in the space and energy and community, I do invite you to come over to my Patreon. I call it the Inner Circle, and there is a 7-day free trial. So for instance, I dropped a vlog just a couple days ago, but basically giving a detailed asylum update, and we talked about a couple other things. So that is happening in the Patreon. So real life, real updates, real things are happening in the Patreon. So it's $5 a month to join the Inner Circle. And again, there's a 7-day free trial, so you can sign up and be in there for the free ski. And then hopefully convert to $5 a month supporter. The Patreon is definitely one of the safer spaces, and one of the spaces that we have to protect. And it is a community for like-minded people. So if you are looking for that, please do come over and hang out with me there. So I'm gonna leave y'all with this quote this week, and this quote is from Bell Hooks. Rarely, if ever, are any of us healed in isolation. Healing is an act of communion. So I want you all to remember that we don't have to do this alone. We have a community. All we have to do is choose to show up and to be present in that community. So I'll see y'all later. I love y'all so much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye. Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice. We calm our Black-ass nervous systems, we unmask, and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here, you're safe here, and you don't have to do this alone.
Hey y'all, come on in, find a comfortable spot and take a seat. I'm grateful to have you here with me for episode 10 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. It is okay if you do not identify with any of those descriptors. You are still welcome here, okay? I just ask that you come in the spirit to learn, support, and listen. Right off at the top, I'm gonna ask y'all to go ahead and like the video. tomorrow. Okay, just go ahead and like it. I know you ain't heard me say nothing yet, but that's all right. Just go ahead and like it. All right, because that helps the algorithm. It's a free way to show support. And I do hope that you will leave some comments. Tell me what is resonating with you, especially those of you who are watching a replay. Now, if you're watching this during the live premiere, I need you to come join us in the chat. We're in there. We're talking. The community is here. You can ask questions. You can talk to other people. You can give your live reactions as you're listening. So please do come hang out. If you're watching this during the live premiere, come hang out in the chat with us. If you're watching during the replay, your assignment is to make comments when things resonate so that I know what to go back and clip. Okay, that helps me. That helps me a lot. All right. So I just did an extensive auntie check-in with my inner circle. Those are the folks that are on the VIP list, the folks that are part of my Patreon. We just had a whole situation before this that I was telling them about my day and my morning routine and all of that. So I'm not going to get back into that. I might release a couple clips so that y'all can get a little taste. But it was pretty powerful. I'll say that. I wanted to go ahead and do my official auntie check-in. So I saw last week, I called it the auntie update. Child, I don't be knowing what to call it. So number one, I want to make a confession. Okay. I had to place an Amazon order. And in that Amazon order, I had to get me some incense, y'all, and some hair products. Okay. I used my last little corner of Donna's recipe that I had, and I had to get me some more. All right. Because I haven't yet figured out how I'm going to make my own products, but I did buy some Castile soap that I'm going to use to start my experimentation. Y'all think about me over here as like mad scientist. Okay. Like I'm over here thinking about all kinds of concoctions and things to be able to make because I want to know what's in my stuff. Like I'm at that point that I need to know what's in this and where this come from. The other day I was eating some tilapia and I was like, man, I wish that I knew how to fish and that I knew where to go to fish because I want my fish to come straight from the water. Like I want to see where it was at. Even though I don't really want to do the scaling process. Like I've only been fishing one time in my life. Just another confession. I did catch a lot of things, but I didn't put nothing on no hook and I didn't take nothing off no hook. I was just like, I put it out there and then I was like, yay! And then I was like, what I do with it now? But yeah, that's the only time I've ever fished in my life. But I'm at a place right now where I'm really like trying to be much more intentional about what I put in my body and on my body. I know it's a comment talking about tilapia isn't real. I know. But right now I have to do it until I'm able to have my own fish farm. Okay. It's a gradual process over here. So, but anyway, here what it's called is mojarra. Is what the fish is called actually, but they liken it to tilapia. But anyway, I need to know where my things is coming from. All right, is my point. Get out, hey, get off of me. They in the comments, relax, okay? Relax. I am just trying to like make different things and I'm like infusing oils and I want to do like whipped body butters and like all of that. I'm ready to be in the lab is what I'm saying. I'm ready to be in the lab. So I know you can probably make it in your kitchen. I know I that's the plan. That is the plan. If y'all think about, oh my God, my brain is in so many different directions. So y'all may or may not know, I used to have a talk show for 6 years on a platform called Beautiful Brown Girls. And one of my shows was called Brown Girl Boss. And on Brown Girl Boss, I used to interview brown women, Black and brown women across the US, but also abroad sometimes, and just highlight what they did. And I had a chance to interview Melissa Butler from the Lip Bar. There was another lady, oh my God, I can't remember her name right now. Jesus. She has whipped body butters. I want to say her name is Layla, but I can't remember. But anyway, The common theme that they had is that it started in their kitchen. Melissa Butler, when she started making her first lipsticks with the lip bar, she started in her kitchen. Hold on. What is the name of these products? Here it is. Black girl, long hair. What is this lady's name? What is her name? I knew I was going to find it. Thank you, Christian. Christian is my brain person, my memory brain person. So he helps me to remember the things. Her name is Layla. I knew I wasn't crazy. Let me put some respect on my brain, people. But anyway, the name of her products, it was Black Girl Long Hair Marketplace, and she had with body butters. So she also started in her kitchen. So that's kind of what I'm on right now. Is I really feel like I'm about to start making different products. And it started with my hair. So I had washed my hair last night. Also, y'all, my hair's name is Raina. Raina as in queen. Okay. I don't know how that goes either. I don't know which fingers it is. I am so old and out of touch. Oh my God. Somebody young help me. Anyway, I washed my hair last night and I used the last little corner of Donna's recipe. So then I was like, I need to re-up. I need to go ahead and get in the lab and make some things. So that's why I made the Amazon order, bringing it all full circle. Okay. And also I will say that there is nothing wrong. I don't believe there is anything wrong with patronizing a business for your basic needs, right? Which were that was the rules that was given out with the boycott, right? If you still got to go to Walmart to get your basic needs, even though I don't know why Walmart is a place that was chosen, because but the same with Amazon. I believe that if you are using it in order to further things, like you're getting raw materials or you're getting something that you otherwise is a necessity that you don't have access to, and you are using that as a way to be able to get it, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that what we need to cut down on is the frivolous shit and just buying stuff and getting addicted to Prime and like having stuff show up the next day and 24-hour inconvenience and like all of that. I think we need to release ourselves from that. Okay. But I don't want y'all to think that I'm condemning you if you're using any of it. It really, for me, is about divesting from capitalism. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. All right. So I just want to put that in. But anyway, I was dancing the other day and blowing bubbles because my morning routine very much like gets me gradually like up and going. So by the time I sit down and I got my tea and I'm like ready to open the curtains and let the day in and all of that, I have a little playlist. So right now the song that I've been listening to is Chuck Mangione, Feels So Good. I don't know if y'all know that song, but it's a jazz track. And man, it be getting me going. So the other day I was dancing to that, and then I was dancing to Mr. Magic by Grover Washington. Now, I don't know if y'all know this song, because this is a line dance that we used to do in New Orleans and probably still do. We call it the bus stop. We learned it in PE and everything. After the Chuck Mangione song, the Mr. Magic song came on, so I was dancing. And then I was like, let me go out here and blow some bubbles. So then I graced the people with some bubbles and just a nice little opportunity to laugh and smile and all of that. But it made me feel so peaceful, because when you blow bubbles, you have to breathe. Like you have to breathe in and you have to have like a concentrated breath. So it's not just right, but you very much have to. And that process makes you slow down. So it helps your nervous system regulate. So I had been meaning to blow bubbles so many days and I had not done it. And I forgot because it was in my purse. So it was like out of sight, out of mind. So yesterday I made an intentional decision to blow bubbles, and it made me so happy inside. It really does bring me joy. And so I was doing the bus stop and then I was blowing bubbles and I was just like, today is a good day. Like I'm loving this so much. And then the other thing, so from Amazon, I had finally bought myself some clothes that actually fit. The clothes that I have with me are the clothes that I brought with me for the most part when I left the US in 2021. That has been almost 4 years ago. Along the way, I have bought a couple things like from H&M. So like some tank tops, usually the tank tops that I wear, and the jersey shorts that I have, that's kind of like my everyday uniform. And then I had some leggings from Amazon. All of that's too big. Okay. I have gone from a 2X to a medium. And that's wild to me because how? But also I am in a place with better food, more access to fresh food, and I'm not stressed the hell out because retaining all that cortisol is what makes it difficult for us to lose weight. So it really, in essence, is kind of just coming off because I'm not doing too many things. But one of the things I did start doing, y'all seen that squat challenge on the TikToks? What's the song? I don't even know the song that is to right now, but you do 4 squats. Booty work. That's what it is. It'd be like summon in the sun and then the summon and the let me see your booty work, 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 booty work. And like then so it's like 4 squats, then you pose for 20, then you do 7 squats. I've been doing that, not every day, maybe every other day, but I've been doing that because I told y'all I've been working on my Colombian booty, and I'm really, trying to make sure that I do as much as I can. Also, I really don't like to exercise. I would prefer to dance, which is why I was dancing and doing line dances, because by the way, that is exercise, So anyway, y'all know I used to be dancing on the internet in my drawers. Because this was in 2022 when I was in Mexico City. And it was because I finally had just said, I think I realized what my self-talk was looking like and sounded like, and it just wasn't up to par. Like it just really was very not good and not positive. And I made this decision and I was like, I'm going to love myself. And you know what else happened? Because I was dancing on the internet to Lizzo. And what she had that song, It's About Damn Time. So I had really sat down and listened to the words. She had another song that was called You're Special. That album, I don't know what the name of it was, but that album that she made right after COVID, that was a powerful album. And it was very much like an anthem. And I'm not necessarily a pop girly for real like that, but it was striking a chord in my spirit. So it had got me to dancing on the internet in my drawers. And it was a good time. It's this phase that you go through where you be like, hey, I don't even care no more. Y'all finna get all of this. You finna get these roles, I don't care. I don't care. This is who I am, and whatever. You can feel however you want to feel about it. It's really liberating. So I'll put a couple clips in here so that you all can see what that used to look like for me. So anyway, so that is my auntie check-in. That is what I have been up to. Those are the things, the here, there's, and the so's. Now, child, I want to get into this Truth Is segment because it's a lot that we need to talk about that has been happening. The title of today's episode is Capitalism versus Community. It's time to choose. I always be feeling like I'm about to do a sermon when I talk about the title, but for real. So a lot has been going on in regards to things in all arenas. I'm talking all of the arenas, okay? In healthcare and education and housing and immigration. It's just been so much that has been going on. And just the other day, there was a flood in Texas where I think the death toll is up to maybe 100 people. I believe 91 was the last concrete number I saw, but I might have heard that it was up to 100 people. Within that number were 20 little girls, apparently, that were at a camp or something. And there are people on the internet who are very much celebrating and being like, that's what they get. Their parents voted for that, so that's what they get. And it's really weird because how are we so dehumanizing folks that we are celebrating children dying? That's what we doing? We on that? The kids didn't ask for this. They didn't ask. Even if those children have been programmed to start spewing the same type of rhetoric that their parents may or may not have voted for, the children are innocent in this. So it really made me start wondering, like, how did we get here where we are not thinking about people as people and not thinking about human beings as human beings? Like, I'm just not really following like how that's happening. And it brought me to, y'all know I love a good rabbit hole and a deep dive, child. And I have been deep diving into really understanding what certain words mean. So let me be clear. My degrees are in biology and education. Okay. Those are the areas that I have studied and the different places that I would consider myself to be an expert in. Where I am not an expert in is in anything that really had to do with social studies, be honest with you. So history and economics, especially things like economics, I don't necessarily understand it. But I never took classes on it. It's not what I studied. So I've been in this process of taking different crash courses. There's a YouTube page called Crash Course, and I've been on there like crash coursing it out. And one of the crash courses was talking about capitalism and consumerism and what that means. And it really had me thinking about like the different systems that are in place that cause us to look at things on an individual level as opposed to on a structural and systemic level. So what we start doing is we start thinking about people as disposable, and we start thinking about people as means to an end. You know, we think about people as numbers or dollar signs or what we can get out of them. And that is what capitalism does. Like, capitalism is all about using human capital to be able to fuel the system. That's why there's so much focus on working and being productive at work and like doing all these things to limit work regulations, because the system benefits from this individualized understanding that we have. So I've been doing like research on that and just really trying to understand what it means and how it works and how it operates, because it's a lot. Like, it's a lot to understand, but it's also a lot to deprogram and help ourselves to break out of it, right? So when I started researching consumerism, consumerism in particular, I keep asking, right? And again, full transparency, I embrace minimalism as much as I possibly can. So at this point in life, all of my belongings fit in 3 suitcases and a backpack. And that is the way that I have chosen to live and conduct my life. You may not be here. Okay, so don't feel like you have to raise yourself to some different standard. I'm sharing my experience. So when I started studying consumerism, I was thinking about like, where did advertisements and all of that come from? Like, why are we having all of these like commercials? And honestly, I pay for YouTube Premium, so I don't have to have commercials. I haven't had a commercial or an ad that I have watched in I don't know how long. And I also can't tell you how much peace that brings me to not have that, because I now know how much like we in the US have been inundated with buy. But anyway, so when I was thinking about consumerism, it really started like hyped up and ramped up after World War II. But it started like in the production era. So when the Industrial Revolution happened and production became the way of life, again, the system is now using people to be able to create products for the wealthy class, for the haves. They started making so many products. And then because it was more than people needed to be able to live their lives. And also the people in the factories did not have the means to be able to buy the products that they were making anyway. So what happened was they started dropping the price on those products so that the workers were able to buy the products, and they would tell them that they needed the products because they would tell them they needed the products to be able to achieve this American dream, this idea of having the things that the haves had. So they dropped the price so they can access it, and then told them you need this even though they didn't. So consumerism came about, buying things and never feeling like it's enough, just always needing to have something else. And this is the new shiny thing that you need to get. And this is going to make you be like this person and da, 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 da. Like that is how that all came about. And it feeds the system of capitalism in that the people who have the capital are the ones who are benefiting, while the working people experience the least amount of benefit as possible. And that system dehumanizes people because it places profits over people, because they don't care. Like, you're replaceable. It doesn't matter. Like, at any point, we can just be like, it's fine, you could go home today, and then next week they hiring somebody else. Or you die. You done given 20 years to this place. You die, baby, they got that seat filled in 2 weeks. Okay, right after they orient somebody, they got somebody in there. So capitalism teaches us to think about people as resources, human resources, human capital. So capitalism does that. And then the partner in that is consumerism, in making us think that we need these things and we need to buy all these things so that we always we got a hole in our pocket. We're always giving out money. We're always putting it out, and it's never coming back to us because we don't make enough to really be able to save in the first place. So I was doing all that research, and I was just like, oh my God, this is such a lot, because the people, I don't think, really know and understand what the systems are doing. Because again, we get so involved in the microcosm of what is happening right in front of our faces. And when I say right in front of our faces, I mean like in your immediate vision, your tunnel vision, if you will. We get caught up in that, and we miss everything else that is happening around us because we are literally laser focused on those things. So I wanted to also layer that with understanding white supremacy culture on top of that, and racism and how that operates on top of that. So I have this graphic that I want to share. This graphic shows basically how these systems work, but also this is rooted in racism, but this works for any type of system. On the outside of this graphic are the different areas of life that are under government control. These are government systems that are operating. So we have banking, housing, criminal justice, public health, and education. So these are the systems that are operating in everybody's life who is in the public. So what happens is, in the middle of this graphic are the ways that we can view the way that these systems work. So this first level is internalized, then interpersonal. So internalized, how does this system work regarding to me? Interpersonal, how does this system work regarding into dealing with other people? Institutional, how does this system work within organizations and institutions? And then systemic is, how does this work and is maintained by society? So this particular graphic is based on racism and how racism works. So when we think about internalized racism, and the way that racism on top of capitalism, on top of consumerism, adds this special flavor to it. So internalized is a race-based belief and feelings within an individual. So how this might have manifested, and how it did manifest in my life, is believing that I was pretty when my hair was straight, believing that proximity to whiteness is going to give me advantages and accesses that I otherwise wouldn't have. So those are race-based feelings that were placed inside of me, that were living inside of me at a particular point in time, right? Or that if I spoke a certain way, that it would deem me as more or less intelligent. That's internalized. Then interpersonal is how that looks and manifests towards other people. So this is where your bigotry and your biases show up between individuals through words and actions. So what that might have looked like, and this is also internalized as well, is I grew up in the say no to drugs era. I just did a deep dive on Ronald Reagan the other day. A lot. And his framework is what Trump is furthering. So this has been a long game. I just want us to know that. But anyway, I grew up in the say no to drugs era. At that time, we were conditioned to believe that if somebody was on drugs, that they yes, skin whitening creams advertised in India. Yes, that's an example of something that internalized racism would cause. Yes, that my dark skin is a hindrance to my life, which is true. So let me do something about that and try to do some type of assimilation. So interpersonal, in the say no to drugs era, we were conditioned to believe that if somebody was on drugs, that they were lazy, that if somebody was on drugs, somebody was on welfare, somebody needed support, that it was because they were lazy or they weren't smart or they didn't try hard enough. They needed to pull themselves up out of bootstraps. That's when that type of thing really started becoming really, really pronounced. So what that would look like is, in my own life, I was very, very judgmental about people who had different life circumstances, different traumas that manifested. So in my early years, I would very much be like, you on drugs because you're weak, or you don't have a home because you're too lazy to go have a job. Like, it very much came across as that, as opposed to understanding the next phase is that there's institutional policies that are in place, discriminatory practices within organizations that are making it difficult for you to be able to access education, for you to be able to access healthcare, for you to be able to access a home that you're able to afford. There are institutional practices at place. I didn't understand that. So at the institutional level, and this is the place where a lot of people get stuck. So they aren't able to understand because we get stuck at the internalized things and the interpersonal. We're dealing on these individual levels. But above that is this institutional practice that is making sure that these things happen, redlining, and only giving loans to certain type of people, and the school to prison pipeline of students that have discipline records often wind up in the criminal justice system. In education, the way that discipline is dealt with, and turning schools into many correctional facilities as opposed to centers for students to learn and be creative. And then with that institution, there's the systemic part of that, which is maintained by society. So because of all of this, now society has moved in a way to accept this as the norm. For example, they just came out with different color Band-Aids a few years ago and different color crayons a few years ago that mirrored all the myriad of different skin tones that are available in this world, as opposed to calling this peach color nude or flesh tone. That is only flesh tone for a certain amount of people. But growing up, we didn't have different colored Band-Aids. I didn't even know that Band-Aids was supposed to be flesh tone until just recently. I just thought that was the color of Band-Aids because they were plastic. But that's supposed to be flesh tone. Or thinking about one of the things I like to study are ballerinas and having point shoes that match the skin tone of the dancer. Because the whole point of a point shoe, pun intended, the whole point of a point shoe is that it's supposed to extend the line and not break the line. So the point shoe and the tights for ballet were historically pink because ballerinas were historically European. But then once Black and brown people started getting into ballet, now they are being expected to wear pink tights. That's not the seamless line. My skin is not pink. So systemically, the world moves in a way to be able to support those systems. I hope all of that made sense. So when I was thinking about that, I was like, we really have to understand the powers that are happening at these other levels so that we are able to put the anger, the righteous anger, where it belongs. Because we're fighting individual people when we're supposed to be fighting the systemic things that are happening that are causing all of us to behave in these ways. When people say this is a simulation, there are people, oligarchs, rich people, haves, billionaires that are sitting in places making decisions about our lives every day. And it's a game to them because their end goal is for them to make more money. Their end goal is not for people to be okay. And we have to understand that we are all being manipulated in that system. So how do we take that power back? How do we say, I'm going to advocate for myself and I'm going to divest from this system that is throwing me every which way, just making sure that my life is as difficult as it can possibly be so that I can show up at their job to make them money. So I had mentioned the boycott earlier, and the thing with the boycott for me is I understand that boycotts are used to teach people how to take action because many people are not understanding what is happening. And again, it's not necessarily because they don't want to. It is because they are stuck in survival mode. And that is all that they really have capacities to even worry about is their day-to-day because they can't afford life. And then if they have kids, they have to be being responsible parents. And like, it's a lot. Life is a lot, right? So they depend on keeping us busy down here so that we're not looking at the things that are happening institutionally and structurally and systemically. So a boycott gets people to pause and think about their action. So with the Target boycott, it has been really successful in mobilizing people and also creating impact with the organization. I'm pinning that right there because I'm going to get back to that. But I think the other thing that we really have to be thinking about is the strategy. And that's the part that I don't feel is really coming across is the strategy and end goal. So for me, boycotting is about boycotting capitalism. I'm boycotting frivolous spending. I don't really, and mind you, if I was in the States, I wouldn't be going to Target, right? I'm not the type of person who's crossing the picket lines. Even though there are a lot of Black businesses that are in Target that have been very much destroyed by this boycott and will probably never have shelf space in a major retailer again, which is a whole nother thing. But because I'm not pro Target, I am pro critical thinking. Critical thinking is the piece in this that we're missing because we're just looking at things on this individual level. So boycotts, I understand, get people to take individual collective action, but we have to have a strategy and an end goal with that. And the end goal should be to divest from capitalism. It should be to divest from consumerism. It should be teaching us how to be self-sustainable, teaching us how to release this lie of an American dream and actually think about what we really need to have that peace that I was talking about earlier. So there are a lot of moving pieces that go to it. And I think it's just really important to consider it all because it is all working together to our detriment. But we have the ability to be able to support ourselves in first, humanizing people and understanding each of us is in our own movie. Every single person is in their own movie, and every single person has things going on in their own movie that is consuming their brain space, whether they say it out loud or not. So being able to have empathy for people, I think is incredibly important because again, I go back to what happened to them, not what's wrong with them. A part of the deconstructive work that we can be doing is thinking about what empathy looks like for us, and how can I, at this individual level where I often am interacting with people, how can I show up in a way that is going to support others as opposed to furthering the harmful, institutionalized, and systemic things that are happening? How can I pause to think about, even if at the end of the day, I say that's not somebody that I want to interact with, can I still honor their human journey and appreciate that they did not come to this earth to be evil, and that they may be evil because of their circumstances, because of the parents that they were dealt, because of the schools that they went to, because of the movies that they watched. Like, this is another crash course I've been taking, is on film and media, because we got to understand that that's propaganda. And what's so interesting is we were taught when we were in school that places like Russia and China were places that were using movies for propaganda. Meanwhile, we had movies like Gone with the Wind, or books like Huckleberry Finn, that made it very clear the way that people were viewing us. And it is all propaganda. I was telling Kalanda on So You Don't Put Syrup on Your Grilled Cheese this week that every war movie that is made has to be run through the government. I didn't know that. But they do that because they want to approve what's put out. It's propaganda. So how can I, as an individual, realize, okay, I may have gotten some faulty programming along the way. I may have made some decisions about people and the ways that people show up and the things that have happened to people in their lives based on faulty information. How can I look into and tap into their humanity to at least be like, I'm sorry that happened to you, because you are not a good person. Wow. Right? Again, it doesn't mean that I have to interact with them. Like the people that are down there celebrating that they're feeding immigrants, because they done started putting people down there at the alligator Alcatraz. They done started putting people in there, and they're saying that they don't have bathrooms. They're saying that the conditions are incredibly humane, that they don't have access to clean food and water. The people that are down there taking their children to go take pictures by alligator Alcatraz and are celebrating people being fed to alligators, like those people are evil people. Like, I want to be clear. And also, I think it's possible for us to unpack and hold space for how they got there to have that type of fucked up ass way of thinking. Because it's all wild. And it's not because of the individual, it's because of the system that programmed them to be that way. So the soul work for this week is thinking about what empathy looks like in action for you, and thinking about times that you may have dehumanized somebody and need to unpack why that is, as well as reflecting on times where you saw someone's humanity. Maybe there is an immigrant or a story that you've related to that you're like, man, that's interesting. Or maybe you kept on scrolling, right? But asking yourself how you're holding space for other people, as well as holding space for yourself, because we also have been victim to this system, right? So holding space for yourself and your deprogramming of what that looks like and sounds like. And then what is one choice that you can make this week to step towards more empathy? What does that look like and sound like for you? So that is our soul work for the week.
What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo-woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are 2 ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprint of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer.
I'm about to run out of time, so I'm not going to be able to get into this, but I am going to save this for next episode. It's some protest that's been happening in Mexico City, and I want to talk about next time about, for those of you who are looking to immigrate to another country, of how to do that ethically, because there's a lot of impact that happens when people immigrate to a place, and many people are immigrating into Mexico and treating it like a little America, and they're going with this colonizing attitude. So next episode, I will uplift that of what's happening in Mexico City and the impacts of gentrification and all of that. So having said that, y'all, thank y'all. Thank y'all for being here, hanging in with me, listening to all of this. I'm going to have to chop and screw this into a few different episodes probably, so that I can make it make sense and not overwhelm the people. This week during the premiere, we are going to have the Healing Circle directly after this. So please do go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle to register for the Healing Circle. And that way you will be able to get connected to me, to the community, be able to get some strategies for how to stabilize your nervous system, give yourself the peace that you deserve so that you are able to operate from the place of your upper brain. Again, that is happening directly after this. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to share is, again, an invitation into the inner circle. And the inner circle is the Patreon. That is a place that you are able to come and get understanding, be seen, be heard, have access. I mentioned earlier, I may do a special like plant medicine course or something to be able to support people. So the inner circle is $5 a month. It is very much appreciated if you choose to join me there. It is a place for you to be able to reflect and grow and connect. All right. So thank y'all again for being here. Let me leave you with our closing quote. And today's quote is by Bell Hooks. And it says, "The function of love is to make justice real." So I want to remind us that choosing humanity over consumption is radical, it's revolutionary, and it's rooted in love. So I challenge you to go and see people and see what their life movie looks like and practice using that empathy. Again, if you are watching a replay, please let me know in the comments what resonated with you. If you are here during the live, I love you so much. I appreciate you so much. Y'all are the best. I'll see y'all next week. All right. Bye.
Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye.
If I'm scheduled to start my performance at 12:30, I have managed my energy for that. You mean to tell me that I don't get to go on stage until 2:30? You think the audience is still there at 4:00 in the freaking morning?
Hey y'all, I'm Kimberland, and this is The Frolicking Truth, a soft space for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal. Here, joy meets justice, We calm our black ass nervous systems. We unmask and we leave behind whatever that is trying to kill us. You're seen here. You're safe here. And you don't have to do this alone.
Hey y'all, come on in, find a comfortable spot and take a seat. I'm grateful to have you here with me for episode 10 of the Frolicking Truth podcast for Black women who are tired, brilliant, and ready to heal, where joy meets justice and nervous systems get free. It is okay if you do not identify with any of those descriptors, you are still welcome here, okay? I just ask that you come in a spirit to learn, support, and listen. Right off at the top, I'm gonna ask y'all to go ahead and like the video, okay? Just go ahead and like it. I know you ain't heard me say nothing yet, but that's all right. Just go ahead and like it, all right? Because that helps the algorithm. It's a free way to show support. And I do hope that you will leave some comments. Tell me what is resonating with you, especially those of you who are watching a replay. Now, if you're watching this during the live premiere, I need you to come join us in the chat. We're in there. We're talking. The community is here. You can ask questions. You can talk to other people. You can give your live reactions as you're listening. So please do come hang out. If you're watching this during the live premiere, come hang out in the chat with us. If you're watching during the replay, your assignment is to make comments when things resonate so that I know what to go back and clip. Okay, that helps me. That helps me a lot. I told y'all I had some things I wanted to say. I have some unpopular opinions that I want to share about some things. And it's based in the US. So y'all know I'm from New Orleans. And just this past weekend, 4th of July weekend, they have a huge music festival called the Essence Festival. And the Essence Festival is sponsored by a magazine called Essence Magazine, and it's one of the oldest Black magazine publications in the U.S. There were a few. There's Essence, Ebony, Jet. So these were some of the Black magazines where we as Black people were able to see ourselves growing up. They highlighted our stories, all of that. Out of Essence Magazine was birthed this Essence Music Festival. And the Essence Fest has been happening since forever, like since I was a kid. I want to say this is like the 30th year, maybe, that it has been happening. And basically it happens in two parts. So there are empowerment seminars that happen in the morning and during the day, and that happens at the convention center in New Orleans. And then there's also a concert at night where they have an amazing lineup and all of these artists that come, and they call it a party with a purpose. All right. So Essence Fest happened this past week. And in full transparency, the last time that I went to Essence was in 2022. So I haven't been back since then, but I did experience Essence pre-COVID and post-COVID. I also did a story on Essence in 2023 when I was with Beautiful Brown Girls, because Essence was coming under a lot of scrutiny because of the ways that they were doing local businesses in New Orleans and the way that they were showing up and taking advantage of people that are from New Orleans, right? Now, remember what I just talked about when I was talking about capitalism and the way that things work, like the internalized, the interpersonal, the institutional, the systemic, right? This goes into play here. We're not talking about racism per se, but we're talking about capitalism. Essence is a business. And businesses are in business to make money. And I think it's important for us, especially as Black people, to know that Black faces in high places do not save us. There was a commencement speech at Spelman College some years ago, a couple years ago. Her line was, "Black faces in high places will not save us."
Black faces in high places are not going to save us. Just look at the Black woman's hand, ambassador at the UN, voting against a ceasefire in Gaza. That is, our Blackness and our womanness are not in themselves trustworthy. if we allow ourselves to be conscripted into positions of power that maintain the oppressive status quo. Our Blackness and womanness are not themselves trustworthy if we support the occupation of Black neighborhoods with so-called better trained police, or remain silent about the genocide of oppressed peoples around the world funded by our tax dollars. What kind of sister ancestors are we going to be? Successful and compliant, or purposeful and courageous? That is, we are our descendants' wildest dreams. Each of us has the privilege and responsibility of answering that for ourselves, honestly and joyously.
I think it's important for us to understand that, because a lot of times we think just because an organization is Black, that it is always going to have our best interest at heart. So I want to say that. But I also want to say that Essence has had a change in leadership over the past few years, and their CEO, her name is Caroline Wanga, Wanga. There's been a lot of scrutiny about the way that she has led Essence and the things that she has done, the decisions that have been made. Now, I will say in all fairness that she was not present for this year's Essence Fest because she was on leave. Apparently, she has written a book and she is out touring for her book. Caroline also used to be at Target, interestingly enough. So anyway, she wasn't there this year. They also have had a vice president of Essence who was from New Orleans, who went to high school in New Orleans, but he was actually the person that was in charge of a lot of the things that happened when I did this story in 2023. So he's not there anymore. So I don't know who's in charge. Okay. So I just said all that to say I'm talking to Essence at large. Okay. So the scrutiny this year has been about Essence being extremely disorganized. First of all, it was very clear that as many people were not there, that the crowd was much lighter than it had been in the past. And there was a lot of conversation about that. But there was also conversation about it being very disorganized. So usually what would happen is Essence always happens July 4th weekend. So probably around April, maybe March sometimes, they would release the lineup so that people could start buying their tickets, because people would buy packages. So you go Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. And again, you have all these amazing artists that you can see. Well, they hadn't been releasing the lineup later and later and later along the way. So that was one of the critiques. Then there were also critiques about it just being incredibly disorganized as far as dissemination of information and accessing different things they had. So back in my day, pre-COVID, so there's a main stage in the Superdome, in the actual arena. Okay, so that's where the biggest names were performed. Then they would have super lounges, which were kind of like loungy vibes. So probably about the size of like a club, probably. And they would have artists perform in the super lounges as well. And usually those were artists that did not necessarily have enough pull yet to be on the main stage. So super lounge concerts would be going on, as well as main stage concerts would be going on. So you kind of had your pick. If you wanted to see somebody and have a more intimate setting, you could go to the super lounge and you were good to go. So then the Superdome apparently did renovations. So then they got rid of super lounges because those areas weren't available. So then everything was on the main stage. Now the super lounges allowed there to be even more artists because there were 4 different super lounges. So there would be 4 mini concerts going on and 1 big concert. And each of those stages would have 3 to 4 performers on each stage, right? So that's a lot of people that you're able to see in one night, granted, or a lot of people that are available to be able to be seen. So removing the super lounges causes an issue because now you only have the main stage. Well, this year they brought back the super lounges, but they made it VIP. So there were only a limited number of tickets that were only available to a limited number of people. Now, in the past, the super lounges came with admission. So you go to the concert, you got main stage and you got super lounge. You don't have to pay anything extra to be able to access any of that. Now, super lounges were charged. So Essence honored that they messed that up. They put out a post and they were like, our bad. We messed up on the super lounge tip. We're going to try to do better next time. But then people started writing open letters to Essence. So there are 2 open letters that came out to Essence over this time. So one is by Stephanie Mills. Now, Stephanie Mills, she's been around for a while. Let me just say that. Stephanie Mills is the one who sang the song. I actually have a video on my Instagram of me singing this song. I think of home, I think of a place where there's love overflowing. I wish I was home. I wish I was back there with the things I've been knowing. So anyway, that's Stephanie Mills. And so she performed at Essence Fest. And she wrote an open letter because this is the thing that happened. Lauryn Hill was there as well. And the night that Lauryn Hill performed, she did not get on stage until 2:30 in the a.m. She was supposed to go on stage at 12:30 a.m., but she did not get on stage till 2:30 in the a.m. And so her set went until 3:30 in the morning.
Lauryn Hill is finally addressing her embarrassing moment at Essence Fest over the weekend, as well as critics saying she's always late to her performances. Now, of course, this all stems from reports of Hill performing at Essence festivals over the weekend, where the event allegedly ran nearly 2 hours behind, meaning Hill didn't take to the stage well into the morning around 2:30 a.m. Now, after media headlines began running stories playing into the narrative, on their Instagram, Essence would go on to share images of Lauryn Hill's performance with a caption that read, "Family is family, and around here we protect our own no matter what people have to say. Let's be very clear, we don't play about Miss Lauryn Hill. Not for clicks, not for headlines. She arrived on schedule, stepped on that stage, and delivered the kind of performance only a legend can. The delay, not hers. We will take that. The moment, one for the books. The legacy, still unmatched. Put some respect on her name, keep the takes, but keep her out of them. All love and deep, profound admiration for Miss Lauryn Hill." Now, just after Essence would release that statement, Hill would follow that up with her own on Instagram. "Thank you, Essence, for clarifying that the delays were not my fault. Family, let me address a few things. I am involved in every aspect of what it takes to put on my shows because it requires that much involvement to protect the integrity of my message and the quality of what I do. And for this reason, I rehearse and arrange the music diligently with my band. I am involved in every aspect of design, preparation, and production of my shows, while also being a parent, grandparent, and steward to my immediate family and community. While some get to focus on a single discipline or category, my role requires that I have eyes everywhere and contribute to most, if not every, department and more. I do this without complaint because it is truly a labor of love and great passion for me to be able to perform meaningful music for my audience. There seems to be a misconception out there, though, that I am somewhere on the Riviera with my feet up, drink in hand, showing up to concerts whenever because I'm too important to care. That's nonsense. And anyone who's been a part of these productions knows that, in fact, the opposite is true. Those of us who are still out here grinding to present an alternative to the divisive, to the shallow, to the controlled, and to the intentionally limiting narrative of our representation do what it takes to do so. We are here pushing through the resistance. Ask yourself, how and why am I still standing after years of public effort to defame me? Because someone has to do it. Now, to continue the statement, it will go on to say, this is not the first time production delays have delayed my performances. This is, however, the first time a promoter has acknowledged a slip up on their end. Thank you, Essence. And this will be the last time I allow production challenges to look like the fault is mine alone, when they aren't. Those of you can no longer extend me grace. I'm okay with that because it's not your grace that sustains me, it's God's grace that sustains me, and the love of the fans who appreciate that my message came for them when they needed it most, and know that I was probably punished for being so honest in the midst of big business. Hill would go on to end her statement by issuing a new warning to media outlets saying, "Media, fact check and watch what you irresponsibly put out there. There are consequences for misrepresenting the facts. Despite the late start, I appreciate those who stayed and rocked with us. Family, always remember, what the enemy means for evil, God will return around for good. Respectfully, MLH."
Let me tell you what ain't never supposed to happen is for no concert to go from 4 to 4 a.m. And mind you, Essence starts at 7 p.m. The concert, the first artist starts at 7 p.m. And the last artist to get off stage at 4 a.m. Is you crazy? Is you crazy? So that had happened, right? And that's what was happening behind the scenes. Well, Lauryn Hill, people always want to like be on that same old trope that she was late and she didn't show up and all this. So now people talk about Lauryn Hill like, oh, she's being late again. This ain't got nothing to do with her being late. This is about Essence not being organized. So Stephanie Mills, the R&B diva, okay, performed on the last night, and that was Sunday. So in her letter, I'm looking at it here. She said, "I'm writing to share my feedback following my performance at this year's Essence Festival." She began adding that while she was appreciative of the platform, her performance was marred by significant production issues that negatively impacting both my performance and the artist's experience as a whole. She continued, "The challenges I encountered were multifaceted and, in my view, indicative of broader organizational shortcomings. The scheduling and time management were severely lacking, creating a chaotic and stressful environment backstage. This disorganization cascaded onto the stage, impacting the flow of the event and ultimately diminishing the quality of the performances." She insisted that technical issues were persistent, adding, "This lack of technical preparedness is unacceptable for an event of Essence Festival's caliber and prestige." She later added that the overall level of professionalism fell far short of the standards I expect from such a highly regarded festival. So that was just snippets from her letter that she wrote. I still say I will fall asleep at 11. You understand me? I'm out of here. There is no way. My social battery is done. Right. But because the concert be lasting so long, a lot of times people don't wind up coming until like 10 or 11. So they take a nap and then they come at like 10 or 11 because, for instance, they want to see Lauryn Hill. She's supposed to go on stage at 12:30. Right. But she's not coming out till 2:30. I want you to think about how unfair this is to artists who are at work. The artists that come at 7 p.m., nobody is there because the people that buy out the floor are companies, and companies give out those tickets. Again, because people want to see certain people, they're not coming fresh off at the beginning. So the floor is very empty. So you're standing in a stadium where there's nobody on the floor, and the closest people are the people that are in the stands, and you can't even see them. Number one. Number two, if I'm scheduled to start my performance at 12:30, I have managed my energy for that. You mean to tell me that I don't get to go on stage until 2:30? And people are not the audience. You think the audience is still there at 4:00 in the freaking morning? Come on, y'all. We got to do better than this, right? So Stephanie Mills wrote the letter. Then there was a Master P. Now, mind you, I grew up in the days of Master P. You hear me? No Limit Records, yo. No Limit Soldier. I thought I told you. No Limit Soldier. I thought I told you. I am very much a Master P fan. Okay. So Master P, apparently this was his retirement party from the way that people done explained it, that he bringing out all of these people that were and were not affiliated with him throughout his career as a music artist. Okay. And one of the people that people were looking for was a rapper named Mia X. Now, Mia X started out local, you know what I mean? But she was with No Limit. So she came out with the first time probably that I think they went like viral, if you will, was Make 'Em Say, and Mia X was on that. All right. But I know Mia X from back in the day. I came here tonight to settle the score. Females are women and girls. Not tram saying hoes. Okay, so Mia X used to have this song called Payback Time. So what up, get up, come on, what up, get up, come on, what up, get up. Okay, so anyway, if you're not from New Orleans, you probably never heard it. But anyway, so Mia X is affiliated with Master P. However, child, Mia X wrote a letter. And so basically what happened is they had made a flyer where they were advertising that they were going to have this Master P performance. I don't think they called it a retirement party, but they probably called it a tribute. So Mia X said they reached out to her late and she ultimately declined the performance, but they had already started advertising her and using her image on the flyers to say that she was going to be there at this performance. Then she told them, hey, I'm not coming to the performance. I need y'all to take my face off of there because people going to be looking for me and I'm not going to be there. And this has been last minute anyway. I'm booked and busy, whatever she said. Okay. So they told her, all right, girl, we're going to take your name off and we're going to take your face off. They did not. They kept her face on there. Okay, so they advertising that she gonna be there, and she like, I ain't never said I was gonna be there. Then when she asked them about it again, they told her that they kept her on there because Master P said it was okay. So Mia X said, Master P don't speak for me. What are you talking about? He said it was gonna be okay. He is not my manager. We don't have any type of contract for him to say where my likeness and my name is able to be used. What are you talking about right now? But Essence never took it down. So people went to the Master P retirement party thinking Mia X was going to be there, and she was never going to be there because they used her name and face and likeness without her permission. So that happened. So there are people who are doing these think pieces about Essence and talking about, let me just play it. Let me just play the video. Now, I want y'all to know this particular creator, I really like her. Like, I really like her platform and she does some amazing work. Her name is Sierra and the name of her business is called Cage Bird HR. So she works with individuals in HR, because if you do or do not know, HR, human resources, is on behalf of the company. It is not for them to be able to help the worker. So Sierra and her company do work to help the individual people who are caught up in situations. So anyway, she made this video where she was talking about Essence. So let me play this and then I'm going to say what I got to say.
I want to talk about how Black women are more ambitious but less supported. And we're going to talk about it in the context of Essence Fest, because I don't like this conversation, okay? We're going to start from the top. People are not spending money. They are not. People are scared they're going to get yanked up by ice. People are scared of climate change is going to cause some catastrophic natural event that's going to ruin their homes. People are scared that their jobs are going to be replaced by supercomputers. Even Coachella is not selling tickets at the level that it was selling tickets, okay? But you know what Coachella isn't dealing with? Sponsors pulling out of their events, because we are in a very racist time right now. And it is no longer acceptable to support Black shit, to support DEI. Essence has lost 2/3 of their sponsors, baby. They lost McDonald's. For context, when I get pitched for these events, they're telling me it's $50,000 for square footage on a carpet, and they'll throw in a 6-foot table as a little razzle dazzle. And that's for one brand. If I want to do Cage Bird and work receipts, it's 100 beans. So you know McDonald's is bringing hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they lost 2/3 of their sponsors. That means these people are making $1 out of 15 cents. And that money, that goes to marketing and that goes to talent, because talent has to be paid in advance and a lot of times up front, even to save the date. So the good folks down at Essence are doing 100% of the work with 1/3 of the money. And y'all are on this internet talking about, I miss the Essence of 2003. Well, transport your Black ass back there. And if you figure out a way, take me with you, because we're not in 2003 anymore. We are in hell. We're in hell. So any Black, anything that gets put off is a motherfucking miracle. Black-owned businesses cannot afford to take 4 years off. You are witnessing people making a way out of no way. You are witnessing the spirit of our ancestors figuring it out. I got on the internet, everybody got their goodie bags. Y'all was down there at the Target activation. Y'all weren't complaining about that. The mics was on, the talent was there. Maybe a little bit late, but they was present.
So let me pause it there for a second and also correct a couple things. So Essence, yes, has lost sponsors. They did not lose McDonald's. McDonald's was very much there, as well as Target. And again, I'm gonna get to them in a second. But also sometimes we have to accept when things are needing to be scaled down. And I don't know what their contracts look like, if they, have been contracted to have the Superdome and have to have the full of the convention center or what have you. But I definitely think it's time to start thinking about scaling down. That's number one. Number two, just because something is Black does not mean that it is above critique. But I mentioned that I did a story on Essence in 2023 about how they were treating Black businesses and small businesses in New Orleans. What Essence has done is they have instituted a 5-mile radius around the CBD, so the Central Business District of New Orleans, during Essence Festival. So if anybody tries to do any type of event within a 5-mile radius, they are having to be charged, or their event is being served cease and desist, and it's a lot of policing that's happening. Now, granted, New Orleans is a place where festivals and things be happening. The Sugar Bowl happens in New Orleans all the time. There are countless conferences and things that happen in New Orleans. The Super Bowl has been in New Orleans. Even during those times, there is no type of radius penalty that is assessed to small businesses. The reason I had done the story in 2023 is because Essence was saying that they had a special place carved out for small businesses, small local owned businesses. And what they did is, instead of putting them in the convention center where there is air conditioning, because also this is New Orleans, it's hot as fuck. It's hot as fuck in New Orleans, okay? It's hot and it's humid. So instead of them giving them a place in the convention center, because there was a discounted table rate, because you just heard Sierra say it's like $50,000 to be able to get a space on the carpet, right? So it's really, really expensive to be a vendor at Essence. So they had this reduced rate to be able to support local businesses. But what they did is they put them outside. They put them outside with no access to the things that they needed. The access to electricity was not really there. So they couldn't really have their own fans and all that kind of stuff, but also it's outside. They didn't have appropriate signage for people to be able to know that they were there. They didn't have clear directions for people to know how to find them. It was very much an afterthought, like, damn, here type of situation. So without that context, it's very easy for us to be like, well, they're doing the best they can. But also, just because you're doing the best you can don't mean that you're doing well. And it doesn't mean that you're doing right by people. And what is happening is they are not doing right by people. And that needs to be fixed, and that needs to be addressed, because Essence is touting that they are for the Black people. So then you don't get to do that and then also come into a city and mess over the Black people that are there in the city. That's not how that works. So they need to figure out how they're going to show up for the people and also be more organized in this festival. All of this critique is very much well deserved, because it's been a mess and they really need to fix it.
What if the thing you've always called too much was the exact thing God designed on purpose? This is for the ones who've always known they were different. Too sensitive, too loud, too knowing, too intuitive, too woo-woo. But what if your sensitivity is actually your superpower? What if your intuition was your inheritance? Discover Your Destiny is a 10-week sacred journey back to yourself. We explore the design of your soul, your spiritual gifts, and the unique way that God speaks to you. This isn't church. It's not a rule book. It's not a performance. It's the moment you stop chasing approval and start walking in divine alignment. You'll gain clarity, language, and confidence around who you are and what you are here on the earth to do. You'll learn the real voice of God. And if you feel called to go on to become a certified intuitive melanated life coach, this is where that path begins. There are 2 ways to enter this sacred container: the Destiny track, full investments and coaching experience, or the Divine Exchange track, where internship meets soul work. You'll support podcasting, content creation, or brand development behind the scenes,
while learning how your unique gifts benefit the collective. Your knowing isn't a flaw, it's the fingerprint of God. This is your invitation, and I hope that you'll answer. So the other thing that people were talking about was Target, and that Target was there. Now, Target is one of Essence's biggest sponsors. And again, there is a boycott of Target right now in the Black community. So they were talking about Target. But then the conversation became, well, first of all, Target has been doing a lot. And I'm about to get a video about that in a second. But Target showed up in pink, and their signature color is red, right? So they showed up in pink. And Target has like really doubled down and moved away from their DEI support and all of that, right? So there's just been a lot of conversation about Target. So then the conversation at Essence specifically was like, if Target is here and they're giving away free products, what is the harm in taking these free products? If they're giving away full-size bottles of shampoo and conditioner and hair cream, I'm going to get it. I'm sorry. I'm going to get it because it is free and it is not costing me anything. So I am not supporting them by taking this stuff, and it's going to help my bottom line. So Kimberland, I'm going to get it. I'm just saying that publicly. Okay. Y'all could tell me what you think in the comments. But the other thing that I think we really have to, again, think critically about when it comes to Target is about the strategy that Target has been using. Now, I will say Target has completely clusterfucked things now. I don't know how they come back from what they have done, but I do want to shed a little bit of light on what I believe that Target was attempting to do and what the communication is that we got from people that were actually affiliated with Target. So this is a video by Sakita Holly. She is a PR strategist. She's also somebody that I had on Beautiful Brown Girls before. And she really kind of broke it down of thinking about why Target did what they did. So I'm going to play this video and then I'll tell you my thoughts about it afterwards. And then we're going to get out of here. Okay.
A lot of people feel just like this, and unfortunately for Target, perception is reality. In January, all of the headlines said Target rolls back diversity initiative. Full stop. That is the perception that persists today. Consumers said, you're just gonna give into this administration and turn your back on us? You ain't gotta worry about it, sweetheart. I'm gonna take my money and I'm gonna go play somewhere else, right? Perception. Because I am a publicist and a brand marketer and I've been doing this work for over 15 years, that did not make sense to me. Why would Target, one of the top retailers, top corporate entities that has been a champion of not just Black consumers in the Black community, but literally everybody for years, they've been at the forefront. Why would they do this? And why now?
I went to the website in January to see what the actual announcement was, right? It was released on a Friday afternoon. It was a memo. It wasn't even an official press release. I printed it out. I'm going to put it on the screen. But I remember reading this being like, okay, something's up. So here's what it said. I'm not going to read everything. Concluding our 3-year diversity, equity, and inclusion goals, vague. Concluding our racial equity action and change reach initiatives in 2025 as planned. This was something they championed in 2020, 2021, so maybe it was a 5-year plan, vague. Ensuring our employee resource groups are fully focused on development and mentorship, the communities continue to be open to all, meaning they're not making any changes there. Evaluating corporate partnerships, no changes. Stopping all external diversity focused surveys. That's a very specific one, but it's administrative, right? They're not going to submit their data for the surveys. Cool. Questionable, but okay. Evolving our supplier diversity team to supplier engagement. This is what they did. Now let's talk about it.
Shout out to you if you're still here. In 2023, Target was sued by a conservative group led by Stephen Miller, who is in the Trump administration. This is the same ring of groups that got affirmative action overturned at the Supreme Court. Target was sued for their Pride collection. They ended up making a lot of changes. They ended up pulling things off the shelf. And I believe with Trump back in office, Target was trying to make themselves less of a target, pun intended, for the administration. So they figured, how can we continue to do what we've been doing, but do it in a way that doesn't draw attention from the administration to us? And that's where you get supplier diversity changed to supplier engagement without much change. That's where you get things like, we won't report our administrative data to these surveys. That's where you get this statement. And it's also where they went wrong, because they underestimated the consumer response, because consumers aren't going to play the semantics with you.
Basically, what Sakita is saying is that Target tried to get ahead of things, and they tried to fly under the radar, go underground, if you will, ahead of all the scrutiny that they knew was about to come. And the reason why I resonate with that is because I work with organizations that are doing that exact thing. There are several organizations, especially organizations that are part of that public sector, housing and banking and education and healthcare. Organizations that are a part of the public sector are actively behind the scenes thinking about the wording that they're using. They're combing through their policies and taking out particular words and replacing them with others. And I have personally had conversations with people and been like, we have to become more covert about how we are showing up in spaces. And we have to become more covert about how we are naming things. So I still work in educational spaces. What I know is that I cannot go into those spaces DEI-ing it up. But that doesn't mean that I'm not still going to be pushing for advocating for all students, pushing for thinking about how students' brains operate, creating safe environments. I'm still doing that work. I may just not be using the particular words. And what I fear that happened with Target is there was a reactionary response. And what I've heard people say, because I've been asking this question consistently of why Target, and why are we also not saying that we need to divest from consumerism, such as Walmart and Amazon. And people say things like, well, Target, was the company that was supposed to show up for us, and they had made all these promises, and they had did this and all that. And I get that. And also, it doesn't mean that they stopped. So I think it's important for us to ask good questions to understand what is actually happening behind the scenes. Because if we are going to survive, and first of all, somebody had me, I think it was in Sierra's video, and she was like, the next 4 years, this is going to be longer than 4 years. I also need us to accept that this is going to be much longer than a 4-year situation. There is not going to be another presidential election in 4 years. If there is, it is going to be rigged just like this one was. Okay, so go ahead on and mark my words. Today is July 9th, 2025. There is not going to be another election. Okay. So anyway, if we're going to survive this, then we have to really understand how to work within the system. So that means that if I have to go underground or I have to go covert to be able to ensure that I'm still able to show up for the demographic that I'm committed to, then I may have to make adjustments on the outside that cover me so that I continue in the backstage doing what needs to be done. Now, I've heard people say things like, well, we want support out loud. Are y'all not reading the room? Do y'all not see what is happening? And people are citing companies like Ben & Jerry's and Delta Airlines, which they also just had a situation the other day. Costco, they're citing companies like that, which is fair. Okay, but also I want y'all to see how those companies are shifting too, because I promise you they are. Because the way that this organization, this administration, this regime is taxing people and weaponizing federal funds and like all of that, there are consequences for people standing up and saying, I'm gonna do this out loud. But that doesn't mean that they aren't doing things behind the scenes. We need both, is my point. We need both. We need people that are able to stand up and say, fuck you in your face. And we need people that are behind the scenes that are able to pull the strings to help things move forward. So I just want us to be critical about that and thinking about for me, it is about intentionality and strategy. So make sure that you're not getting caught up in the reaction of it all. It's very easy to be reactionary and just be like, oh, they did this. They need to pay and da. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. And also, do you understand the bigger context of what's actually happening? Because that is how things are going to have to be moving. I myself am adjusting the way that I show up in public spaces because I know that the work that I do behind the scenes is much more important. I literally went on my Instagram page the other day and was like, okay, I need to get rid of this video. I need to take this video down. I need to take this one down. Because what I know is that the work that I'm doing is more important than me advertising the work that I'm doing. The advertisement now comes at a person-to-person basis. It comes in those closed circles. It comes in those safe spaces, right? I need us to strategize and think about what is happening and move beyond this place of immediate anger and reaction. We got to be proactive and we have to strategize. So in Target, I think in essence, I don't know if they are continuing to be committed. Honestly, I feel like they have shifted. I saw they did some type of brand deal with Kai Cenat, which I got to talk about that young man at another time because that generation is a lot. I've sung his praises a lot, but I've also critiqued him a lot. But anyway, they did some kind of live or sleepover or something with Kai Cenat and his AMP group in Target. So what Target has now doing apparently is skipping over this generation, millennials and Gen X and the boomers, I guess, skipped over them and said, let's go to the young people and let's target them. Because you know what the thing is with the young people, they don't know all this stuff. They're not learning about the things that have happened historically in school. So they don't understand what the big hullabaloo is, right? They're like, it's fine, it's Target, right? Because they don't understand the context, the greater context. But what we have done a poor job of doing is making it very clear for them. We need to give them context. We need to be showing up and mentoring them. Now, granted, I've heard some of them don't listen, but that's not all of them. There are some of them that actually do listen and are looking for guidance. So our job is to give them the context so that they are able to take that within their context and make it make sense. Okay. So I wanted to say that. Now, I'm about to run out of time, so I'm not going to be able to get into this, but I am going to save this for next episode. It's some protests that's been happening in Mexico City, and I want to talk about next time about, for those of you who are looking to immigrate to another country, of how to do that ethically, because there's a lot of impact that happens when people immigrate to a place, and many people are immigrating into Mexico and treating it like a little America, and they're going with this colonizing attitude. So next episode, I will uplift that of what's happening in Mexico City and the impacts of gentrification and all of that. So having said that, y'all, thank y'all. Thank y'all for being here, hanging in with me, listening to all of this. I'm going to have to chop and screw this into a few different episodes probably so that I can make it make sense and not overwhelm the people. Please do go to tinyurl.com/Black Women Healing Circle to register for the Healing Circle. And that way you will be able to get connected to me, to the community, be able to get some strategies for how to stabilize your nervous system, give yourself the peace that you deserve so that you are able to operate from the place of your upper brain. The other thing that I wanted to share is, again, an invitation into the inner circle. And the inner circle is the Patreon. That is the place that you are able to come and get understanding, be seen, be heard, have access. I mentioned earlier, I may do a special like plant medicine course or something to be able to support people. So the inner circle is $5 a month. It is very much appreciated if you choose to join me there. It is a place for you to be able to reflect and grow and connect. All right. So thank y'all again for being here. Let me leave you with our closing quote. And today's quote is by Bell Hooks. And it says, "The function of love is to make justice real." So I want to remind us that choosing humanity over consumption is radical, it's revolutionary, and it's rooted in love. So I challenge you to go and see people and see what their life movie looks like and practice using that empathy. Again, if you are watching the replay, please let me know in the comments what resonated with you. If you are here during the live, I love you so much. I appreciate you so much. Y'all are the best. I'll see y'all next week. All right. Bye.
Thank you for listening to The Frolicking Truth, where joy meets justice and our nervous systems get free. Please be sure to like, rate, and comment. Subscribe to the YouTube page, Minding My Black Ass Business, and follow me on all social platforms. Until next time, bye.